A massive, scarred soldier steps into a quiet bookstore run by our boy Dongchan and his grandmother, aggressively demanding to buy their history books. When they refuse, the soldier hurls a stack of cash into the old lady's face, but our MC throws it right back and takes a brutal downward strike to the floor. The guy leads with a threat, and seconds later, Dongchan sniffs the air and realizes it smells like gunpowder. A violent explosion destroys the entire building in a wall of flame, but our guy leaps straight out of the inferno, carrying his grandmother completely unharmed. Pure rage surges through his body as a forbidden crimson emblem ignites on his forehead, awakening a legendary power to obliterate the mercenaries who tried to take his only family. A young boy named Dongchan floats unconscious in a pool of glowing green liquid, while an off-screen voice laments another failed attempt. Looking down from above, the pool is filled with submerged bodies, and the speaker complains that most test subjects are dead and their magic reserves are drained. A horned shaman dripping with sweat holds out glowing hands, telling his superior that they should cut their losses and pull the plug on this project. Behind him stands an officer in black armor with his hand resting on his sword hilt, silently listening to the recommendation. A sudden slash slices through the chamber, draining the glowing liquid and leaving the lifeless body stranded at the bottom of the basin. The white-haired officer stands in the torchlit dungeon, staring down at the ruined pool without showing a single shred of remorse. He turns toward a dark hallway, where glowing eyes watch from the shadows, calmly stating he will just replace the shaman and keep going. Looking down into a pit surrounded by dark, thorny vines, an ominous voice from the shadows commands him to stop and clean up the mess. The officer pauses as drifting green particles float around him, quietly acknowledging his new orders. Dongchan lies unconscious in the remaining fluid, while a strange beetle creature with a red mark floats near his chest. Outside, a wire mesh fence encloses a dark junk dump filled with debris under the crescent moon. Dongchan wakes up bruised atop a heap of trash and discarded bodies, letting out a faint groan while a crow perches on a nearby corpse. He slowly opens one eye, his face covered in dirt and cuts as the pain sets in. Pushing himself up from the garbage pile, he clutches his throbbing head and wonders what happened to him. He sits alone in the middle of heaps of junk, looking around in complete confusion. Staring into the dark woods with a blank expression, he tries to make sense of his situation. He pulls himself up and wanders barefoot through the junk towards the tree line, asking himself where he even is. Morning arrives as fluffy clouds drift across a bright blue sky. The young Dongchan sits curled up outdoors, trembling and covered in dirt. An elderly woman carrying a grocery bag with green onions steps forward and pauses in surprise when she spots him. Wearing round glasses and a neat apron, she looks down at the boy with pure sympathy. Approaching the alley wall where Dongchan sits slumped, she wonders aloud if he ran away from home. Fast forward 8 years later, and the story shifts to a building hosting a liberal arts bookstore. Inside the shop, an older Dongchan slides a volume onto a shelf before turning to shout angrily at a customer. Holding a stack of books, he points aggressively upward and reminds the visitors that books go back exactly where they found them. He gets right in a kid face, angrily commanding him not to get snot on the merchandise. Dongchan lunges forward to confront the kid, but the elderly grandmother calls his name from the counter to make him stop. She pokes him on the arm, scolding him for yelling at customers, but Dongchan insists the kid wipe snot on the pages. The kid hides behind her apron and sticks his tongue out, making Dongchan clench his fist while the grandmother suggests just wiping it off. She looks down at the floor near the counter, pausing as she notices a massive stain that makes her reconsider. Her face instantly darkens with glowing eyes, radiating a terrifying aura that makes the kid break into a cold sweat. The terrified kid bolts out the front door stammering about watching cartoons, while Dongchan yells at him never to come back. She asks Dongchan why he tells regular customers to leave, but Dongchan argues that non-paying kids add zero value to the business. Dongchan calls the kid a snot terrorist, but she chuckles and reminds him he acted the exact same way when he was small. He dramatically denies it while flailing his arms, making her smile warmly at his reaction. She points out that he would not remember anyway since he lost his childhood memories, leaving Dongchan to admit she has a point. Slumping under a heavy stack of books, Dongchan complains about running a physical bookstore in this era. Sitting at her desk with tea, she lists the simple joys of reading real paper books, while Dongchan flatly states that running the store sucks. She turns a page next to her warm mug, describing the scent of paper and the beauty of organized shelves. Reaching up to organize a high shelf, Dongchan grumbles that daily cleaning makes him want to throw up. Holding her cup with a peaceful smile, she shares that owning a bookstore was her childhood dream, causing Dongchan to soften up. Kicking his legs out on a bench, Dongchan admits he should stop complaining since she gave him a job. The front door rattles open, and Dongchan starts to deliver his standard greeting before freezing mid-sentence. A heavily built soldier with a scarred face and tactical uniform steps inside, demanding to know where the history books are. Dongchan stammers out his response under the menacing golden glare. Sweating under the pressure, Dongchan points toward the back of the store and says the history books are on the far end. The giant soldier stomps past him toward the shelves while Dongchan sits tense, noting how intimidating this guy's presence is. Dongchan watches him with a worried frown while the grandmother quietly observes the stranger from her counter. A gloved hand pulls down a volume titled True Origin Beastmen Tribe alongside books on magic and mercenaries. Standing between the shelves, the soldier flips through the pages with a stern expression. His golden eyes narrow as he scans the text, letting out a low hum. With a flick of his wrist, he casually tosses the book into the air behind him. The book hits the floor with a thud, leaving Dongchan in utter shock as he demands to know what the guy thinks he is doing. Dongchan charges down the aisle to confront the soldier for mistreating their stock. A hand suddenly grabs Dongchan by the arm, halting his approach while a voice tells him to stand down. The grandmother holds him back with a firm grip, making Dongchan ask in confusion why she is stopping him. Dongchan points frantically at the damaged book, but she stares intently at the uniform, recognizing where the soldier came from. Looking at the emblem on his back, she identifies the uniform as belonging to Suradon, the national mercenary unit. She quietly advises Dongchan to stay calm, warning him that getting on Suradon's bad side is a death wish. The soldier deliberately sweeps another entire stack off the shelf, sending books flying onto the floor. Dongchan shrugs and turns away indifferently, muttering that it is her inventory anyway. The soldier stands right beside the mess he created on the wooden floor. With his back turned, he arrogantly announces that Suradon will be purchasing all the books on the floor. The grandmother steps forward and firmly refuses, stating those books are not for sale. He turns with a dark glare, telling her not to make him repeat himself. She stands her ground, reminding him that everyone knows this shop does not sell historical records. The soldier narrows his eyes, humming thoughtfully at her refusal. He walks toward her with heavy, deliberate steps across the room, close up on his hand reaching inside his heavy coat. He aggressively hurls a thick stack of cash right into her face, scattering green bills everywhere. Cash flutters around her shocked face as she gasps at the utter disrespect. He touches his temple, shadow obscuring his face as he coldly repeats that he is taking the books. Dongchan instantly drops to the floor and starts scooping up the money while she watches in total shock. Dongchan eagerly gathers cash near the soldier boots while his grandmother yells at him in disbelief. The soldier smirks down at Dongchan, commenting that at least one employee has some common sense. Dongchan grabs a wad right next to the boot, muttering angrily under his breath. His eyes burn with pure rage as he glares straight up at the soldier. Dongchan leaps up and slams the stack of cash right back into the soldier's face, shouting that his grandma said the books are not for sale. She gasps in absolute terror for Dongchan's safety as money flutters through the air. The soldier stands frozen, his face shrouded in dark anger as bills drift down around him. Dongchan squares up into a fighting stance, refusing to back down. A gauntleted fist blurs across the panel toward Dongchan's face, catching him completely off guard. The soldier delivers a brutal downward strike to his head, smashing him down with incredible force. Dongchan crashes onto the floor and slides into the shelves while she screams his name in horror. Looking down coldly, the soldier remarks that stubbornness led them to make a foolish choice. Dongchan groans among the fallen books while the soldier dismissively turns to leave. At the entrance, he casts a threatening look back, warning them that regret is coming real soon. The shop is left in ruins with paper everywhere as she kneels worriedly beside Dongchan. She cradles his head, checking his injuries with deep concern. Dongchan sits up shouting about the pain, and seeing his usual energetic complaining brings a sigh of relief from her. Looking at the mess, Dongchan vents his frustration about Suradon abusing their power. She explains solemnly that nobody can stop Suradon since they are officially recognized by the state. On the floor lies a book titled The Shamans and the Disappearing Children, sitting alongside discarded bills. Dongchan crouches to wipe up blood droplets, wondering why anyone would pay absurd money for simple history books. He stares at the wooden shelves, trying to make sense of the situation. Looking at the window, he questions if those muscle heads are actually secret bookworms. She holds an ice compress to his swollen cheek and explains that Suradon is not buying history books to read them. Sitting across from him, she reveals that Suradon is systematically buying up history to erase all records of their past atrocities. Dongchan looks bewildered, asking what kind of awful things Suradon did back in the day. She elaborates that Suradon built their massive power by partnering with illegal criminal syndicates. A bloody red shield crest appears against dark sparks, representing Suradon's violent origins. A silhouette of their leader, Asura Bakan, appears against a red backdrop as narration describes his mission to wipe out their history. She explains that to sever ties with these criminal groups, Suradan is aggressively confiscating every book mentioning their past. Noticing Dongchan's bored expression, she calls him out for tuning her off, making him sweat and claim he finds it fascinating. Dongchan suggests just handing over the books to avoid trouble, but she firmly refuses to surrender them. She looks at the neatly arranged history volumes, stating her belief that true history must be preserved. Holding a hand over her chest, she shares her goal of letting every customer read and remember the real truth. Dongchan yells that she should just sell them, but she quips back that she should sell Dongchan instead. Placing her hand on a book, she admits with a smile that she actually considered that option. Looking toward the window, she softly says she refuses to let future generations learn fake history. Dongchen scratches his neck awkward, grumbling that she sounds like a high school ethics teacher. Dongchen suggests closing up early for the day, which brings a happy smile to her face. 2 aprons lie neatly folded on top of the counter table. Dongchen stretches happily and cheers that it is time to clock out, though she admits she is still worried. Looking out the window with concern, she fears Suradan will definitely return. Dongchan puts on his jacket, waving off her fears and assuring her that a major military group will not return over a small town shop. She asks if he is alright after taking that bad hit, but Dongchan gets defensive and claims he was only caught off guard. As Dongchan boasts about how he would have won, he suddenly pauses and sniffs the air, asking what that weird smell is. His eye widens in horror as he realizes the scent filling the room is gunpowder. A massive explosion erupts inside the store, engulfing the grandmother in flames while Dongchan screams out for her. The blast tears through the building, blowing out windows and sending thick smoke billowing into the sky. Outside, combat boots step over smoking embers in the street. The scarred soldier stands outside with a fellow mercenary, coldly calling the shopkeepers arrogant fools. Both soldiers watch the bookstore burn to the ground, remarking that the owners brought this on themselves. A history book burns in the fire while the commander orders his subordinate to report the incident as an accidental fire. The blonde subordinate bows respectfully, agreeing to carry out the order. Flames fully consume the shop structure, sending dark smoke rising into the night sky. Fire roars through shattered windows, turning the interior into a complete inferno. Satisfied with their destruction, the 2 soldiers begin walking away from the scene. The commander suddenly halts and looks back over his shoulder in total shock. Dongchen leaps straight out of the blazing building through the fire, carrying his grandmother safely in his arms. The blonde soldier gapes in disbelief, yelling out how anyone could survive an explosion like that. The commander's golden eyes widen as he marvels at Dongchen emerging completely unhurt. Dongchen kneels in the smoke, cradling his unconscious grandmother and desperately begging her to open her eyes. She weakly opens her eyes and asks what happened, making Dongchen sigh with immense relief. He holds her tightly, resting his forehead against hers as tears of relief well up in his eyes. The commander's voice interrupts them, coldly asking what kind of trick Dongchen pulled to survive. Dongchen glares back at the 2 soldiers looming in the firelight with pure hatred. The commander looks down coldly, stating that Dongchen's survival is thoroughly annoying. A burning history book curls up in the fire while the commander remarks that Dongchen should have died with his beloved books. Dongchen crouches silently over his grandmother, asking in a low, trembling voice what the soldier just said. He snaps his head up, his eyes blazing with a crimson aura as he asks if those are words a human being should speak. The commander pauses at the sudden shift in aura before mocking Dongchan for thinking he can fight Suradan. He tells Dongchan that his resistance is a joke and that he dies tonight. Dongchan slowly stands up amidst the blazing fire, facing his enemy directly. He clenches his fist as veins bulge on his neck, muttering through gritted teeth while red energy crackles across his skin. The cover of the history book burns away to ash in the roaring flames. Faded memory panels flash in Dongchan's mind, showing his grandmother smiling warmly as she talked about her dream. Dongchan's face warps with primal rage, veins bulging on his skin as his eyes glow white-hot, declaring who is actually going to die tonight. Holding his grandmother with one arm, Dongchan radiates a terrifying aura, his glowing crimson eyes locking onto the soldiers as he tells them they are the ones dying. The grandmother looks up from the ground, gasping in utter disbelief as a glowing symbol manifests on Dongchan's skin. Her eye widens in shock as she instantly recognizes the glowing mark. The blonde subordinate breaks into a heavy sweat, calling out to his commander in disbelief at what he is seeing. The commander's cold composure shatters completely as he stares wide-eyed at Dongchan. His slit pupil eye trembles in sheer horror. Red lightning crackles around Dongchan's body as glowing crests appear on his skin, leaving the commander to internally question how Dongchen is using the power of asura. View from behind Dongchen as he stands in the firelight, confronting the 2 Suradan mercenaries in front of the burning building. Close-up of Dongchan's face with his third eye emblem glowing as dark aura crackles around him, telling the mercenaries to look at what they have done. Roaring flames completely consume the bookstore structure, sending thick smoke rising into the night sky. Extreme close-up of Dongchan shouting in fury, asking how the mercenaries can call themselves a national military force while committing such atrocities. Dongchan stands surrounded by crackling red aura and falling rain, raising his glowing hands as he roars in rage against the mercenaries. The grandmother watches Dongchan with deep concern through the firelight, as Dongchan vows to repay the mercenaries for everything they have done. Dongchan stands in the firelight with a glowing third eye crest on his forehead, clenching his fist and swearing to repay the soldiers twofold for what they did. The red emblem begins to spark and fade, making Dongchan stammer that he will repay them threefold instead. The forehead crest completely vanishes into sparks, leaving him struggling to finish his threat as his power vanishes into thin air. His intense aura completely disappears, leaving him looking around in total embarrassment as he asks himself what he was just saying. Dongchan stands dumbfounded while his grandmother stares at him with a completely deadpan expression. The commander sneers in amusement, calling the situation ridiculous and mocking Dongchan for trying to fake asura power. Standing tall before the flames, the commander asks if Dongchan really thought a cheap trick like that could copy asura strength. He orders his subordinate to throw both Dongchan and his grandmother into the fire, and the blonde soldier agrees without hesitation. Dongchan stares at his trembling hands in panic, sweating as he wonders why his power vanished after feeling it so clearly. While Dongchan is distracted, the blonde soldier lunges from above and punches him square in the face, mocking him for looking away during a fight. The blonde soldier eye glows sharp as his strike connects with Dongchan's cheek. In a sudden reversal, Dongchan firmly catches the incoming punch with his bare hand right before impact, leaving the soldier shouting in shock. Dongchan's eyes gleam with dangerous focus as he grips the soldier's fist, showing zero weakness despite losing his aura. Executing a swift throw, Dongchan brutally slams the blonde soldier back first onto the ground. The soldier coughs up blood on impact, and Dongchan immediately rains down a rapid barrage of follow-up punches. Dongchan lands a final crushing blow directly to his face, leaving the subordinate limp and unconscious. The commander watches with crossed arms, letting out an amused reaction as his partner gets folded. The subordinate hand rests limp on the ground, completely knocked out. Catching his breath over the fallen enemy, Dongchan admits he does not understand where his power went, but decides it does not matter right now. His determined gaze shifts sharply toward his next target. Dongchan points his index finger squarely at the commander, declaring with total confidence that he is next. The commander grins with dark amusement, noting that even if his partner was a grunt, he was still a trained Surodan mercenary. Holding out an inviting hand, he smiles dangerously, while acknowledging how easily Dongchan took down his man. His expression turns deadly serious as dark energy crackles around his shoulders, warning Dongchan that the playtime is officially over. He looms over Dongchan, surrounding himself with a dark red aura that radiates immense pressure. Dongchan looks up with anger, asking if the guy thinks this situation is just a game. Gritting his teeth in fury, Dongchan charges headlong at the commander. Before Dongchan can land a blow, the commander throws a lightning-fast straight punch into his face, asking who said anything about playing around. Dongchan head snaps back as he is sent flying backward through the air from the sheer weight of the blow. Lowering his fist, the commander looks down with an unimpressed glare, stating he is disappointed by Dongchan's strength. Dongchan digs his boots deeply into the dirt, skidding across the ground to stop his backward momentum. He winces in pain as he recovers, while his grandmother screams his name in panic from behind the burning ruins. Dongchan plants his boot firmly into the dirt, pushing off the ground with everything he has to launch himself back into combat. The commander notices Dongchan instantly recovering, caught slightly off guard by the relentless assault. His eye widens as Dongchan closes the distance between them at blinding speed. Dongchan unleashes a high kick at his head, but the commander blocks it with his armored forearm, complementing Dongchan's endurance as the impact shakes the air. Holding up his gloved guard, the commander admits he actually intended to knock Dongchan out cold with that previous punch. Dongchan crouches in a low stance, sweating heavily against the fire backdrop as he mutters that the hit hurt like hell. Panting with bruised cheeks and blood on his chin, Dongchan realizes this commander operates on an entirely different level compared to his underling. Dongchan pulls both hands up into a tight guard, asking himself if this is the true strength of a real Surodan mercenary. The commander's scarred mouth curves into a sinister smirk as he finds the challenge entertaining. Glaring through his raised guard, Dongchan tells him to shut up and come at him. The commander steps forward menacingly, inviting Dongchan to see how long he can last as Dongchan readies himself. Motion blur lines surround the commander as he bursts forward at blinding speed. He unleashes a devastating strike straight into Dongchan's guard, forcing a groan from the young man. Dongchan holds his guard tight, but his arms tremble from the overwhelming force vibrating through his bones. Dongchan's eye widens in shock as he notices the commander immediately launching a follow-up attack. The commander unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes, creating bright impact shockwaves against Dongchan's defense. The relentless assault forces Dongchan's boots to drag backward, leaving deep tracks in the dirt path. Dongchan grits his teeth in distress, realizing he has zero openings to counterattack against this speed. The commander winds back his right arm, concentrating power into a heavy finishing punch. The blow shatters Dongchan's guard and slams directly into his torso, forcing a sharp gasp of air from his lungs. Dongchan doubles over, coughing up blood, while the commander steps back and expresses disappointment that his expectations were too high. Flexing his gloved hand, the commander looks down on the battered boy with complete indifference. Dark red energy suddenly surges around Dongchan once more as he crouches low, his eyes flashing with renewed fury. Dongchan surges forward in a flash, striking the commander square in the face with an aura-infused punch. The force of the counterpunch sends the heavy commander flying backward through the alleyway. Watching from a distance, the grandmother stares with tearful eyes, caught between shock and hope. The commander lies on the ground, staring up in utter astonishment. The moment the strike lands, Dongchan's red aura completely vanishes and he collapses backward unconscious, leaving his grandmother screaming in panic. She rushes frantically over to his limp body as smoke and embers drift across the scene. Kneeling beside him, she shakes his shoulders and desperately begs him to wake up. Dongchan lies motionless on the dirt, his head tilted back without showing a single sign of response. Raindrops begin to fall onto the scorched earth, extinguishing the embers while she quietly begs him to open his eyes. A heavy downpour washes over the destroyed bookstore, drenching the ruins in cool rain. Hearing heavy footsteps approaching through the rain, she gasps in horror and turns to look up. Soaked and bleeding from his face, the commander stands over them and coldly demands that she step aside. She spreads her arms defensively over Dongchan's body, crying out to ask what more he intends to do to them. Glaring down without mercy, he declares that disobeying Suradan is treason against the state, and the price for treason is death. She weeps profusely in despair, begging him to spare the child. Her wrinkled, trembling hand rests on Dongchan's chest as she quivers with fear over his limp body. She bows her head all the way to the wet ground before the commander boots, apologizing to spare Dongchan's life. Inside the charred shop ruins, her voice echoes, promising that this resistance will never happen again. Dongchan lies motionless in the pouring rain, oblivious to his grandmother begging for his life right beside him. Deep inside his fading consciousness, a hazy recollection of his own face appears as he faintly hears her cries. In the dark void of his mind, he struggles to regain consciousness. A mysterious voice inside his mind asks how long he plans to lie there, making young Dongchan's eyes snap open in his memory. In a peaceful memory, young Dongchan lies sprawled on a wooden floor while a gentle voice suggests he take a rest. A pair of bare feet stands near the boy as the gentle voice continues speaking. Young Dongchan sits up, rubbing his eyes, wondering when he fell asleep and admitting he still cannot control his training properly. A shadowy figure wrapped in swirling gray bandages sits beside him, telling him not to rush because beginnings are always the hardest part. Looking down at his hands, young Dongchan asks his mentor how he is supposed to focus his mind properly. The teacher voice suggests that trying to elevate his mind simply might not suit Dongchan's nature. The bandaged mentor raises a hand to his temple, advising Dongchan to empty his thoughts entirely and pull all his focus into his physical body instead. Young Dongchan touches his ankles, asking where in his body he should focus, and the mentor replies he should choose the place he is most familiar with. Looking down with realization, young Dongchan mutters that if that is the case, the answer is obvious. Back in the real world, Dongchan's hand resting in the reins suddenly twitches as focus returns to his fingers. The commander's eye widens in shock as he senses an unexpected surge of movement right behind him. While his grandmother weeps on the ground begging for mercy, Dongchan's voice suddenly speaks from above, calling out to her. She looks up through the rain with tear-streaked eyes, stunned to see Dongchan standing back on his feet. Dongchan stands tall above her in the heavy rain, softly telling her to lift her head up. She reaches out her hands frantically, screaming at Dongchan to run away and leave the situation to her. The red third-eye crest on his forehead ignites once again with brilliant crimson light as Dongchan calmly assures her that everything is okay. Surrounding himself with crackling red energy, Dongchan raises both glowing fists and asks her to trust him. The commander turns around in the rain, looking down scornfully and calling his attempt to fake asura power pathetic. His forehead crest glowing brightly, Dongchan responds that whether it is fake or not does not matter at all. Dongchan vanishes in a blur, reappearing inches away from the commander's face and telling him to see for himself. Shocked by the sudden speed, the commander barely manages to throw his guard up in panic. Dongchan's punch lands with devastating force, cracking the metal arm guard upon impact. He unleashes a fierce flurry of heavy punches, generating explosive shockwaves that tear through the rain. Gritting his teeth in disbelief, the commander struggles under the sheer weight and speed of the continuous strikes. Dongchan looks down with a cold, victorious gaze, mocking that the commander's panicked expression was worth seeing. Enraged by the humiliation, the commander gnashes his teeth and curses Dongchan as an arrogant brat. He throws a full-power counterpunch wrapped in dark aura, roaring that nothing changes despite Dongchan's speed. The commander fist lands directly on target, but Dongchan stands completely immovable, absorbing the entire impact without flinching. The commander's eye widens in horror as he realizes his full-power strike failed to push Dongchan back even an inch. Sweat pours down his face as he trembles in fear, realizing the sheer gap in power. Dongchan casually places his open palm against the commander's extended arm, surrounded by an oppressive red aura. Bathed in brilliant crimson energy with his third eye crest glowing, Dongchan holds the commander's fist with absolute ease. Sweat pours down the soldier's face as he realizes in terror that Dongchan's power was never a delusion. He realizes, with growing dread, that this terrifying pressure is identical to what he feels from Suradan leader, Asura Bakan. A shadowy phantom of Asura Bakan looms behind Dongchan as Dongchan pulls back his fist to strike. Sheer concentrated force gathers in Dongchan's fist, channeling the true power of Asura. Dongchan unleashes a catastrophic punch directly into the commander's midsection, sending a massive shockwave blasting out from behind his back. The commander gasps helplessly with whited-out eyes as the internal damage takes effect. He throws his head back and screams in agony, coughing up a spatter of blood from the blow. His body goes completely limp, slumping forward onto Dongchan's shoulder in total defeat. Dongchan steps back, letting the defeated soldier slide off him and crash onto the muddy ground. His grandmother clasps her hands to her mouth in tearful amazement, stammering his name in disbelief. Dongchan stands victorious in the pouring rain, looking down at both defeated Suradan soldiers lying unconscious at his feet. Steam rises from his arms as the red magical aura fades away, while she calls out to check if he is alright. She rushes over to inspect him while Dongchan smirks with pride, claiming Suradan was not that tough after all. Instead of celebrating, she clutches her head in distress, lamenting that she will never be able to live a normal life again because of his actions. She holds her face in deep worry, overwhelmed by the dire consequences of defying Suradan. Dongchan's arrogant smile vanishes, replaced by genuine confusion as he asks if she is injured. She waves her hand to reassure him she is not hurt, but her expression remains heavily burdened. Clutching her apron with trembling hands, she asks Dongchan what he plans to do now after defeating state mercenaries. Dongchan tilts his head innocently, casually suggesting that they start by rebuilding the ruined shop first. She screams at him in total exasperation over his cluelessness, while Dongchan scratches his head in confusion. Looking at the defeated soldiers near the ruined shop sign, Dongchan proudly asks if he did not do a great job taking them down. She looks up with a deadly serious expression, asking if he truly has no idea what dire situation they are now in. Dongchan's expression turns tense as he begins to realize the gravity of her words. She lays out the dark reality, explaining that by making Suradan their enemy, the entire state military is now hunting them. Dongchan grits his teeth and shouts defiantly that if the state comes for them, he will simply crush anyone who tries to attack. She yells at him to stop talking nonsense, her face flushed with anger and worry over his recklessness. Dongchan lowers his head silently as she points out that fighting an entire nation alone is practically suicide. Looking out at the quiet, rainy street, she instructs Dongchan to listen carefully to her next instructions. Her hand trembles at her side as she begs him not to be stubborn and prepare to do what is necessary. Standing opposite him in the rainy alleyway, she gives him a strict command to leave this village immediately. Dongchan looks at her with a hurt expression, asking what she means by telling him to abandon the village. She instructs him to head north and seek out a mercenary group named Fortga, explaining they have been enemies of Suradan for a long time. Dongchan shouts back in protest, asking if she expects him to leave her behind and run away like a coward. She tells him to shut up and listen, but Dongchan stands his ground, firmly stating he will not leave without her. His rain-soaked face shows pure stubborn devotion as he insists on staying by her side. She turns her back to him, quietly saying he has to go alone and that they cannot stay together. Heavy rain pours from the overcast sky as she assures him not to worry about her safety. Dongchan gasps in shock as his grandmother suddenly drops down onto her knees before him in the rain. Kneeling on the muddy ground, she bows deeply as she begs him to survive no matter what happens. Kneeling in the downpour, she weeps profusely and begs Dongchan to survive at all costs, admitting she cannot bear the thought of him dying. Dongchan looks down at his weeping grandmother with a heartbroken expression, unable to argue further. He bows his head in defeat, accepting her painful decision as rain streams down his face. Standing with his back turned in the rain, Dongchan quietly agrees to do as she says. She wipes tears from beneath her glasses as Dongchan softly asks her not to cry anymore. Dongchan kneels down and gently holds her trembling hands in his own. His eyes fill with solemn resolve as he prepares to make a sacred promise. Standing tall, Dongchan vows to become strong enough to protect her and the bookstore, promising that he will return. Looking down with a gentle expression, he promises to rebuild their bookstore when he returns and asks her to wait for him. Dongchan slowly lets go of her hand, stepping back as the rain falls between them. Her hand rests alone on her knee as Dongchan turns and begins to walk away. A tear trickles down her cheek while she watches her adopted grandson depart. Looking from behind her, Dongchan walks away down the quiet street as she prays for him to be careful. His heavy boot splashes through a puddle on the pavement as he picks up his pace and begins running. Dongchan runs at full speed through the heavy rain along a fence, gritting his teeth in determination. Illuminated by fierce inner resolve, Dongchan runs forward while narration from his grandmother declares that he will become the key to stopping Suradan in the future. A young boy named Shinhei with brown hair and pointed beast ears crouches low in the grass, his ear twitching as he listens to a sound in the forest. Shinhei sneaks stealthily through the thick green foliage holding a wooden slingshot, stalking his target. His wide eye lights up with excitement as he spots potential prey through the leaves. A squirrel perches on a mossy branch, completely unaware of the hunter watching it. Shinhei readies a small stone in his slingshot, aiming carefully while confirming the angle is good. Pulling the rubber band back tightly, he smirks quietly, whispering that the squirrel is his first target of the day. Shinhei suddenly freezes in surprise, his eye widening as he notices something unexpected on the forest floor below. An overhead view reveals Dongchan lying unconscious on a patch of grass in the forest, while Shinhei looks down in surprise, wondering if that is a person. Shinhei struggles beneath Dongchan's weight, gritting his teeth as he tries to carry the older boy on his back. Shinhei trudges through the woods under Dongchan's heavy weight, panting heavily. Dongchan holds Shinhei firmly by the head in the thick purple gas, making Shinhei scream in terror, as Dongchan asks if they expected him to react like this. Shinhei's eye widens with fear inside his gas mask as purple mist swirls around them. A female kidnapper leaps through the purple fog from above, with her arms extended to strike Dongchan and save Shinhei. Dongchan shifts his gaze upward, reacting instantly to the incoming aerial attack. An explosive impact shakes the clearing, sending shockwaves that blow away the purple gas in a massive burst. Shinhei lands on his rear in the purple mist, yelling at his big sister to take it easy during the chaotic clash. Shinhei worries through his mask that Dongchan might get killed, but pauses in confusion as he sees the result of the blow. Dongchan stands completely immovable, catching her full power strike with a single hand, while Tex notes they messed with the wrong guy. She leaps backward into a crouch, gasping and clicking her tongue in shock after her surprise attack was easily repelled. She stares in alarm at Dongchan, inwardly amazed that he blocked her ambush using only one hand. Sweat drips inside her mask as she realizes Dongchan is far more dangerous than expected, inwardly cursing Shinhei for luring such a monster. Dongchan flexes his right-gloved hand, examining his palm as he realizes he has regained full physical control over his right arm. In the reflection of her mask lens, Dongchan raises his left hand, determined to test his control over his left side next. Standing firm in the purple fog, Dongchan focuses his concentration into his legs to restore their power next. She surges forward once more, attempting to blitz Dongchan before he can react. Her eye widens in shock as Dongchan casually dodges her incoming punch with minimal movement. Dongchan continues testing his physical movements, unleashing light punches while easily slipping past her attack string. He delivers a crisp, straight punch to her abdomen, shattering her guard and forcing a sharp gasp of pain. A small pebble hits Dongchan's gas mask with a click, causing him to react in slight surprise. Shinhei stands trembling in the purple mist with his slingshot raised, nervously stammering that he got Dongchan with his shot. Dongchan turns his head slowly toward Shinhei, a menacing red light glowing behind his mask as he asks if Shinhei wants to be taken care of first. Dongchan turns fully toward Shinhei, telling him to remember that he brought this on himself. Taking advantage of his distraction, the female kidnapper leaps up behind Dongchan and smothers his gas mask intake with a concentrated sleeping gas fruit, telling him to sleep tight. Dongchan looks down in confusion as the concentrated purple knockout gas pours directly into his mask filter. Thick purple gas fills the interior filter, hissing loudly as Dongchan inhales the concentrated fumes. Dongchan collapses face first onto the ground unconscious, while she sits atop his back, panting in relief that the trick worked. She catches her breath, admitting to herself that it was an extremely close call. Dongchan lies motionless on the ground while the kidnappers mock him, calling him an idiot for falling for such a simple trick. Dongchan groans as his consciousness awakens inside a dark, swirling mental void. He sits up inside the dark, swirling vortex, holding his aching head and wondering where he is, as a gentle voice calls out to him. Dongchan groggily opens his eyes inside the vision, trying to focus on his surroundings. He gasps as a gentle light breaks through the dark vortex, revealing his grandmother sitting before him. In the vision, she sits warmly at a small dining table set with soup and rice, commending him for working hard at the bookstore. Dongchan stares at her in shock, calling out her name in emotional disbelief as she offers him a spoon of soup. He leans across the table frantically, asking if she is okay and how her injuries are, while she looks at him with mild concern, asking if he ate something bad. She holds out a spoon of hot soup, smiling softly and telling him to eat before it gets cold. Dongchan takes the bowl hesitatingly, questioning what is happening as the vision around him begins to warp. The wooden bowl rattles as dark green smoke and swirling shadows begin to consume the table. Dongchan's pupils shrink in shock as his grandmother vanishes into thin air. He finds himself sitting entirely alone in the center of a pitch-black swirling abyss, calling out desperately for her. Dongchan looks around the empty mental void in utter confusion, trying to comprehend what is happening. He turns his head sharply as a strange, distant voice calls out the name Nev into the void. A strange figure wrapped in green bandages with a featureless face stands before Dongchan, telling him he has been looking for Nev. Dongchan looks up and firmly corrects the figure, stating his name is Dongchan, not Nev, but the figure ignores him and asks if he is slacking off from training. The green figure sighs, telling Dongchan he is hopeless and urging him to stop acting like a baby and get up. It extends its glowing hand while Dongchan repeats once again that he is not Nev. The figure pauses and stares, asking if he is really sure he isn't Nev, and Dongchan insists he is 500% sure. Dongchan glares with annoyance as the figure continues calling him Nev despite his denials. The green figure hollow black eye sockets stare blankly back at him. The figure suddenly gestures behind Dongchan, asking in alarm what is standing behind him. A nightmare vision erupts as skeletal arms and shadowy monsters pull the figure down into a blood-red abyss, while voices scream for help. Dongchan violently snaps awake from the nightmare in the real world, gasping desperately for breath with wide eyes. He sits inside a moving iron prisoner cage, panting heavily as cold sweat pours down his bruised face. Dongchan gasps as a calm female voice speaks to him from across the cage, noting he must have had a terrible nightmare. A shadowy figure with glowing yellow eyes sits chained in the dark corner, explaining the effects of the dream fruit. The light reveals the prisoner to be a young woman with pointed elf ears and tattoos, sitting bound in heavy chains as Dongchan demands to know who she is. Dongchan tries to stand up, but a loud clanking noise alerts him to heavy iron chains binding his wrists tightly together. Dongchan looks down in shock, realizing his wrists are bound with a padlock and metal chains. Heavy iron chains and a sturdy padlock secure his hands together. A view through the wooden bars shows the horse-drawn carriage rumbling down a desolate dirt road. Dongchan looks through the iron bars of the moving wagon, realizing he is being transported, while the elf woman remarks that he is slow on the uptake. She asks Dongchan if he has finally understood their current situation. Dongchan and the elf woman sit bound on opposite sides of the cage wagon as she explains she was kidnapped too. She reassures Dongchan that he won't be harmed, adding that she was not simply captured by accident. Leaning back against the wall, she confidently declares that she allowed herself to be kidnapped on purpose as part of a mission. Dongchan completely ignores her dramatic speech, eyeing the lock and calculating that breaking out will be easy. He bluntly cuts off her explanation, telling her to forget all that because he plans to break out right now. Dongchan asks if she wants to tag along, leaving her staring at him in dumbfounded disbelief. She asks if he is hallucinating as a coping mechanism for trauma, making Dongchan glare back at her in annoyance. Dongchan accuses her of lying about getting caught on purpose, but she stubbornly insists that everything is proceeding according to her secret plan. Dongchan dismisses her as playing pretend and turns away to break his chains, while she tries to guide his breathing to calm him down. Dongchan shouts in frustration that he is leaving her behind, while she calmly ignores his protests and continues guiding his breathing exercises. Outside, the male kidnapper drives the horses, while the female kidnapper sits on the roof, yelling at the captives to shut up. The male driver turns around annoyed, cursing at the prisoners for making so much noise while being kidnapped. Shinhei sits in the back, marveling at how fast Dongchan woke up without taking the antidote fruit. Shinhei considers using another sleeping gas fruit, but the driver reminds him they left their gas masks behind in the forest. She sits thoughtfully on the carriage roof with her arms crossed, reflecting in silence. Her red eyes widen as she realizes with dread that if Shinhei had not intervened, Dongchan would have defeated her easily. A memory flashes of Dongchan effortlessly catching her full power strike with one hand, making her question if she could have ever beaten him. Sitting solemnly on the roof, she internally admits that there was no way she could see herself winning against Dongchan. Shinhei shouts up that they have arrived, interrupting her thoughts as she sighs that the mission was ruined. She tilts her head back toward the sky, concluding that since they arrived, it no longer matters anyway. The carriage arrives before a massive, dark fortress built with huge iron gates and a menacing crest above the entrance. Dongchen grips the iron bars, looking out at the looming dark fortress in shock and asking if it is a prison. The elf woman looks out calmly, noting that everything is as expected and that the kidnappers plan to sell them off. Dongchen turns back to her in complete disbelief, asking why on earth a prison would ever buy kidnapped people. She sits calmly in her chains, explaining that the prison front is just a cover and that very few actual criminals are held inside. She reveals the dark reality that the fortress is actually an illegally operated slave market. Outside, a heavily spiked armored slave buyer greets the kidnappers, asking to inspect the goods. The elf woman concludes that they have been sold as slaves, then pauses to watch Dongchan silently stretching his shoulders behind her. Dongchen grins intensely as he flexes his chest and arm muscles violently, causing his shirt to strain against his frame. She looks back in surprise as a loud metallic crack echoes through the cage. The thick iron chains snap completely in two, dropping onto the floor with a heavy clatter. Dongchen crouches freely without his chains, smirking maliciously as he plainly announces that he is running away. Dongchen offers to untie her chains so they can hurry and escape, but she plainly refuses his help, telling him she is fine. She sits calmly against the wagon bars, instructing Dongchan to just finish whatever he was doing without worrying about her. Dongchen looks at her with a goofy expression of total confusion, scratching his head as she explains she is looking for someone inside. She reveals that she allowed herself to be captured so she could search for someone inside the prison building. Dongchen stands up and shouts at her in exasperation, calling her an idiot and reminding her that she said this place was a prison. She corrects him that it is a slave market rather than a real prison, but Dongchan yells back that it is the same thing since she said no one ever gets out once inside. She tells Dongchan to leave on his own and that she will handle her mission herself, despite her earlier warning that escaping would be impossible. Dongchan glares at her with veins popping on his forehead, asking if she is completely insane for walking into a slave market voluntarily. Dongchan gasps as the kidnapper voice approaches outside, announcing to the buyer that both captives are in great condition. A gray-skinned, horned demon slave trader walks up to the carriage alongside the kidnapper to inspect the captives. Hearing them approach, Dongchen quickly plops back down onto the floor to pretend he is still bound in chains. The elf woman turns her head in confusion, asking Dongchan why he sat back down after making such a scene about escaping. Dongchen leans toward her and whispers that he has come up with a much better idea than blindly rushing out. Lowering his voice, he explains that rushing out without a plan would be foolish against an entire fortress. Dongchen whispers that they need to thin out the enemy numbers first to make escaping easier. Outside, the kidnapper searches through his ring of keys to unlock the cage for the buyer. The horned demon stands impatiently beside the carriage, telling the kidnapper to hurry up and open the door. The elf woman watches the kidnapper fumble with his keys, feeling an uneasy suspicion about the situation. She realizes something is seriously wrong with the fortress layout and security. Looking at the barren, desolate landscape surrounding the fortress, she wonders how an illegal market could operate here openly. The kidnapper opens the door wide and welcomes the buyer, pointing out with delight that one of the captives is an elf. Dongchan sits quietly on the floor while the kidnapper brags about the high value of an elf slave, and the buyer steps closer. Heavy footsteps echo as the horned demon steps inside the carriage, while Dongchan watches him with a cold stare. The horned demon stands over both captives inside the wagon, humming thoughtfully as he assesses their physical condition. His single red eye narrows as he decides to inspect the elf woman first. The buyer reaches toward the elf woman, while the kidnapper asks how much he is willing to pay for her. As the buyer reaches down to grab her chains, he pauses abruptly, noticing something unusual about the second captive. The horned buyer turns his head, his single red eye widening as he notices Dongchan's unbound wrists. He stares down at the broken iron chains lying on the floor, inwardly questioning how the chains could possibly be shattered. Dongchan's eyes gleam with sudden lethal intent as he prepares his surprise attack. Dongchan explodes into action, delivering a high-flying kick straight into the kidnapper's jaw, smashing him backward. The kidnapper collapses unconscious, leaving the elf woman looking up in total shock as a strange vibrational hum fills the air. Dongchan lands cleanly outside the wagon in a low crouch, his gaze fixed on the horned buyer. Dongchan firmly declares that he will absolutely not accept being enslaved. He stands up with gritted teeth, declaring that he has not even kept his sacred promise to his grandmother yet. Dongchan leaps out of the wagon into the open courtyard, shouting that he refuses to rot in a place like this. Dongchan charges headlong at the horned buyer, surrounded by a surging aura as he screams that this whole situation is a joke. Shinhei watches from the roof in terror, stammering that they are screwed, while his sister watches with a grim expression. The elf woman watches Dongchan charge, inwardly hoping that he will at least manage to escape on his own. Staring through the iron bars, she desperately urges the foolish boy in her thoughts to run with all his might. The horned buyer calmly raises his massive gray hand toward the charging Dongchan, declaring that he won't let him escape. Dongchan sprints across the desolate ground, cursing inwardly about how he ended up in such a terrible situation. As Dongchan sprints, the stone ground directly ahead of him suddenly cracks open with a sharp sound. The stone ground splits apart into a jagged fissure right beneath Dongchan's oncoming path. The elf woman gasps in horror as a massive stone pillar erupts violently from the earth, launching Dongchan into the air. Dongchan crashes hard onto the ground beside the stone pillar, groaning in pain and asking what just happened. Dongchan pushes himself up from the ground, looking back bewildered as he asks if the earth itself just rose to hit him. The horned buyer walks forward among the stone spires, complaining that he hates extra work and telling Dongchan to obey quietly. Dongchan holds his bruised shoulder, asking if the earth manipulation was the buyer doing, while the buyer tells him not to waste his effort. The horned buyer stands tall with glowing red eyes, warning Dongchan to surrender quietly so he does not damage the goods any further. Dongchan crouches low and looks up with a furious glare, questioning who decided that he was merchandise. Dongchan stands back up with gritted teeth, fiercely declaring that he has no intention of rotting in prison or being sold. The horned buyer calmly raises his massive arm, causing the stone ground around Dongchan to rumble and fracture violently. Dongchan's eyes widen in shock as the ground beneath his feet splits into dozens of sharp fissures. Dozens of needle-sharp stone spires erupt simultaneously from the earth, forcing Dongchan to leap frantically to avoid being impaled. The horned buyer watches impassively with an open hand, complimenting Dongchan's agility, while Dongchan realizes he can dodge the spikes. Dongchan analyzes the fracturing ground, realizing that if he watches the cracks carefully, he can predict where the next spikes will sprout. Dongchan executes a mid-air leap, cleanly clearing another rising earth spike with confident agility. The gray-horned buyer stands tall as stone ground fractures around his feet, asking Dongchan if he knows why he serves as the sole guard for the facility. Shinhei sits trembling on the carriage bench as a violent tremor shakes the courtyard, asking in panic if an earthquake is occurring. Close-up of the horned buyer's face with glowing red eyes, boastfully declaring that he alone possesses sufficient power to manage the entire facility. Dongchan turns his head in mid-sprint, reacting in alarm as an immense shadow looms overhead. A top-down shot reveals a colossal earth golem construct manifesting above the courtyard, towering directly over Dongchan's position. Dongchan looks up at the massive earth golem in disbelief, sweating heavily as he complains about the extreme scale of the buyer's magic. The horned demon buyer brings his hands together in a heavy clap, activating an immense surge of magical power. A catastrophic earthquake violently tears apart the entire courtyard, causing huge boulders to collapse in a massive explosion. The female kidnapper shields herself from the flying debris, cursing the buyer as a crazy bastard who is trying to kill everyone present. Inside the prisoner wagon, the elf woman sits quietly behind the iron bars, watching the destruction outside with a calm expression. A close-up shows a mouth biting down on its lower lip as a quiet chuckle escapes. A wide view shows the cratered wasteland left behind by the buyer's ultimate attack as thick dust settles over the rubble. Shinhei shouts down from the wagon that he is only paying half price for Dongchan now, but the kidnapper protests that it is a lame excuse. The buyer stands impassively amidst the dust clouds while the kidnappers argue about the money behind him. He suddenly turns his head in surprise as a loud rumbling sound echoes from the pile of crushed boulders. The elf woman's eyes widen in utter shock as a dark silhouette emerges from beneath the crushed rocks. Dongchan crawls out from the buried rock pile with blood dripping down his face, his forehead crest blazing with crimson energy as he curses the buyer. Dongchan crouches in a low combat stance as a crushing red martial aura erupts from his body, shaking the ground as he mockingly repeats the buyer words. The horned buyer looks at Dongchan, glowing mark curiously, and asks what he used to work as, and Dongchan angrily shouts that he was a former bookstore clerk. The buyer hums doubtfully at the absurd answer, assuming Dongchan is refusing to tell the truth about his origin. The elf woman stares in complete bewilderment as she recognizes the glowing third eye crest on Dongchan's forehead. Dongchan tells the buyer to think whatever he wants, his glowing forehead crest radiating intense magical light. Dong-chan vanishes in a flash of speed toward the buyer, stating he will hear the buyer's story later as she watches in awe. In mid-dash, Dong-chan grabs the elf woman through the carriage bars and effortlessly rips her out of the cage to safety, telling her to stay out of his way. Dong-chan holds the freed elf woman under his arm, sternly warning her as he prepares to fight the buyer. With a powerful toss, Dong-chan leaps and throws her safely onto the roof of the prisoner carriage away from the blast zone. Dong-chan turns back toward the horned buyer with a lethal glare, warning that if anyone gets in his way, he will not spare them. She lands cleanly on top of the carriage roof beside Shinhei as the shockwave from Dong-chan aura blows past them. Dong-chan glowing red eye flares as he prepares to unleash his full power against the horned demon buyer. Dong-chan launches himself from high above straight down at the horned buyer like a falling meteor, screaming that he will not just stand still anymore. A split panel captures the shocked reactions of everyone present as an unexpected turn occurs mid-strike. The elf woman leaps down from the roof and lands gracefully on the ground right between Dong-chan and the buyer, interrupting the clash. The horned buyer pauses his attack, noting that judging by her graceful movements, she is clearly no ordinary elf. She gives him a dark look, stating coldly that there is no need to discuss her true identity. Standing tall before the massive buyer, she points back at the wounded Dong-chan and firmly declares that she will take him. The horned buyer stares down at her in mild confusion at her sudden claim. Dong-chan lies on the ground holding his injured head, grumbling about the enemy's sneaky attack while he was talking. He looks up in surprise with his third eye emblem still visible on his forehead, noticing the elf woman taking center stage. She kneels in front of Dong-chan, staring at him intensely as she asks if it was really him. She turns to the horned buyer, asking if there is an elf in the prison bearing a body symbol similar to hers. The horned buyer mockingly asks if she really thinks she can negotiate with him in her position. She offers a peaceful surrender for both herself and Dong-chan, swearing on her name if the buyer answers her question. She points out that continued fighting will only lower Dong-chan's market value as a product, causing financial loss for the buyer. The horned buyer listens quietly, considering her logical proposal. The horned buyer plainly answers that no such elf exists in the prison, leaving her disappointed. He explains that elf captives are rare, so he remembers every single one clearly, confirming none bear her symbol. She realizes her missing person is not inside the facility, concluding that she no longer has any reason to enter the prison. She squats casually on the ground, nonchalantly declaring she will not go inside, which completely shocks the buyer. The horned buyer glares with gritted teeth, reminding her that she swore on her name to surrender peacefully. She stands up carelessly, telling him he can take her name if he wants it, but she is leaving and taking Dong-chan with her. She points back at the battered Dong-chan, firmly declaring that she is taking the boy with her. She casually points away, signaling to Dong-chan that they are leaving. Shinhei sits in the wagon driver's seat, watching the surreal scene unfold in complete confusion. Shinhei stares wide-eyed from the carriage, unable to comprehend the elf woman breaking her words so casually. She points directly at Dong-chan sitting on the ground behind her, addressing him casually. Dong-chan sits on the dirt with a dark expression, complaining that if she kicks someone in the face out of nowhere, she should apologize. Her golden slit eyes flash as she spins around instantly toward Dong-chan. In a fraction of a second, she thrusts her fist straight toward Dong-chan's face, stopping an inch from his nose as a massive gale of wind blows past. Dong-chan's face is drenched in cold sweat as the terrifying wind pressure from her stopped punch hits him square in the face. Holding her fist steady in front of his nose, she instructs Dong-chan to stay quiet and wait patiently while she gets him out safely. Dong-chan looks at her skeptically, asking why someone he just met is promising to rescue him. She swears on her name once more, but Dong-chan deadpans and reminds her that she just broke that exact oath a moment ago with the buyer. Dong-chan sits back on his hands, bluntly stating that he does not trust a single word she says. She turns her back to Dong-chan, offering to demonstrate something that will make her trustworthy in his eyes. Magical draconic tattoos and blue scales ignite across her back and arms, radiating an intense blue energy. The horned buyer approaches from behind, asking if they are done chatting, to which she casually thanks him for waiting. The horned buyer raises his gray hand, asking one final time if she is sure about her decision. She walks forward without hesitation, dismissing any notion of changing her mind. The horned buyer raises his hand and summons a forest of massive, razor-sharp stone spikes directly beneath her feet. Massive stone spires erupt violently from the earth, completely engulfing her in a devastating rock burst. Her glowing golden eye flares as she activates her defensive skill called Dragonhide. She walks casually through the erupting stone spikes completely unharmed, her arms covered in indestructible blue dragon scales that shatter the rocks on contact. Dong-chan stares in shock, asking himself if she deliberately chose not to dodge the deadly attack. The giant stone spikes crumble into dust and fragments as they make contact with her scaled dragon skin. The horned buyer stares at her in shock, realizing that she is no ordinary elf. Looking from above, she walks calmly across the crater straight toward the horned buyer. She stops right in front of the towering horned buyer, looking him dead in the eyes. The horned buyer summons a massive boulder and slams it down directly onto her head. Her feet stay planted firmly on the ground, absorbing the crushing weight of the boulder without shifting an inch. The buyer's single red eye trembles in shock as he realizes his attack was completely stopped. She walks forward casually, holding the giant multi-ton boulder overhead with just one scaled hand, leaving everyone speechless. Supporting the massive boulder effortlessly with one arm, she coolly asks the buyer if he has any other tricks to show her. Looking down from under the boulder, she stares up at the speechless buyer with complete dominance. Sweat pours down the buyer face as he marvels at her unbelievable physical strength, asking which mercenary group she belongs to. She plainly replies that she does not belong to any mercenary organization. The buyer stands stunned, unable to believe that a nameless individual possesses such monstrous combat power. Enraged by her superiority, the buyer roars and tries to crush her with another wave of earth magic. Stating that he talks too much, she casually hurls the multi-ton boulder directly into the buyer chest, sending him flying backward. The hurled boulder smashes the buyer straight to the heavy stone fortress wall, collapsing the structure in a massive cloud of dust. Dongchan sits on the ground with his mouth agape, completely stunned that her claims of strength were not a bluff. Dongchan gives a deadpan expression as he inwardly reflects that he definitely should not have messed with her earlier. She walks back to Dongchan, her dragon scales deactivating as she calmly announces that the fight is over and it is time to leave. Dongchan looks up at her cautiously as she promises to guarantee his safety while he is with her. She looks down at him with a sincere expression, promising to send him safely on his way after checking a few details. She stands over Dongchan, extending her hand to help him up and swearing once more on her name. Dongchan sighs and accepts her help, admitting that anywhere is better than staying here and that he could not escape from her anyway. Dongchan and the elf woman seal their agreement with a firm handshake. She turns to walk away, casually telling Dongchan that he needs to take a shower as soon as they arrive because he smells bad. Dongchan walks beside her, retorting that she smells too, but she flatly denies it as they walk away together from the destroyed slave market. An elderly wagon driver sighs tiredly as he steers the horse-drawn carriage down a dirt road. The wooden wagon rumbles peacefully through a grassy landscape beneath a bright blue sky. Dongchan sits in the open wagon bed explaining his backstory, noting that he plans to follow his grandmother's advice to search for Forka. The elf woman sits across from Dongchan, listening quietly as she digests his explanation. She asks if he knows anything about the glowing forehead symbol, but Dongchan admits he has no clue about its origin or power. She rests her hand on her forehead in exasperation, bluntly calling him useless, while Dongchan sarcastically apologizes. Dongchan leans forward eagerly, turning the question back on her and asking where she previously recognized his symbol from. Her golden eyes narrow as her expression darkens and she falls silent. As the wagon rumbles down the road, she reveals solemnly that she saw that exact symbol on her big brother corpse. Dongchan jaw drops in shock as he stammers awkwardly, completely silenced by her heavy revelation. The wooden carriage wheel screeches to a halt on the dirt path as the driver announces their arrival. The elderly driver turns around in his seat to tell the two passengers they have arrived at the village. The driver tells them that the carriage fare comes to 5 gold coins. The elf woman tells Dongchan to get up, declaring that she has fulfilled her promise by bringing him to a safe village. Dongchan rubs his eyes as he wakes up groggily from a nap, muttering about smelling smoked pork belly. Dongchan steps out of the carriage wagon and asks about paying the driver the 5 gold fare. Her eye widens in surprise as she reaches into her pocket. She grasps at empty pockets, realizing in horror that she does not have a single penny. A flashback realization shows the kidnappers looting her pockets while she was unconscious from the gas. She slowly turns her head toward Dongchan, hesitantly asking if he happens to have any money. Dongchan deadpans at her, pointing out his tattered shirt and explaining that the kidnappers took everything from him, including his coat. She stares in disbelief as both of them stand stranded without a single copper coin to pay the fare. She casts an anxious side-eye toward the elderly driver sitting on the front bench. She timidly asks the old driver if it would be possible to pay the 5 gold fare on credit. The elderly wagon driver turns around and stares at them with a completely blank expression. The old driver explodes in fiery anger, roaring at them to shut up about credit and pay their debt immediately. Cut to Dongchan standing at a kitchen sink inside a house, washing dishes under running water while wondering what he is doing with his life. Dongchan wears an apron and angrily scrubs porcelain plates, forced to do house chores to work off their carriage debt. The old driver relaxes comfortably on a living room couch reading the newspaper, barking orders at Dong-chan to clean thoroughly without breaking dishes. Outside the window, the elf woman is forced to wipe down the glass panes with a rag while the old driver watches her closely through the glass. She glares angrily at the driver through the window glass, prompting the old man to yell at her not to glare at him. The old man yells from the couch that they should be grateful he is only making them clean, threatening to turn them into the authorities. The old man gets up to use the restroom, warning them not to slack off while Dong-chan sarcastically wishes him a good bowel movement. The old man steps into the bathroom and slams the wooden door firmly shut behind him. Dong-chan sighs heavily from the kitchen, questioning what he is doing. Dong-chan angrily unties his apron in frustration, setting down a washed plate beside the drying rack. Inside the bathroom, the old man sits on the toilet reading a newspaper, chuckling aloud at the gullible youngsters working for him. The old man grins maliciously on the toilet, planning to exploit their free labor before turning them in to collect a reward. His eyes scan through the newspaper articles as he sits in the bathroom. The old man pauses abruptly, his eyes widening as he catches sight of a wanted suspect notice printed in the paper. The newspaper article headline reads, "Surudan mercenaries assaulted, the suspect escaped," accompanied by a suspect sketch. The article text details how a suspect assaulted 2 Surudan mercenaries, burned down a local bookstore, and vanished without a trace. The old man gapes in shock on the toilet as he reads the warning that the suspect is an extremely dangerous individual. Sweating heavily, he realizes the suspect's sketch matches the boy currently washing dishes in his kitchen. The wanted poster displays Dong-chan's face alongside a massive reward notice offering 1.5 million gold for his capture. Dong-chan sits comfortably back on the living room sofa, taking a break while the old man is in the bathroom. Dong-chan looks out the window with a thoughtful expression, worrying about his grandmother's safety and hoping she stays hidden. Suddenly, the bathroom door bursts open with a loud rattle as the old man rushes out into the hallway. The old man bursts into the living room shouting at him, startling Dong-chan off the sofa in a panic. The old man rushes up to Dong-chan, aggressively demanding to know his real name because he stopped hearing the water running. Dong-chan stares back with wide, confused eyes as the old man gets right in his face. The old man yells for his name, and Dong-chan almost slips up, starting to say Dong before catching himself. Dong-chan sits back on the sofa, asking why the old man is suddenly demanding his name and if he plans to report him for slacking. The old man breaks into a cold sweat of pure terror, confirming to himself that the boy just started saying Dong, matching the wanted poster. The old man remembers the article details, specifying a bandage under the left eye, and the name Dong-chan, confirming his worst fears. Dong-chan apologizes nervously, assuming the old man is furious about him slacking off, and promises to work harder. Dong-chan begs the old man not to report him, promising to clean extra hard to make up for taking a break. The old man suddenly places a hand gently on Dong-chan's shoulder, his expression instantly shifting into a warm, friendly smile. Surrounded by a friendly aura, the old man warmly asks what Dong-chan is talking about, praising him for cleaning so diligently. The old man sweetly declares that he is very happy to meet Dong-chan, leaving Dong-chan staring back in complete confusion. The old man slaps his forehead in an exaggerated gesture, claiming he forgot he needs to head to the market to buy groceries right now. The old man asks Dong-chan to mind the house while he is away at the market, to which Dong-chan hesitantly agrees. Dong-chan grins brightly, happily accepting the offer to eat dinner together when the old man returns. Dong-chan pumps his fist enthusiastically and waves goodbye, promising to clean the house like crazy while he is gone. As soon as the front door closes behind him, the old man-friendly smile instantly vanishes into a cold smirk. Outside the house, the old man sweats and smirks sinisterly as he prepares to go straight to the authorities to claim the massive reward. The old man holds the wanted poster and imagines holding stacks of cash, grinning evilly as he plans how to spend the fortune. Outside the house, the elf woman pets the old man's giant bird mount, watching in curiosity as the old man hurries down the road chuckling to himself. She peeks around the wall corner, wondering why the old man is sneaking away in such a good mood. Dong-chan relaxes back on the couch inside the living room, taking a well-deserved break from cleaning. Dong-chan looks up as she enters the living room, asking if he finished the dishes. She sits down near Dong-chan, remarking that the old uncle seemed to be in a strangely cheerful mood as he left. Dong-chan tells her he does not know why the old man was happy, casually guessing that taking a dump made him nicer. She lies back comfortably on the couch cushions, chuckling that having a good bowel movement must have put him in a relieved mood. Lying on the sofa, she notes that there is still one thing bothering her about the uncle. Dong-chan rests his head on his hand on the couch, listening as she prepares to explain her suspicion. She deadpans her conclusion, stating that she thinks the uncle forgot to flush the toilet after taking his dump. The scene shifts to the local governmental office building under a blue sky as a phone conversation takes place inside. A female government clerk with black hair and glasses listens attentively while taking a report on her desk phone. Her hand hangs up the green desk telephone after taking the old man report. The female clerk sits at her desk, politely thanking the old wagon driver for filing the report regarding the wanted fugitive. The old driver leans over the reception desk with veins popping on his face, aggressively demanding to be paid the reward money right away. The clerk calmly explains that the bounty reward can only be issued after official authorities confirm the suspect identity. The old man gesticulates wildly, urging the clerk to come with him right now to confirm Dongchan's identity at his house. The clerk politely informs him that confirming fugitives is not her job, revealing that Suradan mercenaries are already on their way to his house. Her tone turns strangely ominous as she tells him to wait for the reward. The old man breaks into a nervous sweat as the clerk casually notes that he might hear news of the suspect's death rather than capture. Cut back to the house where Dongchan sits on the couch in his apron, suggesting they get back to cleaning while she lies comfortably beside him. She lies lazily on the couch cushions, pointing out that Dongchan does not look like he wants to clean either. Dongchan leans his head back against the sofa, proposing that they take just 5 more minutes of rest before cleaning. She agrees to the 5-minute rest, while Dongchan mutters to himself that he will flush the toilet water himself if the old man does not return soon. Dongchan looks over in surprise as she brings up his earlier battle against the horned slave market buyer. Raising her arms above her head, she notes that something felt dangerous and unstable about the way Dongchan wielded his power. She recalls Dongchan kneeling in the crater with a surging red aura, explaining that his power felt completely unrefined and wild. Dongchan looks back at her curiously, admitting he did not notice anything wrong and asking what he should do to fix it. She shrugs, admitting it might just be a feeling and could mean nothing. Dongchan throws his head back on the couch cushion, venting his frustration about being clueless due to his lost childhood memories. She turns her head to look at Dongchan, asking him to make sure to seek her out if he ever recovers his memories regarding the third eye symbol. Dongchan turns his head, pointing out the obvious flaw that he does not even know her name, location, or what she will be doing. She rests her head on her hand, acknowledging that he makes a good point about them having no way to contact each other. She sits up abruptly on the sofa, offering to finally reveal her true name to him. She reassures him that her name will be enough, leaning in close as she prepares to introduce herself properly. Before she can utter her name, a catastrophic explosion shatters the ceiling of the house, raining wood and stone fragments down on them. A pair of heavy black combat boots lands firmly on the fallen roof debris amidst clouds of dust as a female voice speaks from above. A male Suradan mercenary with sharp eyes looks down through the smoke, asking his partner what would happen if they killed the suspect without confirming his identity. A red-haired female Suradan mercenary with razor-sharp teeth grins villainously, declaring she will just blame the mistake on a false report. The 2 Suradan mercenaries stand ominously atop the destroyed roof. The red-haired female mercenary glares annoyed at her partner as they prepare to secure the area. The elf woman steps in front of Dongchan with her blue dragon scales fully active on her left arm, demanding to know who the intruders are. Draconic horns protrude from her forehead as she glares at the invaders. From the mercenaries' perspective, atop the rubble, they look down on the elf woman shielding Dongchan in his red apron. The 2 Suradan mercenaries drop down into the room, mockingly declaring themselves to be responding to an official report. The red-haired mercenary gets cut off mid-sentence by her partner, raising a spiked fist in anger and yelling at him not to interrupt her. The elf woman assumes the mercenaries were sent by the old driver, asking if Suradan really went this far over a single case of carriage fare evasion. She looks confused as Dongchan steps past her, informing her that the mercenaries are not here for the fare, but for him. Dongchan steps firmly in front of her, telling her to stay out of his business since this is his own case. The red-haired female mercenary cracks her knuckles eagerly, proposing to just beat Dongchan up and claim he attacked first. Dongchan gnashes his teeth in rage as dark red energy crackles across his face and shoulders, muttering at their arrogance. Still wearing his red house cleaning apron, Dongchan ignites a violent crimson aura, declaring that he has no intention of going quietly. The red-haired female mercenary grins maniacally, excited that Dongchan is resisting so she can cut loose and fight. Her partner deadpans and gives her permission to engage, telling her not to hold back. Her razor-sharp eyes lock onto Dongchan with bloodthirsty intent. The red-haired mercenary launches herself forward like a red rocket, screaming to make a mess to her heart's content. She throws a lightning-fast claw strike toward Dongchan's face, blurring across the panel. Her eye widens in shock as Dongchan vanishes from her line of sight mid-strike. In a fraction of a second, Dongchan appears above her, grabbing her by the head and violently smashing her face first into the concrete floor with devastating force. Dongchan keeps his hand clamped firmly on her head, pinning her to the shattered stone floor. Dongchan winds up his right fist as crimson magical energy surges around his arm, preparing to execute a finishing blow. Pinned beneath his hand, the red-haired woman eye glints with dangerous intent as she prepares her countermove. From her pinned position on the floor, she thrusts her boot straight up in a violent kick, striking Dongchan square in the jaw. She flips backwards through the air and lands cleanly on her feet, smirking wildly as she mocks Dongchan that the hit must have hurt. Dongchan holds his jaw as he recovers his balance, surprised that she managed to land such a sharp counterkick while pinned. Dongchan skids back several feet across the broken concrete floor, nursing his jaw where her boot connected. She crouches low in a feral combat stance, her razor-sharp teeth bared in a sinister grin. She chuckles maliciously, noting that Dongchan's eyes are filled with pure, murderous malice. With his forehead emblem glowing brightly, Dongchan glares at her and asks what on earth she means. She gestures mockingly, asking why Dongchan is acting so furious when he was the one who attacked her comrades in the forest first. Dongchan opens his mouth in total disgust, asking if that twisted logic is how Suradon mercenaries justify their atrocities. The red-haired woman looks annoyed, demanding to know what he is talking about. Veins bulge on Dongchan's face as his third eye emblem blazes with power, clenching his fist as he declares that the more he sees of Suradon, the more convinced he is that they must be erased. Dismissing his speech casually, the red-haired woman drops into a low sprint stance. She launches herself off the ground in a burst of speed, leaving a crater beneath her boots. She leaps through the air toward Dongchan, screaming mockingly for him to give it everything he has got. Dongchan braces his arm, his third eye emblem glowing brightly as he readies himself to meet her aerial strike head-on. Inside the house, the elf woman sits calmly on the couch as the massive shockwave from Dongchan and the mercenary clash rattles the walls around her. The shirtless male mercenary stands passively among the fallen roof debris, watching the explosive fight with an indifferent expression. The elf woman looks over at the male mercenary, asking if he is really just going to stand there and do nothing while his partner fights. The male mercenary looks down at her, admitting he is surprised that she makes no attempt to escape or resist. She leans back on the couch, asking why she should run away and if he thinks she is Dongchan's accomplice. She explains plainly that she is not involved with Dongchan, reiterating that she only intervened earlier because she thought it was a dispute over unpaid carriage fare. The male mercenary looks slightly dumbfounded, accepting her ridiculous explanation without argument. To her surprise, he calmly sits down right beside her on the living room sofa, resting his broadsword against the cushions. Sitting beside her, he internally decides that fighting her would be a hassle, so he will pretend to believe her story for now. His sharp eyes shift focus back outside to analyze Dongchan's fighting style. Outside, Dongchan stands panting heavily in his blood-stained apron, his forehead symbol glowing brightly as he catches his breath. A flashback memory shows the scarred commander declaring that Dongchan's strength is no cheap imitation, but the true power of an asura. Inside a medical room, the scarred commander sits heavily bandaged on a bed, pointing out to his younger brother that Dongchan bears the forbidden spell mark on his forehead. The dark-haired male mercenary looks sternly at his older brother, warning him never to bring up that incident because everyone involved back then is dead. The scarred commander insists that he can still eliminate Dongchan himself before the situation escalates. He suggests quietly making Dongchan disappear if the boy still cannot control his powers properly. The dark-haired mercenary looks away thoughtfully, realizing the catastrophic consequences if Suradon top leaders discover Dongchan's existence. The price they will pay if the truth comes out will be impossibly steep. Back in the present, the male mercenary sits comfortably on the couch, reflecting that his usually useless older brother was actually right about Dongchan. He watches Dongchan struggle outside, wondering how he survived the dungeon experiment years ago. Dongchan pants heavily in the courtyard, sweating profusely as he tries to maintain control over his surging power. Dongchan's eye narrows as he realizes internally that he is gradually learning how to stabilize and control his asura power. The red-haired female mercenary stands in a low, feral stance, grinning wickedly and taunting Dongchan for struggling. Dongchan brings his hands together in front of his chest, forcing himself to focus entirely because losing here means death. Dongchan grits his teeth and closes his eyes, focusing every ounce of his concentration into his physical body. The red-haired woman stares in utter bewilderment, shouting at Dongchan and asking if he fell asleep in the middle of combat. Dongchan snaps his eyes open, his pupils transforming into pitch-black sockets with glowing red centers as he puts everything into his strike. Dongchan unleashes a colossal shockwave punch that completely obliterates the stone wall of the house behind them. A heavy combat boot steps backward across the fractured ground as dust fills the air. The red-haired woman holds her trembling arm in horror, sweating profusely and cursing at Dongchan for scaring her with that near miss. She looks down at her arm in shock, realizing that the shockwave grazed her and drew blood despite her dodging. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echo through the dust as Dongchan walks slowly toward her through the destruction. From inside the ruined living room, the elf woman looks over in awe, asking if that massive explosion was really Dongchan doing. The red-haired woman's eyes tremble in disbelief as she looks at Dongchan's transformed face. Blood trickles down Dongchan's forehead, while his third eye emblem glows brightly amidst his blackened eyes. Dongchan looks at her with cold black eyes, muttering a quiet response to her question. Blood trickles down his face from the strain of his power, but he smirks and mentions that someone did call him an asura once before. A memory flashes of the scarred commander labeling his power as an asura imitation, making the red-haired woman gasp in recognition. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes Dongchan is the target who fought her senior commander. She draws a sharp combat dagger from her waist belt, her expression turning deadly serious. Holding her dagger in a reverse grip, she firmly states that there is only one true Asura on the entire continent, their leader, Asura Bakan. Dongchan tilts his head slightly, listening to her claim that only one Asura exists. Dongchan's blood-stained mouth curves into a sinister grin as he asks why she is babbling so much. Dongchan lunges forward with terrifying speed, smashing his aura-infused fist directly into her chest before she can swing her dagger. Sitting on the living room couch, the dark-haired male mercenary calmly nods and agrees that Dongchan makes a good point. Dongchan looks down at the female mercenary, stating that what she or Suridam believes does not matter to him in the slightest. The red-haired female mercenary bursts back to her feet surrounded by roaring red flames, her face warped with rage as she roars that Dongchan is going to die today. In a quiet room surrounded by tall bookshelves, the grandmother sits on the floor flipping through an ancient text, verifying a suspicion. Pages rustle as her hands turn to a specific diagram depicting magical symbols and ancient script. Her finger pauses on a drawn emblem resembling a third eye, matching the forbidden mark she saw on Dongchan. She stares intently at the diagram, confirming to herself that the mark on Dongchan's forehead is indeed the forbidden spell. She recalls the Suridan commander mentioning that Dongchan was imitating the legendary power of Asura. A sinister silhouette of Dongchan bathed in red aura appears in her mind as she ponders whether he acquired Asura power through the forbidden magic. She visualizes the dark figure of Suridan's supreme leader, Asura Bakan, realizing he must be directly connected to Dongchan's lost past. As she sits lost in thought about meeting Dongchan 8 years ago, the door opens and a young man calls out to her. The young man, wearing a headband, walks in with concern, telling her she should be resting instead of sitting out among the books. The young man asks about the situation in the village, and she sighs that Suridan mercenaries are still searching the area everywhere. She smiles warmly and expresses gratitude to the young man for letting her stay hidden in his hideout a little longer. The young man rubs the back of his head nervously as he asks if she has heard any updates regarding Dongchan's whereabouts. She reassures him that no news means Dongchan likely escaped safely, though internally she continues to worry. She places her hand over the ancient diagrams in the book, telling herself her anxiety is unnecessary if it is Dongchan. Meanwhile, far away in the present, Dongchan is locked in a fierce battle, far from safe. The red-haired female mercenary unleashes a massive fire explosion that erupts around her with fiery intensity. Dongchan looks up through the blinding fire and smoke with blood trickling down his chin, surprised by the sudden explosion. The red-haired mercenary instantly maneuvers behind Dongchan in a flash, catching him off guard from his blind spot. She slams her fiery hand straight into Dongchan's chest, detonating a point-blank explosion against his body. The intense thermal blast engulfs Dongchan's face and upper torso, taking him completely by surprise. A massive firestorm detonates across the ruined courtyard, blasting rock and debris everywhere. Inside the roaring inferno, Dongchan lets out a sharp cry of pain as the flames scorch his skin. Dongchan is blasted backward, his heavy boots skidding across the smoking earth to stop his momentum. Dongchan roars through the fire with white-hot fury, his third eye emblem glowing as he pushes through the flames to attack. As Dongchan presses forward, the red-haired mercenary appears right in front of his face, declaring checkmate. She plunges her flame-engulfed palm directly into Dongchan's midsection, channeling immense fiery energy straight into his torso. A colossal explosion erupts from the impact point, creating a towering pillar of fire that shatters the surrounding area. The red-haired mercenary stands amidst the smoking ruins, casually shaking out her hand with a satisfied posture. She grins maniacally with sharp teeth, gloating that she had fun for the first time in a long while and mockingly thanking him. Dongchan lies motionless on the scorched earth, battered and bleeding, as the mercenary approaches him for a final blow. The red-haired mercenary stands over the unconscious boy, raising a glowing hand and mockingly asking for any last words. Dongchan remains silent and motionless on the dirt, unable to respond as his consciousness fades. From a ruined wall nearby, the dark-haired male mercenary watches lazily, noting to himself that it is all over. He reflects that with Dongchan's death, all remaining traces of the dark experiment will finally vanish. A sudden thought causes him to pause and glance back toward the sofa. He wonders to himself why the elf woman sitting on the couch has been acting so strangely this entire time. On the couch, she sits with puffed cheeks and an annoyed face, making the male mercenary wonder if she is afraid of losing a comrade. He dismisses the idea immediately, realizing no living species displays fear by pouting like a child. As dark purple gas begins swirling up around his chest, he foolishly wonders if she is trying to survive by acting cute. His eyes widen in shock as the thick purple gas engulfs his face, realizing too late that she was holding her breath to deploy gas. The male mercenary falls face first onto the ground, completely knocked out by the concentrated knockout gas. She exhales in relief, noting that he lasted surprisingly long and glad she snatched the sleeping gas fruit earlier. On the ground nearby, the battered Dongchan weakly mutters for his grandmother through gritted teeth. The red-haired mercenary gets annoyed at his faint words, mistaking his call for his grandmother as an insult toward her. She charges up her hand with fiery aura, preparing to deliver the lethal strike to finish him off. With a murderous grin, she thrusts her flaming hand downward, telling him to die. Suddenly, the elf woman dives from above with blinding speed, slamming a crushing downward heel kick straight into the red-haired mercenary head. The devastating overhead kick smashes the red-haired mercenary violently into the earth, creating a massive crater in the stone path. The elf woman looks back briefly, softly apologizing to the homeowner for causing further destruction to the property. Thick smoke and dust rise from the impact site as the red-haired mercenary struggles beneath the rubble. Bursts of fire erupt from the crater as the red-haired mercenary pushes herself up, her face bloody and eyes glowing white with absolute rage. Engulfed in a massive inferno of dark red fire, she roars maniacally that she will blow the entire village to dust. She pauses abruptly, her sharp eyes widening in utter disbelief as she looks around the empty ruins. Looking across the desolate wreckage, she realizes both captives and her partner have vanished into thin air, causing her to shout out for Den. She looks around frantically, sweating with gritted teeth as she demands to know where the bastards escaped to. Over by the ruined house, her partner Den lies completely knocked out on the stone floor, unable to respond. Seeing her partner unconscious, veins bulge on her face as fire crackles furiously in her hands. Her eyes burn with murderous hatred as she gnashes her teeth, cursing the escaped prisoners. Meanwhile, far away in the lush forest, the elf woman sprints along a dirt path at blinding speed, leaving the red-haired woman distant screams behind. She carries the battered Dongchan tucked under her arm as he groans weakly in pain, checking to see if he is still alive. She sighs in relief upon hearing his faint groan, telling him not to die as she promises to carry him far away to safety. Dongchan groans weakly, asking her if she is an idiot and if she realizes the terrible danger of making enemies of Suradon just for him. She looks ahead calmly, plainly answering that she does not care, to which Dongchan groans in exasperation. Leaping gracefully through the trees, she explains she could not let him die because his lost memories regarding the third eye emblem might hold the answers she seeks. When Dongchan asks what she will do if his memories never return, she quips that she will regret this day while pounding the ground in frustration, leaving Dongchan with a faint chuckle. A hand grips tightly onto the jagged stone edge of a steep cliff face as someone scales the mountain. Carrying Dongchan bound securely to her back, she hauls them both up the sheer cliff face, checking if he is still breathing. Dongchan weakly rests his head against her shoulder during the grueling climb, asking if she even knows where she is leading them. Looking up toward the ledge, she reassures him that the destination offers free food and shelter, despite them lacking a single coin. Her fingers pull over the top of the stone ledge as they finally reach the summit. Pulling them both over the cliff edge onto solid ground, she announces that they have arrived at their destination. A wide view reveals a grand temple compound built atop the mountain peak, causing Dongchan to wonder if he has reached the gate to the afterlife. Dongchan finds himself wearing a red traditional temple uniform, amazed to receive free meals, medical treatment, and fresh clothes. A smiling temple member reassures him that everything is provided free for those who share their faith, leaving Dongchan delighted. The man holds out an official contract paper, excitedly asking Dongchan to place his seal on it to finalize his membership. Dongchan hesitates as he recalls his grandmother warning never to blindly stamp contracts or official documents. Observing others' sealed papers through a sliding door, Dongchan feels a growing sense of anxiety about the situation. Dongchan turns around relieved as the elf woman approaches, asking her if he should really put his seal on the paper. Dressed in the same red robe, she casually admits she already signed hers, mocking Dongchan for overthinking simple things. High above the cloud line, the secluded temple complex stands nestled among sharp mountain crags under an overcast sky. Temple followers happily gather outside, proudly holding up red scripture books adorned with their religious crest. Inside a quiet room, Dongchan sits cross-legged across from the elf woman, asking her to explain what kind of place they have stumbled into. She explains that the location is officially a religious temple, which she discovered while gathering information at the local market. She points out that its remote geographical location makes it nearly impossible for Suridan mercenaries to locate them. She promises that once his injuries heal, they will proceed toward Forca, prompting Dongchan to admit he misjudged her as just a muscle-brained brute. She stands up to take her leave to search the grounds, reminding Dongchan that she also has her own personal missing person to find. Dongchan recalls her asking the slave trader earlier about an elf bearing her symbol, asking if she is searching for her brother Killer. She clarifies that she is searching for a mysterious companion who traveled alongside her older brother before his death. Dongchan rubs his chin thoughtfully, asking if her brother had the exact same magical markings etched into his body. Before they can continue, a spectacled temple follower pops his head through the door, announcing that it is time for mandatory doctrine study. Dongchan groans with annoyance, showing zero interest in attending a religious lecture. The follower smiles brightly while holding a textbook, reminding him that daily doctrine study was explicitly stated in the contract they signed. She quietly advises Dongchan to comply and blend in so they avoid drawing unwanted attention to themselves. Dongchan clicks his tongue in annoyance, reluctantly agreeing to follow along. Inside the quiet temple hall, a wooden plaque hangs above as followers gather to hear the spiritual teaching. Seated cross-legged on the floor, rows of followers listen attentively as the speaker preaches about breaking the cycle of greed and misfortune. At the front of the hall, a young dark-haired temple leader sits cross-legged on a raised cushion, radiating a calm aura beneath hanging scrolls. While the leader preaches, Dongchan struggles to stay awake and nods off, while the elf woman silently inspects the leader. The temple leader opens his eyes, his dark gaze locking onto the back row as he addresses the new arrivals. The entire audience turns to stare as the leader singles out Dongchan, noting that his internal energy is wildly unstable and calling him forward. Looking down from his dais, the leader firmly instructs Dongchan to step forward so his disordered energy can be examined. Excited followers nudge Dongchan, telling him he should feel honored to receive personal purification from their leader. Annoyed by the crowd pushing them, the elf woman grumbles while Dongchan reluctantly steps out toward the front. As the elf woman moves, the leader's eyes widen in slight shock as he senses an unexpected signature from her. As both walk down the center aisle, the leader internally notes that while Dongchan energy is chaotic, the elf woman energy is absurdly stable. Dongchan steps up to the platform, awkwardly stating that he only came up because the crowd forced him to. Dongchan insists he feels perfectly healthy and does not need any purification treatment. Ignoring Dongchan's protest, the leader calmly raises his hand, stating he will judge Dongchan's condition himself. Glowing magical seals ignite across the leader's fingers as he prepares to perform the diagnostic check. Dongchan gasps as a vibrant purple aura circle surges around his neck and chest, probing deep into his physical body. Placing his hand over Dongchan's chest, the leader instructs him to stay still so he can realign his chaotic internal energy. As he probes deeper, the leader's calm expression turns to surprise as he realizes the sheer level of disorder inside Dongchan. The leader's eye widens in sheer disbelief, admitting this is the first time in his life he has ever witnessed such a phenomenon. He reveals in astonishment that Dongchan possesses two entirely separate, conflicting energies coexisting inside his body. Dongchan innocently asks if having double energy is a bonus, but the leader firmly denies it, stating that two different energies cannot coexist safely. The leader explains that instead of harmony, one of the energies is violently consuming and destroying the other. Sitting in the crowd, the elf woman listens intently, asking which of the two energies is being devoured. The leader delivers the grave diagnosis that Dongchan's original innate energy is the one being consumed. A terrifying vision shows a monstrous asura phantom looming over Dongchan's soul, devouring his original essence. Dongchan sweats heavily, asking in fear what will happen to him if his original energy is completely consumed. The leader admits that while this phenomenon is unprecedented, he can answer his question with absolute certainty. The elf woman and surrounding followers listen in heavy silence as the leader explains the fate of those who lose their original energy. In the silent hall, the leader reveals the grim truth that without exception, anyone who has their original energy completely devoured has perished. The elf woman teases Dongchan with a gentle smirk, calling him a crybaby, making Dongchan realize she only saw his emotional reaction. The leader exhales as the ritual concludes, warning them that the farther apart they travel, the weaker the protective energy bond will become. The elf woman asks if Dongchan is cured, and the leader clarifies that while stabilized, his condition requires ongoing monitoring. Turning to leave, the leader casually remarks that it is time to prepare, leaving Dongchan confused about what they are preparing for. The leader sighs, realizing Dongchan truly did not read a single line of the lengthy temple contract before signing it. The leader reveals that their sanctuary and medical care were not free charity, prompting Dongchan to sheepishly admit they do not have a single coin. To Dongchan's shock, the leader explains that money is not required and that the temple actually pays its members. The leader's sharp eyes turn grave as he reveals the single duty required of every member. Looking up at the colossal singing tree beneath a darkening night sky, Dongchan listens as the leader commands them to defend the mystic tree from the terrifying monsters known as manes that emerge after sunset. Under the night sky, a spectacled temple officer wearing horns greets Dongchan and the elf woman, introducing himself as Cho, leader of Group 8. Cho looks down at the two, asking Dongchan to wake up the sleeping elf woman lying beside him. Cho stands over them with his hands behind his back, telling Dongchan to wake his companion. Cho asks if they understand their assignment, and Dongchan casually admits he already forgot the details. Recalling the temple leader explanation, a vision of the colossal singing tree appears as Cho reminds them to defend it from the nocturnal monsters known as manes. Dongchan asks what manes are, and Cho explains that they are a dangerous, combat-specialized non-human species. Cho shows a diagram of a gray-skinned demon, noting they possess violent tendencies and superior physical strength. Cho clarifies that manes vary in species, and the specific subtype attacking tonight is known as the boar. He describes the boar as a low-intelligence, highly aggressive subspecies no different from wild beasts. He explains that the monsters instinctively sense the singing tree's sacred energy at night and swarm the area to feed on it. A terrifying vision shows a gaping, fanged maw attempting to swallow the sacred tree whole. Dongchan muses that beautiful flowers naturally attract pests, and Cho affirms that their job is to keep those pests away. Cho firmly declares that protecting the singing tree is the primary purpose behind the temple existence. Dongchan takes a crunchy bite out of his green apple, pondering their new assignment. Sitting behind a protective stone wall, Dongchan realizes that if the job provides free food, shelter, and pay, the defense must be exceptionally tough. Dongchan sweats nervously, realizing that staying long-term conflicts with his goal of recovering quickly and leaving. Cho looks down into the dark rocky gorge beneath the crescent moon, warning everyone that the monsters are approaching. Heavy footsteps echo through the desolate, rocky canyon path as the enemy draws near. From behind Stonewall Post number 8, Dongchan and the elf woman watch the canyon path closely. Monstrous gray-skinned boar creatures with glowing eyes crawl out from a dark cavern in the canyon wall. Cho reassures Dongchan, explaining that Group 8 is assigned to a quiet sector where boar encounters are rare. Cho summons a brilliant golden energy blade in his hand, inviting them to sit back and observe his combat skill. The elf woman watches Cho's glowing sword, thanking him for his concern but preparing her own strength. A gray boar monster suddenly lunges out from the canyon wall straight toward Cho. The monster gaping maw and sharp fangs close in as Cho's golden blade flashes across the frame. With a single swift stroke of his light sword, Cho cleaves the airborne beast cleanly in two. Cho lands gracefully in a low crouch as the bisected monster crashes onto the rocks. Adjusting his glasses, Cho smiles confidently and proposes to clear out the rest of the incoming beasts. Two more boar monsters dive down from the high cliff ledge at the same time to ambush him. Cho unleashes a dual golden light slash, cutting through both beasts in a split second. Watching from behind the barricade, Dongchan gasps in awe at Cho's martial skill, while the elf woman nods in mild approval. Cho rests his light blade over his shoulder, revealing that he is a former professional mercenary and a high-ranking temple officer. The elf woman drops down from the barricade to join Cho, asking if they are truly permitted to slaughter the creatures without mercy. Cho explains that boar monsters enjoy mindless slaughter and would reduce entire civilian villages to ash if left unchecked. He notes that even national governments actively fund boar extermination, causing the elf woman to nod in understanding. Another ferocious boar monster charges at Cho back while he continues explaining the situation. Cho executes an instantaneous reverse slash without even turning his head. Cho completes his follow-through, calmly noting that if they fail to kill the beasts, they will be killed instead. Cho glances at her, asking why she is not wearing protective armor like his padded breastplate. She effortlessly blocks an incoming claw strike with her scaled blue arm, stating that her draconic skin is far tougher than metal armor. Resting his chin on the stone wall, Dongchan muses that the fight looks more like a talent showcase, though the sheer number of monsters seems unusually high for a quiet sector. The elf woman holds a struggling boar monster by its neck with a single hand, telling Dongchan to stay put and focus on resting. Dongchan smurfs comfortably behind the wall, happily taking advantage of his status as an injured patient. Dongchan chuckles to himself, relaxing on the dirt slope as he enjoys his apple. Dongchan suddenly freezes as a towering, razor-spiked elite boar monster appears on the high ridge above them, growling menacingly. A massive impact shakes the canyon, making both Cho and the elf woman turn around in shock. The elf woman gasps as Cho realizes an elite specimen must have broken through another defense group sector. Cho urgently warns that if the monster bypassed other sectors, it is undoubtedly a high-level elite specimen. The elf woman immediately charges forward, telling Cho to handle the remaining grunts while she deals with the incoming threat. Heavy dust and rocks crash down from the cliff face as the powerful entity settles onto the battlefield. Crouching on the cliff edge, the elf woman peers through the thick dust clouds to identify the threat. She focuses her gaze as she senses an overwhelming, heavy pressure radiating from the dust. Looking down, she realizes in shock that the aura pressure emanating from the intruder is on an entirely different level compared to normal boars. She ignites her blue dragon scales across her forearm, steeling herself to face the elite specimen. Her eye widens as she tracks a blinding silhouette rushing toward her through the smoke. A swift beast silhouette dashes up the rocky incline at incredible speed toward her position. As the creature comes into view, the elf woman pauses in confusion, questioning if this is really the source of the immense pressure. She realizes that while this boar is faster than average, it is not the source of the overwhelming aura she felt a moment ago. She snaps her head around in horror, realizing where the true overwhelming pressure is actually originating from. Her eye trembles in shock as she turns back toward Dongchan's position. Over by the stone wall, Dongchan stands surrounded by dark, swirling aura. His eyes pitch black as a monstrous dark entity manifests over his shoulder. Dongchan stares in disbelief as his right arm completely transforms into a monstrous, pitch-black draconic gauntlet bound by a glowing golden wrist ring. The elf woman stands frozen in disbelief as Dongchan looks down at his fully transformed, demon-like arm and the dark phantom hovering beside him, asking himself why this happened. In a flashback memory, a gray-haired mentor lectures young students, explaining that energy is the fundamental force driving all living beings. Young Dongchan sits in class with gritted teeth while a classmate teases him for being clumsy at energy control. Nearby, a young elf girl listens quietly, recognized as a prodigy capable of controlling energy at a professional level. The gray-haired instructor warns that when two conflicting energies coexist in one body, severe side effects like memory loss occur. The instructor solemnly notes that in most instances, the shock of dual energies results in instant death. Young Dongchan listens intently as the mentor explains that even if a subject survives, the conflicting energies will eventually overload their body. A harrowing vision shows a subject body breaking down until death claims them. The instructor reveals that the only way to prevent body collapse is to share energy with a strong partner. A young student raises her hand, asking why they are being taught such advanced forbidden knowledge. The instructor smiles mysteriously, hinting that knowing this secret might prove crucial in the future. Back in the present, Dongchan stares at his transformed demon hand, realizing the true significance of his teacher words. Dongchan realizes in horror that his childhood teacher predicted this exact dual energy crisis years in advance. Dongchan looks at his transformed gauntlet and the dark spirit floating beside him, thoroughly bewildered by what is happening to his body. Dongchan turns to the elf woman, realizing that her shared energy fulfilled the exact conditions his teacher described. The elf woman glares threateningly at him, but Dongchan hastily explains that fragments of his lost memories have just resurfaced. Dongchan shouts in realization that his childhood teacher intentionally prepared him for having two conflicting energies. The elf woman's eyes widen in shock as Dongchan suggests that her older brother likely suffered from the exact same condition. Driven by desperation, the elf woman grabs Dongchan by his collar, demanding that he tell her every detail about that mysterious teacher. Dongchan tries hard to recall, describing the teacher as a man with long white hair whom the children called teacher. Dongchan apologizes for only remembering a few details, making the elf woman sigh solemnly. She gently touches Dongchan's transformed arm as she processes the faint clue. She notes that it has been 2 years, leaving Dongchan looking at her with a questioning expression. She reveals that she has searched for 2 years since leaving her hometown, and this is the first genuine clue she has uncovered regarding her brother's death. Standing tall against the night sky, she softly thanks Dongchan, stating that even the smallest lead is invaluable to her. She pats his shoulder roughly, ordering him to report every new memory to her, making Dongchan wince in pain. Looking down at the canyon floor, she reminds him that they should head down to check on the situation below. Cho turns around relieved, expressing gladness that both of them returned unharmed. Cho points out the unusual behavior of the boar monsters, noting that they fled despite having targets right in front of them. Cho turns and screams in terror at Dongchan's transformed demon arm and floating spirit, calling him a monster. Cho sheepishly apologizes for mistaking Dongchan for a boar, while Dongchan sighs at the awkward reaction. The elf woman considers whether the violent boars fled because they sensed a greater threat from one of their own kind. Dongchan realizes in shock, asking if his asura transformation means he is technically classified as a main. She clarifies that asuras are a specialized species of main, making Dongchan the true monster in their midst. Dongchan boasts proudly, delighted by the idea that his aura alone terrified an entire horde of boars into running away. While Dongchan celebrates, Cho remains suspicious, sensing that something is fundamentally off about the beast's sudden retreat. Cho questions why the notoriously persistent boars would abandon their attack so easily. Dongchan suddenly pauses as a strange sensation ripples through his body. Dongchan confirms Cho's suspicions, revealing that as a main, he can distinctly sense the presence of incoming entities. Cho looks back as Dongchan warns that the boars did not simply flee in fear. Dark energy crackles around Dongchan as he senses two massive entities approaching their position. The elf woman considers two boars an easy target, but Dongchan warns that these incoming signatures feel entirely different. Dongchan warns that the two approaching signatures are vastly different from standard boars. The night sky looms quietly over the mountain ridge as a sudden tremor shakes the atmosphere. A blinding pillar of energy detonates in the distant forest, illuminating the horizon. Dongchan's eyes widen in sheer shock as the energy blast shakes the distant sky. A colossal shockwave tears through the canyon, obliterating rock ledges and sending dust roaring into the air. Dongchan shields his face from the flying rocks while Cho yells for everyone to fall back to safety. Dongchan looks into the smoking crater, calmly stating that they no longer need to worry about those two approaching targets. Inside the smoking crater lies the massive body of an elite boar monster, utterly crushed and lifeless. Dongchan notes that the elite monster died instantly, realizing its signature was not the source of the terrifying pressure he felt earlier. Looking up at the ledge, the elf woman realizes in horror that the multi-ton monster was forcefully thrown into the canyon by something far more powerful. Cho breaks into a cold sweat, recognizing the slain monster as a top-tier elite specimen. Cho ignites his flame blade, firmly ordering Dongchan and the elf woman to fall back to the temple while he holds the line. Cho tells them to report to the high priest immediately that a top-tier threat has invaded the perimeter. Dongchan deadpans, plainly admitting that he does not remember the route back to the temple, making Cho freeze in disbelief. Cho turns to the elf woman, who casually admits she forgot the path as well. Cho senses three new colossal energy signatures descending straight toward their location. A massive shadow looms overhead as three colossal figures drop from the night sky. A catastrophic explosion shatters the canyon floor as the three massive entities crash down directly before Cho. Cho is blown backward by the violent impact gale, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming force. Cho looks up through his cracked glasses, completely stunned by the monstrous presence standing before him. Flexing his transformed dark gauntlet, Dongchan smirks calmly, proposing that since they do not know the way back, Cho should be the one to return to the temple while they stay and fight. Dongchan looks at Cho with a serious expression, declaring that he will personally handle the incoming enemy. Cho shouts back in protest, arguing that they have no idea how dangerous the target is, and that fighting it alone is reckless. Dongchan argues that if the monster was drawn here by his own energy, then dealing with it is ultimately his responsibility. Adjusting his transformed dark gauntlet, Dongchan declares he must clean up his own mess, while the elf woman tells him to watch his mouth. Cho insists that as team leader he cannot abandon his members, while Dongchan claims he feels completely fine. Siding with Dongchan, the elf woman points out that if Dongchan retreats to the temple, the monster will simply follow him there. She emphasizes that leading a high-tier monster straight to the temple would endanger everyone inside. Cho clutches his head in frustration, admitting her logic is sound while still stressing the extreme danger. Cho grits his teeth, acknowledging that standard protocol requires reporting first, but admits they have no alternative here. Reigniting his flame blade, Cho agrees to defeat the beast together and return as a team, making Dongchan smile. The elf woman's eyes narrow as she senses the next wave of monsters arriving. Looking up at three energy signatures descending from above, Dongchan complains about the enemy repeatedly throwing heavy objects at them. The elf woman readies her scale dragon arm, proposing to block the incoming barrage and counterattack directly. Dongchan's eye widens as he realizes in alarm that the monster signatures are accelerating directly toward them. A massive shadow dives through the dust clouds at terrifying speed before anyone can brace. Cho holds up his flame sword, yelling at everyone to stay alert as the shadows break through. Dongchan points upward frantically, realizing that one of the three signatures is the actual high-tier commander. Dongchan transformed black eye widens in horror as the true commander appears right behind them. A terrifying four-armed gray demon beast with glowing eyes materializes directly behind Cho. Before Cho can react, the four-armed beast swats him across the canyon with devastating speed. Dongchan shouts out in horror as Cho is sent flying by the sudden ambush. As Dongchan turns to engage, the elf woman grabs him from behind to maneuver him out of the path of danger. She leaps across the rocky terrain while carrying Dongchan, warning him not to fall into the enemy movement trap. The four-armed demon beast grotesque gray face growls menacingly. The elf woman promises to finish her fight quickly and rejoin Dongchan on the front line. With a powerful toss, she hurls Dongchan toward Cho's side of the field, telling him to keep the secondary monsters busy while she handles the main threat. Cho groans in pain as he lies bruised on the stony ground after being swatted away. Cho pushes himself up groggily, only to freeze as a massive, clawed gray foot lands right beside his head. The four-armed demon looms over the defenseless Cho when Dongchan's voice suddenly shouts out an insult from high above. Dongchan dives straight down from the sky like a meteor, aiming his strike directly at the demon head. Dongchan pitch-black eye gleams with lethal focus as he delivers his strike. Dongchan downward dropkick smashes squarely into the four-armed demon face, driving the massive beast into the stone floor with an explosive impact. Landing atop the demon head, Dongchan pauses, realizing he still lacks proper control over his transformed gauntlet arm. The four-armed demon growls and instantly recovers, grabbing Dongchan by his leg before he can adjust his stance. With tremendous physical power, the demon hurls Dongchan straight across the canyon like a cannonball. Dongchan crashes back first into the cliff face, shattering the stone wall on impact. Embedded in the fractured rock, Dongchan curses in frustration at the demon beast's unbelievable speed. Panting heavily, Dongchan tries to dislodge himself from the stone wall. Meanwhile, the four-armed demon turns its attention toward the elf woman, charging at her with ferocious speed. The elf woman parries the demon forearms effortlessly, intending to end the fight swiftly so she can check on Dongchan and Cho. As she repels the four-armed beast, another gray boar approaches her flank. She glares at the secondary beast, telling it to get out of her way since she is currently occupied with the main threat. The secondary boar monster growls menacingly as she orders it to die already. Shifting her footing into the dirt, the elf woman readies herself to blitz the beast. She vaults forward with incredible speed, aiming her scaled dragon claw directly at the monster's throat. Shouting a cold goodbye, she executes a lethal decapitating slash against the secondary monster. Just as her strike connects, a massive, heavy object flies across the sky and crashes directly into her, interrupting her finishing blow. Her eye widens in utter shock as the flying mass slams into her chest. The object turns out to be the four-armed demon beast, which was hurled across the canyon by Dongchan and landed square on top of the elf woman. She pushes against the beast, realizing the heavy demon is completely unconscious and limp on top of her. Looking at the demon battered, unconscious face right beside her cheek, she wonders in utter disbelief what just happened. Dongchan walks over casually, sheepishly apologizing for accidentally hurling the giant beast straight onto her position. Flexing his transformed arm, Dongchan grumbles that he still cannot control his strength properly, while the elf woman glares at him for getting her crushed. Standing up from the rubble, the elf woman angrily accuses Dongchan of targeting her on purpose, making him frantically deny it. She glares suspiciously, noting how perfectly the giant beast landed on her, while Dongchan shouts in defense of his character. Dongchan shifts the topic, pointing over to Cho, who is still lying injured on the ground nearby. A wide view revealed the canyon floor littered with defeated boar corpses and the unconscious Cho resting near the rocks. Suddenly, the elf woman points toward the distant mountain ridge with a shocked expression. She yells at Dongchan to start running immediately, leaving Dongchan shouting in total confusion about why they are fleeing. Cho lies face down on the dirt with bruised cheeks, muttering miserably that this disaster is entirely the newcomer's fault. Looking up at the peaceful crescent moon above the chaotic battlefield, Cho sighs heavily to himself, deciding that he should definitely quit his position as a temple officer. At sunset, the mountain temple sits quietly as followers walk through the stone courtyard. Inside the sanctuary, the high priest listens calmly, preparing to summarize the situation. Sitting on his raised dais, the high priest points out that Dongchan energy lured two top-tier monsters, and one managed to escape. The elf woman points accusingly at Dongchan, making him awkwardly apologize while admitting his fault. The high priest quietly takes a slow sip from his teacup without reacting immediately. Sitting side by side on the floor, Dongchan and the elf woman watch him nervously, wondering if he is secretly furious. Dongshan stammers, defending himself by stating he had no idea mains could sense each other's energy signatures. To their surprise, the high priest lowers his teacup with a delighted smile, marveling at the incredible potential of asura power. He praises Dongshan for easily defeating an elite boar monster that even temple officers struggled against. The high priest offers Dongshan an official position as a temple officer, but the elf woman immediately shuts it down. She firmly states that they only came to lay low temporarily and have no interest in joining the temple permanently. She knows that Dongshan's injuries have healed rapidly and warns that remaining here risks drawing more top-tier monsters. Dongshan agrees that leaving immediately is the best choice to prevent endangering the temple members. Dongshan casually suggests wiping out the entire monster horde before leaving. The high priest smiles serenely, offering to pay them handsomely if they clear out the surrounding monster threat. He promises any reward amount for the safety of the singing tree, but Dongshan cuts him off with a sudden realization. Dongshan strikes a dramatic pose, confessing that he is currently a wanted fugitive on the run from the government. The elf woman stares at Dongshan in utter shock, asking if he is insane for casually revealing his criminal status to a religious authority. She clutches her forehead, exasperatedly muttering that it might be easier to just hand him over to the authorities. Dongshan defends his past loss to the Suridan mercenary, while the high priest hums thoughtfully. The high priest admits that employing a wanted criminal as an officer is impossible. He reassures them that he will not turn Dongshan in, as the temple has no interest in government bounties. The high priest leans forward, asking if he may request a somewhat unreasonable favor instead. Dongshan looks back at him cautiously, wondering what the favor entails. Outside, the orange sunset fades over the mountain peaks as night approaches. In the temple infirmary, Cho slowly opens his eyes after waking up from his injuries. Cho's eyes flutter open as he recovers his senses. A temple attendant sitting by his bed greets Cho cheerfully, asking how his wounds feel. Cho sits up with bandages around his chest, urgently asking how much time remains before their nightly defense deployment. The attendant hands Cho his glasses, casually informing him that tonight deployment has been completely canceled. Cho puts on his glasses in total disbelief, asking why defense duty would ever be canceled. The attendant holds up a criminal dossier booklet, revealing that investigation confirmed the two newcomers are Rank R fugitives. Cho reads the file in shock, realizing Rank R is reserved only for the nation's most dangerous criminals. The dossier displays wanted sketches of both Dongshan and the elf woman stamped with prominent red Rank R badges. Cho asks where the two fugitives are now, and the attendant explains that their location is the reason deployment was canceled. The attendant reveals that the high priest struck a deal, sending both fugitives directly into the heavily infested boar nesting zone. Cho yells in disbelief upon learning that the deal requires them to draw the entire boar horde away from the temple as a distraction. The attendant chuckles, sharing that the elf woman's reaction to the deal was even more unbelievable. A flashback shows the elf woman casually agreeing, stating that clearing that path was already her intended route. Dongshan stares at her in shock, complaining that she never consulted him before deciding on a suicide route. A map diagram illustrates how passing through the monster zone allows them to bypass Suridan patrols and reach the next village. Dongshan sighs and accepts the plan, asking if there are any other catch conditions. The high priest smiles serenely, confirming no further demands and expressing mild surprise at their easy agreement. He presents a bundle of fresh travel gear and civilian clothes as a parting gift from the temple. He gently notes that for the distraction to work, both of them must survive their journey through the infested forest. Wearing her new travel outfit, the elf woman gladly accepts the gear, noting she will not decline useful clothing. The high priest stands outside the temple gates under the glowing orange sky, gazing toward the distant forest. Cho runs up to the high priest out of breath, demanding to know where the two travelers were sent. Cho brushes off questions about his health, urgently asking where Dongshan and the elf woman have gone. The high priest gazes toward the woods, calmly stating they are somewhere deep inside the infested forest. Cho looks outraged, arguing that sending them into a boar nest is far too cruel regardless of their criminal status. The high priest explains that during the ritual, he glimpsed their true nature, recognizing that their hearts are far too pure to be genuine evil criminals. Cho argues that their pure hearts make sending them into danger even worse, but the high priest assures him they will survive. With a confident smile, the high priest reminds Cho that he deliberately paired them together from the start, knowing their strength. A wide view shows the vast, dense green forest stretching across the valley beneath the warm sunlight. Dressed in fresh civilian clothing, Dongshan and the elf woman walk confidently along the forest trail. Dongshan checks a brass compass in his hand, confidently stating that heading north to their next destination will be simple. The elf woman plainly reveals that the trek will take 2 full days, making Dongshan gap in shock. Dong-chen complains about the long walk, but she tells him he is severely underestimating the true scale of the world. As Dong-chan vents his frustration, she notices he is still wearing medical bandages despite his injuries being completely healed. She asks why he continues to wrap his face and body in bandages if his skin has already restored itself. Touching his cheek bandage, Dong-chan explains that they cover old facial scars whose origins he cannot remember. He mentions that bookstore customers disliked looking at his severe scars, so wearing bandages simply became a permanent habit. He admits to himself that wrapped bandages probably make him look even more suspicious and sketchy to strangers. A gray boar monster suddenly steps out from behind a tree, making her note that Dong-chan cannot sense monster energy unless transformed. Igniting her blue dragon scales, she warns Dong-chan to prepare as the monster's active hunting hours begin. Dong-chan groans in exhaustion, complaining about enduring 2 full days of continuous monster encounters. As dark aura surges around him, Dong-chan transforms his arm into the Asura gauntlet again, complaining that the constant fighting is driving him crazy. Suddenly, Dong-chan transformed black eye widens in absolute shock as he senses an incredible anomaly nearby. The elf woman turns back in concern, asking what has caught his attention. Dong-chan turns back to her with a guilty sweat drop on his cheek, hesitantly calling out her name. She looks back in confusion as Dong-chan sheepishly confesses that the current situation might be entirely his fault. Dressed in a travel gear with a dark spirit floating beside Dong-chan, both freeze as hundreds of ferocious boar monsters swarm toward them from every direction in the forest. Hands pull a rope tight, securing a heavy stack of books together for transport. The headband young man stands up from the floor, calling out to the grandmother that he is stepping out for a moment. The grandmother looks up from her open book, asking where he is going in such a hurry. She warns him that going outside is dangerous, but he smiles cheerfully, declaring that as a merchant he must conduct business. Carrying his heavy pack, he reassures her that he removed all sensitive history books so even Suradon will not care. He promises her not to worry, boasting that he discovered a secret path where Suradon will never catch him. He urges her to take care of her health and rest while he is away. Opening the wooden front door, he bids her farewell and steps out into the woods. The grandmother sighs softly, telling him to be careful on his journey. In a nearby village alley, 2 young children lick lollipops while wondering when their favorite bookstore will reopen. A dark-haired, sleeveless young mercenary named Peiji crouches in the alley, rudely arguing with the children. A female Suradan officer in a black coat with glasses steps into the alley, calling out to Peiji. Peiji points lazily, asking what brings a high-ranking officer to his alleyway. The female officer explains she came regarding the Rankar fugitive, and Peiji notes he heard about Den and Rage failing the mission. Peiji mocks Den and Rage as third-rate mercenaries while watching the scared children run away. She explains that Rankar missions require second-tier mercenaries or higher, officially asking Peiji to accept the hunt. Peiji glares back with a sleepy gaze, stating he has one question before considering the job. Leaning in close to the officer face, Peiji asks if the rumor about the target being an Asura is actually true. The female officer dismisses the claim, explaining that the target energy is merely a poor imitation of an Asura. Hearing it is just an imitation. Peiji instantly loses interest and refuses the mission, calling it boring. He notes that he only came out of curiosity, pointing out that no significant damage occurred beyond the burned bookstore. He scoffs that a true rank R target would have leveled the entire village, waving off the mission entirely because they do not even know the fugitive location. Turning back with a sinister grin, Peiji quips that second-tier guys should handle it, while he goes off to kill a different target instead. Walking away, Peiji grumbles to himself that the merchant kid who sold candy earlier spoke to him with a rude tone. Peiji's expression turns dark and lethal over the petty insult. Meanwhile, down in the underground sewer tunnels, footsteps echo as someone walks along the stone path. The headband young man trudges through the damp sewer tunnel, muttering that he only has a few more hours of walking left. He notes that despite the terrible smell, the underground sewers guarantee he will not run into Suradon mercenaries. Above the sewer grate on the street, Peiji sits casually on the ledge, waiting right in the young man's path. Sitting on the ledge, Peiji ponders whether causing trouble outside his jurisdiction will be awkward. He chuckles to himself, recalling that he was equally hot-headed when he was younger. Raising his fist, Peiji decides to be merciful and only break the kid's arms as punishment. Down in the tunnel, the headband young man gasps in relief, realizing a coiled shape on the floor was just a rope and not a snake. The discarded, frayed rope lies harmlessly on the wet stone floor. Hearing a loud metallic clang from the grate above, the young man looks up nervously, asking if someone is there. Suddenly, Peiji drops upside down through the sewer opening, grinning sinisterly directly at the young man. The young man falls backward onto his rear in utter horror as Peiji mocks his highly suspicious book smuggling setup. Hanging upside down, Peiji accuses him of distributing banned historical books, leaving the young man panicking about being caught by Suradan. The young man frantically waves his hands, shouting that it is all a misunderstanding and promising to show his pack. Dozens of harmless trade books spill across the wet sewer floor. Seeing his bold cooperation, Peiji pulls himself back up to the opening, satisfied that the boy is not smuggling banned history. Down in the tunnel, the young man catches his breath, looking down at his scattered books. The young man wipes sweat from his forehead, breathing a massive sigh of relief that the mercenary left. Holding his thumping heart, he pants heavily, realizing he nearly exposed their secret hideout over a careless mistake. Gathering his books back into his backpack, he reminds himself never to lower his guard, even underground. Without warning, Peiji drops straight down the vertical shaft, appearing right behind the young man and asking where his bookstore is located. Peiji notes that the local village bookstore burned down in a fire, making the young man freeze in absolute terror. Peiji's face turns into a terrifying pitch-black silhouette as he asks if an unregistered bookstore exists nearby. The young man sits petrified on the floor, his silence confirming Peiji's dark suspicion. Peiji rolls up his sleeves casually, stating that he personally does not care about banned history books. Peiji unleashes a colossal punch that completely shatters the stone sewer ceiling and walls in a massive explosion. Standing amidst the smoking rubble, Peiji promises to spare the young man life if he reveals the exact location of his hideout. Sweat pours down the young man's terrified face as he desperately wonders how to escape without betraying the grandmother location. Deep within the overgrown forest, a secluded stone building sits completely hidden from the outside world. Inside the hidden hideout, a hand uses a feather duster to clean off dusty wooden bookshelves. The grandmother cleans the dusty shelves, softly chuckling to herself about the young man's lack of tidiness. Dusting a high shelf, her duster catches on a book titled The Shamans and the Disappearing Children, making her pause in surprise. Reaching her hand toward the spine, she recalls having a copy of this exact title back at her burned bookstore. Suddenly, the heavy wooden front door of the hideout creaks open from the outside. Turning toward the doorway, she smiles warmly, assuming the headband young man has returned early from his trip. She looks toward the open threshold, expecting to hear his usual, cheerful greeting. Through the open doorway, the quiet forest path sits peaceful and undisturbed under the trees. A gloved hand holds up the severed head of the headband young man outside the doorway as a voice mockingly shouts that he is back already. In a peaceful forest glade, a small horned blue lizard crawls across the grass under the trees. The lizard pauses, turning its head upward as a sudden, ominous breeze rustles through the foliage. A giant gray boar monster crashes onto the ground right beside the lizard, shattering the forest peace. Dongchan stops on the trail, panting heavily as he complains about the endless horde of monsters. Surrounded by a pack of menacing boar monsters, Dongchan shouts in frustration, ordering them to leave him alone. The elf woman instructs him to conceal his aura while maintaining his strength, but Dongchan shouts back that he does not know how. Seeing no end to the horde, she decides to change her plan, making Dongchan ask in surprise if she had a plan to begin with. Pointing past the dark monster silhouettes, she declares they will dash straight toward their destination without stopping. A purple boar monster vaults through the air, lunging directly at her with bared teeth. Dongchan turns in alarm, yelling at her to watch out for the incoming airborne monster. Without flinching, she leaps straight up toward the multi-ton purple monster. She plants her scaled foot directly on the monster face, using its head as a springboard to leap even higher. Vaulting high into the air, she calls out for Dongchan to follow her lead across the treetop canopy. Dongchan stands stunned on the trail as the purple monster crashes heavily onto the ground behind him. Dongchan looks up in disbelief, asking if her acrobatic maneuver was some kind of circus trick. Another gray boar monster growls, raising its massive fist to crush Dongchan. Dongchan slips past the monster strike with agile footwork, avoiding the blow. Dongchan pauses as he notices a red-skinned horned boar monster wielding a giant notched cleaver sword. Dongchan smirks with pitch-black eyes, eyeing the giant cleaver sword and noting that it looks useful. Dongchan blitzes forward and forcefully snatches the massive cleaver sword straight out of the red boar hands. High above in the trees, the elf woman perches on a branch, looking around in confusion for Dongchan. She clutches her chin, wondering if Dongchan completely ignored her instructions to follow her. Heavy footsteps land on the wooden branch right beside her. Dongchan appears on the branch carrying the giant stolen cleaver over his shoulder, casually greeting her. She asks what took him so long, and Dongchan boasts that he was busy obtaining a new weapon. As Dongchan speaks, a sharp monster claw suddenly lunges at his head from behind. Dongchan brings up the giant cleaver to block, but the monster strike shatters the stolen blade with a loud crack. The stolen cleaver snaps in two, leaving Dongchan staring in shock at his ruined weapon. Watching from above, she shouts at him to watch out as the surrounding horde swarms his position. Dong-chan leaps back, dodging a barrage of claws while holding the broken hilt of the sword. Dong-chan roars, hurling the broken sword handle like a missile straight into the base of a massive tree trunk. The broken metal hilt embeds deep into the thick wooden trunk with immense force. Massive cracks ripple across the entire tree trunk as the structural integrity of the giant tree gives way. The colossal tree snaps and crashes down onto the trail, completely crushing the swarming monster horde beneath its weight. The elf woman wobbles on her branch as the massive tree crash shakes the entire forest. Dong-chan stands proudly among the fallen timber, declaring his improvised plan a total success. Dropping down beside him, she admits his improvised tree collapse plan was 500 times worse than her own, though effective. Dong-chan accuses her of planning to ditch him, but she clarifies that moving quickly prevents them from being surrounded again. Dong-chan mocks that she just made up that excuse, making her snap at him to shut up and follow her. Both leap deftly across the high forest branches, staying above the ground level. Looking down, she notices monsters gathering below again, ordering Dong-chan to pick up the pace so they do not get trapped. She explains that boars are nocturnal and will disperse at sunrise, strictly warning Dong-chan not to use his asura power so high-tier beasts are not drawn to them. Dong-chan assents with gritted teeth, acknowledging that unleashing his dark power will summon high-ranking monsters. She observes Dong-chan, internally noting that ever since they bonded their energies, his raw power has grown exponentially. Dong-chan asks how to conceal his energy signature, and she promises to teach him energy suppression techniques once they reach the next town. Below them, the vast dark forest stretches under the overcast night sky. As morning sunlight breaks through the trees, green leaves drift down onto the quiet forest path. Covered in twigs and dirt with dark circles under his eyes, Dong-chan groans that these have been the 2 longest days of his entire life. Emerging from the forest, a grand mountain fortress town with smoking chimneys and stone staircases comes into view under the bright morning sun. The elf woman introduces the settlement as Lark, the mercenary town, where they can search for clues regarding the Fort Guy mercenary group. Dong-chan clenches his fist with gritted teeth, reflecting on the grueling 2-day battle it took just to reach the town gates. Dong-chan's eyes fill with fierce resolve as he thinks of his grandmother, promising to find a way back to her. Walking up the grand stone staircase toward the gates of Lark, Dong-chan vows to grow stronger and find a way back home. She places a hand on Dong-chan's shoulder, warning him that entering the town without preparation is dangerous. She points out that both of them are notorious fugitives whose faces are plastered across Sorodan wanted posters. Dong-chan mentions he has never had a photo taken, and she notes he is lucky since sketches are harder to identify. She suggests wearing a simple disguise, leaving Dong-chan pondering how to alter his appearance. In the center of town stands Lark City Hall, where a horned demon clerk sits behind a reception desk. The scarred horned clerk calls for the next visitor, looking up in mild curiosity as Dong-chan approaches. The clerk's sharp golden eye narrows as Dong-chan speaks. Wearing a green hooded cloak over his face, Dong-chan asks for the location of the Fort Guy mercenary group. The clerk rests his chin on his hand, asking why they are seeking Fort Guy, making Dong-chan hesitate nervously. Dong-chan stammers under his green hood, struggling to fabricate a believable reason on the spot. Dong-chan stammers that he wants to join Fort Guy, making nearby mercenaries overhear his pathetic excuse. Other mercenaries in the lobby laugh, dismissing Dong-chan as a clueless idiot. The clerk presses him further, asking why he wants to join Fort Guy of all groups. Dong-chan sheepishly claims he wants to join because the name sounds cool and strong, leaving the clerk deadpan. The clerk stares silently at Dong-chan with a cold, unimpressed glare. The clerk reveals that Fort Guy is located north of the neighboring village, Beimu, making Dong-chan smile brightly. Steepling his fingers, the clerk strictly warns Dong-chan that Fort Guy is not a group one can casually waltz into. Annoyed by the lecture, Dong-chan tells the clerk to stop meddling in his personal business. The clerk dismisses him and calls the next person, but Dong-chan talks back rudely. Dong-chan glares back angrily, but the elf woman behind him threatens to kill him if he utters another unnecessary word. Silenced by her threat, Dong-chan turns and exits the building alongside the elf woman. Outside, the town square features a large stone fountain surrounded by bustling shops. Sitting on a park bench, Dong-chan throws an angry tantrum while she points out that his own words sounded completely foolish. Dong-chan slumps over, arguing that he could not reveal his real motives, while she quips that he almost spilled everything. Dong-chan groans in defeat, admitting he simply got caught up in the heat of the moment. Looking at a travel map, she notes that reaching Beimu takes a full day march, asking if they should depart immediately. Stretching his arms, Dong-chan agrees that since they obtained Fort Guy location, there is no reason to linger in town. Dong-chan notes that the clerk face turned noticeably sour the instant Fort Guy name was brought up. She folds her map, noting that other mercenaries in the lobby reacted strangely as well, concluding they will find out why upon arrival. Suddenly, a cocky, spike-haired mercenary with ear piercings interrupts them, smirking sinisterly. The spike-haired mercenary appears directly behind her, holding two crossed daggers against her throat. Dongchen reaches out in shock, while the attacker threatens to slice her head off if Dongchen moves, making Dongchen shout that she is not his lover. Looking back calmly, she asks if he is with Suradan, but the attacker laughs and denies belonging to that group. She asks what his business is, questioning if he really wants to draw weapons in the middle of town, making him laugh at her composure. Bystanders in the square casually watch the confrontation without anyone intervening or caring. Dongchen sweats at the townspeople, total apathy, while the attacker prepares to explain his motive. The attacker grins insane, revealing that his captain has been desperately searching for her. She looks back in confusion, realizing his captain is specifically targeting her identity. The attacker points out her obvious features, specifying her pointed elf ears as proof. Her eyes widen as he mentions the blue draconic tattoos etched onto both her arms. Motion blur lines flash as she executes a blinding counter-move in a split second. In a fraction of a second, she turns the tables, slamming the attacker face first into the cobblestones and demanding to know his captain location. Pinned helplessly beneath her hand, the attacker sweats in terror, unable to even comprehend how she moved so fast. Her cold, glowing eyes flare as she threatens to dismember him unless he confesses immediately. Dongchen steps in to calm her down, suggesting they simply let the man guide them directly to his captain. Terrified for his life, the attacker frantically promises to take them directly to his captain himself. She lowers her dagger, agreeing that avoiding unnecessary bloodshed is preferable. Standing over him, she warns him not to attempt any tricks, making the trembling mercenary nod frantically. Dongchen mutters under his breath, exasperated that her rash actions disrupted their peaceful journey. Leading them down an alley, the attacker reveals that Forca being completely ruined is common knowledge among local mercenaries. Dongchen covers his face in despair, telling the mercenary to just shut up and lead the way to his captain. They arrive before a tall lookout tower displaying a banner that reads, "Mercenary Group Savage." Inside the tower window, a gray-skinned mercenary in a bucket hat smokes a cigarette while peering through a spyglass. The gray-skinned mercenary stands up in surprise, asking who his partner is bringing back with him. Peering through the spyglass, the guard zooms in directly on the elf woman's distinct features. She walks calmly toward the entrance of the Savage headquarters. Recognizing her immediately, the guard drops his spyglass and rushes frantically through the hallway, screaming for his captain. Outside a heavy wooden door, the guard panic-stricken screams echo down the corridor. Inside the office, a muscular, white-haired captain with scarred skin takes a slow, deep drag from a cigarette. Sitting in the shadowy office holding a notched broadsword, the white-haired savage captain exhales a cloud of thick smoke. His eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson glow as a red third eye emblem opens on his forehead, grumbling that it is getting noisy outside. Outside the entrance to Savage headquarters, the spike-haired mercenary stands before the heavy wooden doorway. Dongchen and the elf woman stand directly behind him, demanding to know where his captain is located. Unlocking the heavy door, the mercenary smirks to himself, mocking them for naively following him into enemy territory. Turning back with a maniacal grin, the mercenary pulls a secret trap lever embedded in the doorframe. The floor beneath Dongchen and the elf woman collapses, dropping both into a deep pit below. The mercenary peers down the trap pit, laughing gloatingly at their easy capture. He boasts about scoring a major capture without effort, anticipating his captain praise, when a sound suddenly catches his attention. Sharp, dark-scaled dragon claws suddenly reach up and grip the edge of the pit opening from below. Down in the dark cellar, Dongchen lies face down on the cold floor, lamenting the continuous setbacks in his search for Forca. Dongchen pushes himself up from the floor as a voice from the shadows tells him to wake up. A dark-skinned female mercenary with spiky hair stands in the cell, asking where the woman with blue tattoos went. Dongchen sits up scratching his head, naively guessing that his companion got separated and went to the bathroom. The dark-skinned mercenary glares with glowing eyes, angrily asking if he realizes the grave situation he is in. Suddenly, a violent explosion shatters the ceiling above them, raining dust and stone down onto the cell floor. The female mercenary looks up toward the ceiling in alarm as heavy footsteps echo down the upper corridor. A panic-stricken guard bursts into the room, screaming out Chris' name to report a crisis upstairs. The guard frantically reports that the elf woman took Ben hostage and is currently laying waste to the base. Hearing the news, Chris rushes upstairs while Dongchen realizes things are spiraling completely out of control. In the upper corridor, two armed savage guards draw their swords and attempt to block the hallway. The elf woman marches down the corridor holding Ben by the neck, using him as a human shield while ordering the guards to move. She unleashes a brutal flurry of scaled claw strikes, effortlessly bashing through the armed guards. The guards scream in terror as her overwhelming strength sends them flying into the walls. Holding Ben tightly, she commands him to direct her straight to his captain office, making him stammer directions. A view down the corridor reveals a trail of unconscious, groaning guards scattered along the floor. Meanwhile, down in the empty basement corridor, Dong-chan walks casually through the open cell doors. Looking around the abandoned corridor, Dong-chan wonders why the guards did not even bother locking his cell door. Stepping into a vacant bedroom, Dong-chan observes that the chaos upstairs has left the lower levels entirely unmonitored. Dong-chan pauses, staring at an unmade bed with a messy blanket in the room. Seeing the messy blanket reminds him of how his grandmother used to scold him for leaving his bed unmade. Turning toward the door, Dong-chan wonders solemnly if his grandmother is eating well and staying safe. Upstairs, the elf woman suddenly stops in her tracks as a heavy vibration shakes the floor beneath her boots. Holding Ben by his shirt, she asks about the strange noise, but Ben claims he heard nothing. Her eyes narrow as she suspects Dong-chan is causing trouble elsewhere in the facility, deciding she must hurry. She orders Ben to continue leading the way, making the terrified mercenary chuckle nervously. Ben smirks sinisterly as they arrive before the main office door, whispering that his captain has missed her. Suddenly, Karis steps out into the corridor, blocking their path to the captain office. Karis demands to know what is happening, and Ben explains that the intruder broke out from the basement. Holding Ben in her grip, the elf woman casually looks around the corridor for objects to hurl at the new opponent. Karis addresses her by her blue tattoos, launching an instantaneous high-speed blitz strike toward her face. Karis unleashes a high kick, but the elf woman blocks the strike effortlessly with her scaled dragon arm, telling her not to get distracted. Karis' eyes widen in utter shock as her full power kick fails to push the elf woman back an inch. The elf woman digs her boot firmly into the stone floor, shattering the floor tiles with her immense weight. Karis gapes in disbelief as the elf woman absorbs her entire blow without recoiling. The elf woman looks at Karis with a cold gaze, informing her that she will now be taking over as their guide. Meanwhile, down another corridor, the muscular, white-haired savage captain walks slowly with his notched broadsword drawn. Dong-chan lies embedded in a pile of stone rubble, panting heavily as he asks the captain to listen to him for a second. Dong-chan shouts from the rubble that he was captured as a prisoner and is not a hostile intruder. With his red third eye blazing on his forehead, the captain scoffs, asking since when prisoners get to roam freely inside enemy headquarters. Resting his broadsword over his shoulder, the captain asks about the massive explosion that rocked the base moments ago. The captain scoffs that it makes far more sense to treat Dong-chan as an invading terrorist. The captain raises his massive broadsword and brings it down in a violent vertical slash that shatters the stone floor. His third eye burns fiercely as he prepares his next strike. Gashing his teeth, Dong-chan transforms his right arm into the dark asura gauntlet, realizing that logic is useless in this insane town. Raising his transformed gauntlet arm and broken blade, Dong-chan roars that he will stop expecting logic and adapt to their violence instead. Dong-chan clashes directly against the captain-notched broadsword, screaming for the barbarian to come at him. The captain grins in dark amusement as his broadsword grinds against Dong-chan's indestructible asura gauntlet. The captain exerts overwhelming physical force, pressing Dong-chan down to one knee as the concrete floor fractures beneath his boots. Dong-chan grits his teeth in distress as the structural floor beneath them begins to collapse under the pressure. Looking down coldly, the white-haired captain tells Dong-chan to do his best as the floor completely collapses beneath them. The floor of the facility collapses in a massive explosion, raining stone and dust down into the underground chamber. Dong-chan lands in a low crouch on a stone slab on the lower level, catching his balance amidst falling rubble. Dong-chan looks around the vast subterranean room in surprise, asking the captain if wrecking their own base is truly acceptable. The captain rests his broadsword over his shoulder, explaining that continuing the fight upstairs would have destroyed the entire structure. He notes that his full power would have blown up the entire building above. He reveals that the subterranean chamber is a reinforced training room built specifically for full-power duels. Dong-chan flexes his dark asura gauntlet, annoyed that the captain talks about the destructive duel so casually. Dong-chan raises his combat stance, warning that whatever destruction occurs next is entirely the captain's responsibility. Meanwhile, in the upper corridor, Karis launches a high-speed blitz strike against the elf woman. The elf woman blocks Karis' incoming strike effortlessly with her scaled dragon arm. She executes a swift counterswipe with her scaled claw, forcing Karis to dodge backward. Karis' eye widens in surprise as the elf woman counterstrike grazes past her face. The elf woman lands a devastating punch squarely against Carice's jaw, smashing her across the hallway. The force of the strike sends Carice flying airborne through the air. Carice's eyes roll back as she loses consciousness mid-flight. The elf woman delivers a crushing downward heel kick, smashing the unconscious Carice face first into the stone floor. Ben gapes in sheer terror, trembling as he sees Carice defeated in a single clash. The elf woman stands victorious over the defeated Carice, looking down at her with an unimpressed expression. She ponders whether this level of strength represents a second-tier mercenary officer. Carice spits blood onto the floor, groaning in defeat while admitting the elf woman put real power behind that attack. The elf woman warns her to stay down, threatening to kill her if she attempts to rise again. Carice's eyes turn blood red with rage, asking if she intends to kill her just like she killed her friend. Down in the underground chamber, the savage captain swings his massive broadsword in a powerful arc. Dong-chan walks the heavy broadsword with his indestructible asura gauntlet, creating a shower of sparks. The captain scoffs, noting that only Dong-chan's right arm possesses extreme durability while the rest of his body remains vulnerable. Dong-chan glares back fiercely, his third eye emblem blazingly active as he readies a counterattack. Dong-chan asks if the captain is useless without his broadsword, prompting the captain to sneer mockingly. The captain tells Dong-chan he is free to indulge in his pathetic delusions. In a flash of blinding speed, the captain teleports right in front of Dong-chan's face, catching him completely off guard. Dong-chan raises his gauntlet to block a high strike toward his head, but the captain faints mid-movement. The captain bypasses Dong-chan's high guard, landing a crushing bare fist strike square into Dong-chan's solar plexus. The captain scoffs, mocking Dong-chan for falling for such an elementary feint and displaying zero combat experience. The captain delivers a heavy follow-up strike, slamming Dong-chan violently against the cavern wall. He notes that relying solely on an indestructible right arm is useless if the wielder lacks the skill to apply it properly. Dong-chan slumps against the wall as the captain remarks that giving a legendary blade to a fool does not make him a master. Dong-chan inwardly admits the painful truth, recognizing that before all this, he was just a regular employee working at a bookstore. A peaceful flashback shows him sitting at the bookstore counter with his grandmother, confirming his total lack of real-world combat experience. He looks at his dart gauntlet, reflecting that until now, he simply relied on raw asura power to scrape through every battle. His eyes fill with desperate resolve, as he tells himself that landing a single solid hit could turn the fight around. The captain steps forward calmly, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to end the one-sided beatdown. In a flash of speed, the captain dashes forward to strike down the helpless boy. The captain unleashes a devastating flurry of heavy strikes, completely overpowering Dong-chan's attempt to defend. Dong-chan barely raises his gauntlet, groaning under the overwhelming weight and speed of the captain's assault. A heavy blow shatters Dong-chan's guard, sending shock waves through his body and blasting him backward. Dong-chan grits his teeth in severe pain as he struggles to stay conscious. The captain cold red-eye locks onto Dong-chan's vulnerable frame. The captain winds up a full-power straight punch, aiming straight for Dong-chan's face. The captain's fist connects with devastating force, blowing back rock and dust in a massive impact blast. The white-haired savage captain looks down coldly at Dong-chan, calling him pathetic for failing to defend himself. Close-up of Dong-chan's slumping body embedded in the rock, as Dong-chan groans in pain and frustration. Dong-chan sits embedded in the fractured cavern wall with his spirit skull floating nearby, internally lamenting that he couldn't even land a single hit. Close-up of Dong-chan panting with bruised cheeks, internally accepting that he cannot win and considering whether to beg for mercy. Dong-chan remembers that the captain ignores logic, resolving to give his absolute all as a mysterious voice calls out to him. Close-up of Dong-chan's eye snapping open in surprise as the inner voice tells him that his hopeless attitude is making it sad. Inside his fading consciousness, a dark silhouette of his younger self appears, making Dong-chan gasp in surprise. The young silhouette questions Dong-chan's claim of having no combat experience, asking how he defeated the commander in the bookstore. Dong-chan sighs in his mind, asking if this is a life flashing before his eyes vision, but his younger self demands a real answer. A memory panel flashes of Dong-chan striking down the commander as Dong-chan claims he only won because of raw asura power. The young silhouette firmly denies his claim, stating that without underlying combat instincts, raw power alone would have led to instant defeat. A vivid memory reveals young Dong-chan standing bruised and battered after grueling daily combat training, declaring that his physical body deeply remembers those countless life and death battles. Pushing himself up from the rubble, Dong-chan groans that his lost memories only resurface after taking a severe beating. The white-haired captain walks toward him, amazed that Dong-chan can still stand after taking his full power hit. Dong Chan smirks with gritted teeth, sarcastically asking if calling him a cockroach was meant as a compliment. Raising his massive fist, the captain promises to finish him off for good with his next strike. Bidding the terrorist goodbye, the captain thrusts his fist straight toward Dong Chan's head. The captain's eyes widen in total shock as his strike connects with nothing but empty air. Dong Chan's empty green cloak flutters away in the wind, revealed to have been used as a high-speed decoy. The captain looks down at the empty spot where Dong Chan sat just a fraction of a second prior. In a flash of speed, Dong Chan manifests directly behind the captain's blind spot. The captain snaps his head around, shocked that the boy vanished from his line of sight. Looking across the empty room, the captain realizes the target he struck was merely an after-image decoy. The captain's eye searches frantically for Dong Chan's new position. Dong Chan unleashes a crushing strike with his dark asura gauntlet straight into the captain's spine. Dong Chan's black eye widens as he reflects that he completely forgot he also possessed genuine combat experience. Raising both fists into a refined martial stance, Dong Chan smirks confidently, fully awakening his physical combat instincts. Blood drips onto the stone floor as the captain gasps from the heavy internal blow. Wiping blood from his mouth, the captain asks if Dong Chan was hiding his true martial capabilities all along. Dong Chan deadpans that the explanation is complicated, so he is too lazy to explain it to him. The captain's mouth widens into an insane, bloodthirsty grin. Surrounding himself with a roaring red aura, the captain laughs with bloodthirsty excitement that the battle is finally getting fun. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ben whimpers in terror, wishing he could go home even though he is inside his own base. Ben trembles behind a window grate as the entire building shakes from the violent clashes. In the upper corridor, the elf woman continues her fierce duel against Caris, trading high-speed strikes. She identifies Caris' wild, relentless combat style as that of a berserker, blocking her attacks with her scaled arm. Holding Caris' arm firmly, the elf woman plainly reiterates that she did not kill Caris' friend. Caris shouts back in furious denial, demanding to know how she explains the distinct blue tattoos etched into her skin. Caris states that an eyewitness survivor explicitly identified a wielder bearing those exact blue draconic tattoos. Caris roars that she searched the entire country for a year to find the killer, refusing to believe her denial. Caris smashes her fist into the wall in blind fury, screaming for her not to lie. The elf woman prepares to explain the true origin of her birthmark symbol. She reveals that the blue marking is a natural birthmark inherent to her entire species, meaning the killer was another member of her race. She looks directly into Caris' eyes, explaining that her target is a rogue member of her isolated race. Caris freezes in utter disbelief, her rage momentarily halted by the shocking revelation. The elf woman warns Caris that if she continues to block her path to the captain, she will show no mercy. From the doorway, Ben listens in shock as Caris asks if the blue tattoo is truly a unique racial birthmark. Caris stammers, admitting she has never encountered or heard of a species bearing such markings before. The elf woman explains that her people reside on a hidden island isolated from the world, and she left home specifically to hunt down the rogue wielder. Caris falls silent, asking if she can take full responsibility for her claims. Caris warns that if even a fraction of her story is a lie, this base will become her permanent grave. Raising her open hands, the elf woman solemnly swears that she is telling the absolute truth. She asks where the savage captain is located, making Caris sigh in resignation. Covering her face in exhaustion, Caris points to herself and reveals that she is actually the true captain of mercenary group Savage. Caris formally introduces herself as the true captain of Savage, proposing that they exchange their mutual information. Meanwhile, down in the subterranean training room, Dong Chan continues his brutal clash against the white-haired barbarian. Dong Chan eye-tracks the barbarian's rapid movements. The white-haired barbarian unleashes a massive overhead slash with his notched broadsword. Crouching low, Dong Chan grabs a heavy stone boulder off the floor with his dark asura gauntlet. With tremendous force, Dong Chan hurls the heavy stone boulder straight at the barbarian's face. The boulder smashes square into the barbarian's face, shattering into rock fragments upon impact. The barbarian's single red eye narrows in bloodthirsty thrill as he absorbs the hit. Dong Chan vaults forward right behind the shattered rock shower, closing the distance to land a follow-up blow. Grinning maniacally through the rock debris, the barbarian roars that this is the exhilarating battle he has waited for. Digging his boots into the fractured ground, the barbarian remembers that it has been a long time since Caris pushed him this hard in combat. Dong Chan and the barbarian collide midair in an explosive clash of raw physical power and martial aura. Floating beside Dong Chan, the dark spirit whimpers that the barbarian's insane expression is terrifying. The barbarian digs his boots into the stone floor, preparing to blitz forward once more. The stone floor fractures beneath his boots as the barbarian launches himself forward in a burst of speed. Winding up his dark asura gauntlet with glowing golden energy rings, Dongchan tells the spirit to take a break as he readies his full power strike. Opening his arms wide with a bloodthirsty roar, the barbarian welcomes Dongchan's incoming ultimate strike head-on. Dongchan's eye widens in shock during the explosive clash. Absorbing the sheer physical force of the strike, Dongchan internally questions if he is truly going to die in a place like this. In a sudden reversal, Dongchan's asura gauntlet smashes squarely into the barbarian's throat, asking if he feels like dying now. His eyes rolling back, the barbarian gasps that the fight was still enjoyable before collapsing backward. Exhausted, Dongchan slumps onto his knees on the stone floor as his dark gauntlet deactivates, muttering that staring at the barbarian's face was exhausting. As the dark aura dissipates from his arm, Dongchan notes that taking that beating successfully unlocked more of his lost childhood memories. Dongchan looks away thoughtfully, wondering why his memories revealed specific details about his childhood training. A flashback vision shows young Dongchan in his gray training uniform raising his fists in a proper combat stance. Young Dongchan clenches his small fist, questioning his true identity in those memories. Suddenly, the elf woman peers down through the collapsed ceiling hole, asking what he's doing down there. Looking up at her from the lower floor, Dongchan listens as she explains she heard a loud explosion and came to investigate. Dongchan yells up at her in exasperation, complaining that he nearly died while she took her time arriving. Outside Savage headquarters under a clear blue sky, hammering noises echo as repairs begin. Hands use hammers and nails to board up shattered wooden doors and damaged walls. Inside, injured mercenaries carry wooden planks and toolboxes, complaining about the massive cleanup required. Down the hallway, a heavy wooden door stands open leading into a formal conference room. Inside the conference room, Carice taps her fingers on the table, preparing to initiate their formal discussion. Carice formally introduces herself as Captain of Savage, identifying the white-haired barbarian behind her as Vice Captain Jace. She apologizes for the violent misunderstanding and offers financial compensation, asking to hear their side of the story first. Sitting across from Carice, the elf woman agrees to exchange information without wasting time. Dongchan sits quietly beside her with a deadpan expression, letting her take the lead. She introduces her species as the Draco Elves, a lineage inheriting the divine power of dragons. A vision shows her isolated island home, explaining that contact with the outside world is strictly forbidden to preserve their sanctity. She explains that her older brother refused to be confined to the island, accepting permanent exile to explore the outside world. A flashback shows her older brother departing their homeland, accompanied by his longtime friend, Niark. She grits her teeth, recalling that his departure took place 8 years ago. A heartbreaking vision shows her cradling her brother's lifeless, gray-scaled body on the island shores 2 years ago. Her brother's corpse bears mysterious wounds, with no explanation for what caused his death. Tears stream down her cheek as she reveals that her sole purpose for leaving the island was to locate Niark. She visualizes Niark's face, the sole companion who left alongside her brother. She states with absolute resolve that her mission is to find her brother killer and execute them herself. Carice processes her story, realizing that the wielder who killed her own friend was likely Niark as well. She notes that another member of her race may have departed the island over the past 2 years. The elf woman demands that Carice reveal every detail known regarding Niark's whereabouts. Carice holds her head, recalling an incident that occurred roughly 2 years ago. A flashback reveals a hooded, shadowy figure standing victorious amidst the burning ruins of an entire annihilated mercenary guild. She reveals that the guild was not entirely wiped out, as a single, heavily bandaged survivor managed to escape. Following the survivor testimony, the government launched an extensive manhunt, but the killer was never apprehended. The survivor confirmed 2 facts, starting with the attacker wearing traditional shaman robes. Second, distinct blue draconic tattoos were clearly visible through the attacker's torn sleeves. Carice holds up the survivor official evidence sketch depicting the exact blue tattoo pattern, explaining why they mistook the elf woman for the culprit. Carice reveals that the annihilated mercenary group was called Deorum, and her childhood friend served as their vice captain. Vice Captain Jace stands silently behind her as Carice concludes her explanation. Carice notices Dongchan looking visibly shaken and uneasy, asking if he feels unwell. Carice apologizes again for mistaking him for a terrorist, but Dongchan stammers that something else is troubling him. Dongchan hesitantly asks the elf woman about the specific mark found on her older brother's corpse. Dongchan reveals his suspicion that her brother's death might have been directly caused by Suradan. Carice slams her hands onto the table in shock, asking if he is implying that the killer was affiliated with Suradan. The elf woman asks why he is suddenly making that connection, and Dongchan stammers that he cannot be 100% certain. Dongchan's eye narrows as he reveals that someone bearing the exact same forehead emblem as him was tied to them. A dramatic flashback reveals young Dongchan in his gray training uniform proudly bearing the official shield emblem of Suradan, confirming that someone with that forehead mark was once a member of Suradan. In a flashback memory, young recruits wearing Suradan chest armor sit cross-legged on the grass while an instructor tells them not to be nervous during the test. The silver-haired instructor with a calm expression informs the students that the rules of the test are simple. The silver-haired instructor stands before the seated recruits while a massive green-antlered beast looms behind him, as text explains the test requires enduring against the creature. Young Dongchan leans back in alarm, listening as the instructor assures them the creature will only target their protective armor. Young Dongchan sweats nervously, inwardly worrying that holding out for 5 minutes seems nearly impossible. The instructor stands before the giant green beast, calling out Baze to step forward and prepare for the test first. Young Baze, a girl with brown hair and a ponytail, kneels into a combat stance with a confident smirk, thinking she will not even need 5 minutes. Young Dongchan and the other recruits stare in absolute disbelief, shocked by what takes place before 5 minutes even elapse. The instructor closes his eyes calmly, announcing that since there is no point in watching any longer, the test is over early. Young Baze walks back triumphantly, while the summoned creature lies completely defeated and dissolving on the ground behind her. Young Dongchan looks on in utter shock, thinking that Baze was told to last 5 minutes but destroyed the beast instead. Young Dongchan innocently raises his hand, asking if the creature destruction means the rest of them do not have to take the test. The instructor raises his hand and snaps his fingers casually, stating that as long as his magic does not run out, he can handle it. Green magic surges from his hand, instantly regenerating the giant green beast, showing he can revive it endlessly. Young Dongchan slumps over with a deadpan expression, disappointed that he will not get out of taking the test. Back in the present, the Draco elf woman asks in surprise if there was really a mercenary training institution for children under Suradan. Dongchan confirms that the goal of the institution was to pass all tests and become an official Suradan mercenary. Carice rests her chin on her hand, asking if that information is confirmed, noting she has never heard of such an institution before. Dongchan speaks plainly, stating that she naturally would not know, because children who failed to become mercenaries were abandoned. A flashback memory shows young Dongchan lying unconscious atop a pile of discarded corpses and garbage. Dongchan explains that those who failed were likely used for experiments related to his symbol before being discarded. Dongchan reasons that if Suradan deliberately buried the matter, the entire situation makes sense. Karis holds her head in exasperation, remarking that his claim sounds far-fetched and outrageous. Karis points out that there is no concrete proof to support his theory. Karis adds that opposing Suradan is treason, and committing treason based solely on fragmented memories is a massive risk. Dongchan gestures calmly, acknowledging that he is not asking her to believe him and admitting his memories remain incomplete. The Draco elf woman sits quietly with her arm resting on her knee, lost in deep thought as she listens to the discussion. Surrounded by a dark purple aura, she looks deeply conflicted, inwardly questioning if Niark joined forces with Suradan to attack her brother. She covers her face with her hand and sighs, telling herself not to jump to conclusions yet and to think calmly. Dongchan turns to her with a neutral expression, asking when they plan to leave while she rubs her head in exhaustion. An exterior shot shows the multi-story building of the Savage Mercenary Group under a clear sky. Vice Captain Jace stands behind Karis outside the entrance as they see off Dongchan and the elf woman, asking if the payment offered was sufficient. Karis looks slightly flustered about her damaged top, telling them not to mind her attire if they are satisfied with the compensation. Dongchan and the elf woman stand side by side in cloth face masks and hoods to conceal their identities, with Dongchan remarking that he has been into fashion lately. Karis sighs while Jace watches the duo depart, noting that they are clearly hiding their identities and suggesting an investigation into their records. Karis instructs Jace to let them go, admitting she feels bad for the elf woman whose older brother died. Dongchan and the elf woman wave goodbye as they walk away, while Karis considers that leaving them be might help locate Niark. Vice Captain Jace voices concern that helping criminals might bring trouble to the Savage Group. Karis crosses her arms, stating calmly that they will find out the truth soon enough. Karis ponders whether the duo will turn out to be a benefit or a liability. Dongchan and the elf woman walk down the city street in their hooded disguises, with Dongchan complaining through his mask while she tells him to deal with it. A large vehicle tire begins moving as the engine starts up. An armored transport bus drives along a cliffside dirt road under a clear sky. Inside the transport bus, the elf woman leans back against the wall while Dongchan sits beside her, grumbling through his mask that they did not gain much from the visit. She lowers her face mask to her neck, internally hoping Niark is not the culprit while feeling an ominous foreboding. She looks resolute, reasoning that the chance of another dragon elf leaving their island is low, making Nyark the primary suspect. Dongchen sits cross-legged on the wooden bus bench in disguise, reflecting that how useful Forker turns out to be will be crucial. A view of the bright blue sky above the moving transport bus signals their journey onward. Baze, as a young adult, smiles softly in her uniform as an off-screen voice congratulates her on becoming a Rank 2 mercenary. Baze sits comfortably in an armchair inside an office, holding up an official mercenary license card. Rage, the red-haired female mercenary, holds up her test results sheet while sweating and whining to Baze about failing the written exam again. Baze smiles warmly while flashing a peace sign, telling Rage she is fortunate to have a capable team leader who advocated for her. Rage looks surprised and hesitant as Baze tosses the official license card to her, telling her to accept it. Baze assures Rage that her combat abilities already surpass most Rank 2 mercenaries, prompting Rage to catch the card and begin thanking her. Rage's eye widens in shock as she reads the specifics on the test result sheet. Baze sits on a windowsill, playfully teasing her team member about getting emotional. Rage grins maniacally with sharp teeth, holding up her new Rank 2 license card and excitedly asking if this allows her to take on R-rank missions. Baze tosses a Rank 2 mercenary license card across the table to Rage, telling her to accept it and noting that her combat skills already surpass most Rank 2 mercenaries. Rage holds the license card in awe, muttering in disbelief before beginning to express her gratitude to Baze. Rage's red eyes widen in shock as her gaze catches a specific detail printed on the document. Baze sits thoughtfully along the windowsill, playfully teasing her about getting emotional over the promotion. Rage grins maniacally with sharp teeth, holding up her new card and clenching her fist as she asks if this means she can take on R-rank missions. Baze looks back from the windowsill in mild surprise, asking if there is a specific R-rank target Rage is eager to capture. Rage enthusiastically brings up the suspect who recently slipped away from her, vowing to destroy him next time, while Baze sighs softly by the window. Rage grits her sharp teeth in annoyance, grumbling to herself that Den raised the case threat level on his own authority. Baze asks what Rage means by Den raising the threat level independently. Baze sits thoughtfully on the windowsill, looking down in silence as ambient wind blows outside. Rage sweats nervously and stammers an excuse, frantically insisting that the case was definitely worthy of being raised to R rank. Baze smiles pleasantly by the windowsill, casually accepting Rage's explanation. Baze smiles warmly, noting that catching a suspect on the first attempt is rarely easy, and telling Rage not to hold on to the setback. Rage looks down awkwardly in her black coat, softly agreeing with Baze's comforting words. Rage sweats and grits her teeth in internal anger, cursing Den for forcing her to lie to cover his report. A flashback memory displays Den official report, claiming the suspect rampaged through town and killed a resident before fleeing, justifying the escalation. Rage struggles internally with her conscience, desperately debating whether she should simply confess the whole truth to Baze. Baze suddenly instructs her to go ahead, making Rage snap her head up in complete shock and confusion. Baze hops down off the windowsill, encouraging Rage to pursue the suspect she let slip, prompting Rage to salute with enthusiastic agreement. Rage raises her fist triumphantly, declaring she will crush the target, but pauses abruptly as Baze adds a condition. Baze raises a finger, instructing Rage that since this is her first Rank 2 mission, she must take the vice leader along with her. Rage slumps over in complete disappointment at having a supervisor assigned to her mission. A wooden welcome sign for the desert town of Beimu hangs beneath a clear sky as a transport vehicle rumbles past. An armored transport bus halts on the dusty street of Beimu, kicking up clouds of sand upon arrival. Dongchan and the Draco elf woman step off the bus into swirling dust, both wearing face masks as Dongchan coughs violently, and she tells him to stay silent. Dongchan adjusts his red face mask, grumbling through the cloth that he continues coughing despite wearing the hood disguise. Dongchan clicks his tongue in annoyance, adjusting his scarf in the dusty street. A wide shot reveals the desolate, empty desert town filled with wooden structures and scattered crates as the duo walks down the central dirt road. Dongchan looks around through his face mask, asking if this is the correct location since not a single resident is in sight. The Draco elf woman lowers her face mask slightly, noting that the barren settlement looks nothing like Arak and likely lacks an administration office. Dongchan and the elf woman pause in surprise as a strange figure wearing a wooden box over his head and a blue cloak approaches them. The box-headed stranger speaks through his wooden mask, noting he does not recognize their faces and asking their identities. Dongchan and the elf woman stare back, with the elf woman questioning his identity and pointing out the bizarre wooden box on his head. The stranger strictly retorts that he asked first and expects them to answer before he does. She glares back, stating it is proper etiquette to reveal one identity before asking others. A split panel shows the stranger claiming to be a local resident, while she counters that she is merely a traveler. She firmly reiterates her claim of being a simple traveler. The stranger asks if she wants to pick a fight, while Dong-chan wonders if the stranger is going through a rebellious phase. Dong-chan cuts in, adjusting his scarf and asking the box-headed man directly if he knows the location of Forca. The stranger stands silently while Dong-chan explains he heard Forca was nearby, though the town appears completely deserted. A glowing red eye aperture opens within the central slot of the wooden box head as the stranger notes that their faces look familiar. Dong-chan and the elf woman gasp in shock as the stranger realizes he recognized them from a government wanted list. The stranger chuckles and raises his arm, admitting he was merely testing them and confirming his suspicions through their shocked reaction. Dong-chan and the elf woman glare furiously, with Dong-chan gritting his teeth over the provocation and the elf woman agreeing. The stranger raises his hand casually, telling them to cut the idle chat if they are indeed fugitives fleeing Suridan. Shrouded in dark shadows, the stranger warns that being on the run from Suridan means facing severe consequences. Dong-chan pulls up his red mask with a grim expression, muttering that another conflict is starting. Dong-chan glares intensely as he internally sighs over the endless trouble following them. In a sudden, dramatic shift, the stranger throws his arms up with a cheerful posture, celebrating their arrival. The stranger dances playfully before a dumbfounded Dong-chan and elf woman, celebrating that they oppose Suridan. Dong-chan stares with a blank, deadpan expression at the eccentric stranger, bluntly asking if something is wrong with his brain. The Draco elf woman lowers her face mask, plainly asking the stranger to state the location of Forca. The stranger slaps his wooden mask with a loud clang, shouting that he completely forgot their question about Forca, making Dong-chan sigh in annoyance. The stranger holds up a gloved finger, dramatically announcing that Forca is located right nearby. She stares stoically as the stranger initiates a playful drumroll chant. Dong-chan deadpans as the stranger continues his dramatic drumroll chant. The stranger continues his theatrical drumroll build-up. The box-headed stranger strikes a dramatic pose with his finger pointing directly at his own chest, revealing that he himself is Forca. Forca laughs merrily through his wooden box head while she covers her face in exasperation, and Dong-chan stares back with a deadpan expression. Dong-chan firmly grabs Forca by the shoulder with an intense glare, warning that he endured a grueling journey to locate Forca and instructing him not to mess around. Dong-chan maintains a tight grip on Forca's shoulder, pointing a finger right at the wooden box face and demanding to know the true location of Forca. The wooden box head stares silently at Dong-chan, taking in his total lack of trust. Forca casually holds up his gloved hands to brush off Dong-chan's grip, remarking that Dong-chan does not place much trust in others. Forca turns and begins walking down the empty town street, inviting Dong-chan and the elf woman to speak while they walk. Forca leaps effortlessly across wooden roof beams as they navigate the town, marveling at the story of the bookstore being burned down over unsold texts. Dong-chan leaps across the rooftops right behind Forca, pointing out that Forca has no proof to verify his story, though Forca notes trusting him is better than trusting Suridan. Running along the roof, Dong-chan observes that Forca clearly harbors a deep grudge against Suridan, guessing he suffered a rough past encounter with them. Forca confirms Dong-chan's suspicion, stating his grudge exists because of what happened to Forca. Dong-chan turns to Forca while sprinting over rooftops, asking in confusion if Forca is actually an official member of the group, prompting Forca to ask why Dong-chan followed him otherwise. Forca vaults off a roof ledge with his cloak billowing, asking why Dong-chan is so skeptical, and questioning if he has been betrayed frequently due to his box mask disguise. Forca lands cleanly in a low crouch on a raised platform, arguing that the wooden box mask is ideal for concealing his true identity. A quiet moment passes as they wonder why Forca would need to hide his identity in the first place. Forca peers down from the roof ledge, laughing loudly as he notes he would rather hide his face than have it plastered across government-wanted posters like theirs. The Draco elf woman lands softly on the cobblestone ground, looking around at the vacant streets and asking where the townspeople are located. She observes her quiet surroundings, noting the complete absence of residents in the town. Forca explains through his wooden box head that nobody wants to live here because the region is abandoned land. Forca stands beside Dong-chan in the street, explaining that roughly a dozen people reside in the town center, while Dong-chan asks what he means by abandoned land. Dong-chan looks down with a grim expression, asking if Forca is truly a completely ruined mercenary organization, just as Savage claimed. Forca looks up at the sky, acknowledging that while Savage's description was harsh, their assessment was fundamentally correct. Forca gesticulates with his gloved hand, explaining that while Forca was busy exposing Suridan's past crimes, Suridan officially became the national mercenary force. Forca chuckles sadly, recalling that Forca never received a fair chance to resist. A shot of the clear sky above the town buildings reflects Dongchan pondering the implications of Forca destruction. Forca Boxhead turns back in surprise as Dongchan trails off in his thoughts. Dongchan stands alone with his head bowed against a dark background, internally questioning if Forca is incapable of helping him. Forca stands near a wooden ladder in the street, offering to help them locate a hiding place and asking if that was their original goal. Dongchan speaks firmly, noting that most people seeking Forca desire a hideout. Forca turns his box head back in mild surprise as Dongchan speaks up. Dongchen grits his teeth, firmly declaring that he did not come here for that reason. Dongchan raises his hand to his chest, declaring with fierce resolve that he did not abandon his grandmother just to spend the rest of his life hiding in fear. Forca's dark eye aperture narrows as he asks Dongchan what he intends to do instead. The Draco elf woman stands nearby as Forca gestures, asking Dongchan if he expects Forca to exact revenge on Suradon simply because his bookstore was burned. Dongchan looks down with a somber expression, confessing he believed finding Forca would allow him to secure a peaceful life with his grandmother again. Forca quietly admits he cannot assist with that request, revealing that Forca is far beyond being merely partially ruined. Looking at the deserted settlement, Forca solemnly confesses that every other member is gone, leaving him as the sole survivor. The scene shifts to mercenary town Lark built across cliffside terraces under a bright sky. Inside a supply store in Lark, the shopkeeper looks surprised as a light-haired customer with piercings orders 20 wooden planks and 10 construction items. The shopkeeper asks why he requires so many materials, and the light-haired customer deadpans that sections of his mercenary headquarters need urgent repairs. A light-haired customer orders additional supplies, as the shopkeeper remarks that his headquarters must be in terrible shape. Heavy combat boots step firmly onto the cobblestone street as an off-screen voice asks about Savage. A pale-skinned male elf officer with white hair and glowing yellow eyes asks coldly if Savage was mentioned. Rage walks alongside the white-haired elf officer bearing a black cross tattoo on his chest, confirming a report placed wanted fugitives at Savage headquarters. The white-haired elf officer casually asks Rage if she has a boyfriend, but Rage immediately rejects his advance with an annoyed expression. They approach the Savage headquarters building as the officer tells her to keep her options open, which Rage vehemently refuses. An exterior view shows the mercenary group Savage headquarters building under a bright blue sky. Inside her office, Carissa explains to the officer that her group had no idea the visitors were criminals, claiming they only allowed them inside after a minor dispute. Carissa stands before the white-haired officer, insisting her group would have reported the fugitives immediately had they known their true status. The white-haired officer stands in the doorway alongside Rage, accepting Carissa's statement for now but ordering her to wait outside while he interrogates her members. Karis reacts in surprise, asking why her captain testimony alone is insufficient to clear her group. The white-haired elf officer looks down with a cold gaze, stating that other members might possess different information. He steps forward with heavy footsteps, warning that if she or her members refuse to cooperate, his mouth curves into a sinister smirk as he warns that uncooperative behavior will brand her entire group as accomplices. The white-haired officer leans in dangerously close to Carissa, his yellow eyes gleaming with sinister intent as he threatens to deal with her group as he sees fit. Carissa stands outside Savage headquarters looking heavily stressed, while Rage steps out into the alleyway. Carissa looks down in frustration, internally reflecting that she never anticipated the two hooded fugitives would carry R-rank bounty statuses. Carissa narrows her red eyes in thought, reassuring herself that her members know nothing about the fugitives, so no threat of exposure exists. Carissa stands outside the office door while the white-haired officer voice commands her not to enter until his interrogation concludes. The heavy wooden office door closes firmly shut. A flashback memory shows young Dongchan looking at his grandmother in the rain, asking why she is telling him to abandon the village. She instructs young Dongchan to head north and locate Forca, explaining the group's long-standing hostility towards Suradon. Her assurance echoes through his mind that Forca would offer him protection. Young Dongchan looks back bewildered, asking how Forca could possibly assist him. Back in the present, a crumbling stone wall and a tattered red banner stand in the ruined town. Forca sits perched atop a stone wall looking out at the sky, remarking on the nice scenery and asking Dongchan what he intends to do next. Forca looks down at Dongchan, stating that his grandmother likely understood the truth since Forca's downfall was heavily documented in history books. Forca continues explaining that she knew she would become a burden if they fled together, so she sent Dongchan off alone to shield him from Suradon. Dongchan sits against the stone wall, staring blankly ahead, coming to the painful realization that he truly abandoned his grandmother. Dongchan sighs heavily, resting his chin on his knees as he laments his actions. The Draco elf woman lies casually on the ground nearby, looking up at the sky and asking if this town is truly safe. Forka, sitting on the wall, explains that roughly a dozen people reside here, noting every single one of them is a wanted criminal. Forka raises a finger, asking why Suradan has never once raided this town. She lies on the ground, suggesting Suradan turn northern Baymao into a lawless zone, then proposes that Dongchan bring his grandmother here so they can live together away from Suradan. Forka waves his gloved hand, while Dongchan sits silently listening to her idea. Dongchan's eyes widen in sudden realization as he considers her proposal brilliant. Dongchan leaps up enthusiastically, shouting in excitement while she remains lying down, and Forka watches silently. Forka box mask stares with a neutral expression. Dongchan grabs Forga by his shoulders enthusiastically, while Forga sweat drops and points out that it is not his decision to make. Forka points out cautiously that the town is filled with dangerous wanted criminals, asking if bringing his grandmother here is truly safe. Dongchan speaks plainly, arguing that if safety is the only issue, it should not be a problem. Dongchan holds up his thumb with a confident grin, declaring that he will personally protect his grandmother this time. She sits cross-legged, asking if Dongchan knows his grandmother's exact location, to which Dongchan admits he has not heard directly. Dongchan grins confidently, adding that he has a few solid guesses while Forka listens thoughtfully. Forka sits on a wooden bench, warning Dongchan that running off without knowing the exact location is reckless, especially since Dongchan is also a wanted fugitive. Dongchan looks serious, explaining that his grandmother is a fugitive as well, which is why he cannot afford to wait any longer. Forka sits back on the bench, remarking that while it is not his concern, Suradan not visiting the town yet does not guarantee they never will. Forka turns serious, asking if either Dongchan or the elf woman holds an R-rank bounty. Dongchan looks startled and confused by Forka's sudden question. Dongchan and the elf woman stand before Forka as Forka senses something unusual. The scene cuts back to the exterior building of the Savage Mercenary Group in Lark. Inside the Savage headquarters corridor, blood splatters cover the stone walls and floor, leading past the limp bodies of defeated mercenaries. Blood-soaked boots walk slowly through the bloody hallway. The white-haired elf officer stands covered in bloodstains among the slaughtered mercenaries, wondering aloud if he backed the wrong side. A heavy wooden door creaks open as Carice steps into the room and freezes in horror. Carice looks into the chamber with wide, trembling eyes, asking in dread if the interrogation is already finished. Carice's face freezes in utter horror. The white-haired officer stands soaked in blood inside the doorway, plainly confirming that the interrogation is over. Carice stammers in disbelief. The white-haired officer looks down indifferently at the blood splattered across his skin. Rage stands behind the officer in horror as he calmly explains that he executed all the members because they refused to reveal the fugitive's location. He leans toward Carice, offering her one final chance to reveal where the fugitives went. Carice opens her mouth, softly replying that he is correct. The white-haired officer looks mildly intrigued as Carice continues speaking. Tears stream down Carice's cheeks as she prepares her response. Tears stream down her face as her eyes ignite with fierce blue energy, roaring with aura that she no longer has any reason to tell him. Text introduces the Berserker as a representative warrior race known for immense physical power. Carice charges forward with glowing blue eyes as narration explains that Berserkers are known as mad warriors whose physical strength scales with their rage. A well-known proverb warns warriors never to incite a berserker rage. A cratered concrete floor underlines the warning never to make a berserker angry. A massive, violent explosion erupts within the town square, sending heavy dust and shockwaves billowing across the surrounding buildings. Terrified townspeople in the street turn toward the explosion in alarm, asking if another violent clash has erupted nearby. Heavy footsteps walk through the dusty street as a resident laments the endless violence occurring in the town. A light-haired customer carries a heavy stack of wooden construction planks, grumbling that everyone in town is full of energy while he struggles with heavy labor. An exhausted sigh echoes across the town beneath the overcast sky. The blood-soaked body of the white-haired officer lies face down on the fractured concrete floor amidst clouds of dust. Carice sternly orders her opponent to stand back up. Covered in blood and bruises with glowing blue eyes, Carice steps forward through the dust, declaring that their fight is far from complete. Rage surges forward with flaming hands, screaming an angry insult at the white-haired officer. Rage's eye widens in shock as she abruptly halts her attack mid-motion. A bloody hand pushes up from the rubble, dripping blood onto the cracked floor. The white-haired officer sits up from the crater, holding out a hand to instruct Rage not to interfere since she has no romantic interest in him. He stands up to face Carice, while Rage stops in her tracks looking confused, with the officer declaring the fight to be his personal enjoyment. Covered in blood, he coldly states that he enjoys gazing into the eyes of a woman who hates him. Carice vaults high into the air with glowing blue eyes, launching a devastating aerial assault straight down toward the officer. Her glowing blue eyes lock onto her target with lethal focus. Karis unleashes a fierce flurry of heavy punches toward the officer, declaring that this spectacle will be his final entertainment before death. The white-haired officer smoothly dodges her incoming strike, slipping past her fist with an unimpressed hum. In a flash, he reaches out and clamps his hand firmly around Karis' throat. Holding Karis securely by the neck, he compliments her appearance and acknowledges her impressive strength. He leans in close while holding her throat, casually asking if she wants to be his girlfriend, making Karis react with shock. Karis' glowing blue eye burns with intense fury as she mutters a response. Karis executes a powerful throw, grabbing the officer's waist and slamming him back first into the concrete floor. A colossal impact shatters the floor into flying rock fragments as the officer crashes into the earth. Karis stands over the crater with glowing blue eyes and a clenched fist, inviting him to test her resolve. An exterior shot of Savage headquarters shows the building shaking as shockwaves from the clash ripple outward. Blood drips down the interior walls and floor as a defeated body lies motionless in the hallway. A bloody hand rests limp on the floor, accompanied by heavy panting. Karis' trembling, blood-stained fist clenches as she catches her breath after the clash. Karis sits atop the battered body of the officer, gasping for air with blood trickling down her face. Covered in cuts and blood, Karis mutters that she needs to land one more blow. Karis turns her head toward the street outside, where Rage and other mercenaries have gathered. Rage stands in the street with flaming hands, aggressively shouting at surrounding onlookers to clear out and mind their own business. Rage detonates a fire blast near a crowd of curious onlookers, scaring them into fleeing in panic. Karis internally resolves to finish off her opponent regardless. Karis freezes in shock as sharp, black metallic rods suddenly impale her body through her shoulders and chest. Rage turns around in horror, screaming in shock as she witnesses Karis being impaled from behind. Heavy boots step onto the bloody floor as the white-haired officer voice calmly remarks that an enraged berserker is indeed terrifying. Karis lies pinned to the floor by black stakes, gritting her teeth in agony as the white-haired elf officer stands back up behind her completely unharmed. He stands tall, noting that she reduced his carefully crafted top-tier summoned beast into a bloody mess. Karis' eye trembles in shock as she realizes in horror that the opponent she fought was merely a summoned puppet. The officer stands over the dissolving puppet body, explaining that he built it tougher than a golem, and complimenting her for destroying it. Karis gnashes her teeth in fury, spitting blood and roaring at the officer for playing games with her. Looking down coldly, he instructs Karis to behave herself. Karis screams in pain as glowing magical energy stakes pin her limbs securely to the stone floor. He stands calmly over her, stating he would prefer not to turn her into a pincushion. Holding a sharp black stake, he reminds her that she previously claimed to know where the fugitives went. He presses a stake into her shoulder, making her scream in agony as he demands the fugitive's location. Coughing blood, Karis glares up with furious hatred and swears to kill him. His glowing yellow eye flares as he muses calmly about targeting her other limbs next. Heavy footsteps echo across the floor as someone rushes into the room. Rage steps into the room, reaching out her hand in alarm and yelling for the officer to stop. Unable to watch Karis endure further torture, the light-haired mercenary with piercings bursts into the room and roars at the top of his lungs that the fugitives fled to Fortka. Karis lies pinned to the floor by black energy stakes, panting weakly and asking if another member remained inside the building. The white-haired elf officer stands over Karis, asking if Ben's report regarding the fugitive's destination is certain. Ben clutches his chest frantically, while Rage places a comforting hand on his shoulder, with Ben shouting that he distinctly heard the fugitives mention joining Fortka. Ben weeps desperately, begging the officer to spare Captain Karis' life. Ben's eye widens in horror as tears stream down his face as a cold voice speaks off-screen. The white-haired officer smirks maliciously, telling Ben he should not have spoken because he ruined the officer's enjoyment. Karis sits impaled by multiple energy stakes, looking up in complete despair. Her eyes fill with horror as she whispers in denial. Rage stands turning her head away with a heavy expression, unable to watch the violent act. Blood drips continuously onto the stone floor. Ben stands impaled by multiple black energy stakes through his chest, glowing with magical light as Karis screams his name. A cutaway shot shows the exterior window of Suradan headquarters under a bright sky. Inside Suradan headquarters, a shirtless male mercenary stands leaning against the wall, expressing unease and asking if they can leave the situation unmonitored. The female Suradan officer wearing glasses sits at her desk, asking if he intends to kill the team members instead. She holds a textbook at her desk, warning that rash action will worsen matters and reminding him that Team 1 Captain Bays is formidable. The shirtless mercenary asks if she expects him to lose, while she replies that keeping circumstances under control is paramount. Her red eye behind her glasses narrows as she advises him to observe, since no proof shows Baze has uncovered their plan. The shirtless mercenary looks down thoughtfully, noting that promoting rage due to staff shortages smells suspicious. She sets down her tea, stating that the truth will be confirmed soon enough before they act. She reminds him that their primary objective is completing the operation quietly. The shirtless mercenary mentions that Team 1 vice captain is involved, referring to him as a freak. Text identifies the white-haired elf officer as Vice Captain Cross, a genius summoner whose target elimination will save them from intervening. The shirtless mercenary notes that while Cross power belonged to Asura, his execution was pathetic and no match for Rage. The female officer closes her eyes thoughtfully, asking if he truly believes someone like that could survive. Back at the ruined Fort Gay location in Baymo, a voice groans in dismay under the blue sky. Forka holds a newspaper wanted poster, while Dongchan and the elf woman peer over his shoulders, with Forka exclaiming that they are rank R fugitives. Dongchan leans in close to inspect the newspaper, asking if his grandmother saw the report, while the elf woman questions his priorities. She reads the wanted report in shock, noting the severe charges of terrorizing a village and murdering civilians. Dongchan frantically denies the charges, shouting that he has never killed anyone, while Forka points out the paper states otherwise. Dongchan turns to the elf woman shouting about their rank R status, making her sweat drop in exasperation over their chaotic situation. Forka holds up the paper, illustrating crime ranks from N1 to L and explaining that murder is usually N3, meaning an rank R indicates they severely angered Suradan. Dongchan looks down somberly, realizing that bringing his grandmother to this town would be unsafe. Forka sets the newspaper on his lap, remarking that fabricating a murder charge to assign in rank R shows unprecedented aggression from Suradan. Forka looks grave through his wooden box mask, stating it has been a long time since Suradan acted this aggressively. Dongchan and the elf woman look at Forka attentively as he addresses them. Forka scratches his box mask, bluntly telling them that both of them are as good as dead. Forka gestures with his gloved hand, advising them that no safe place exists on the continent and urging them to run for the rest of their lives. Dongchan looks shocked, while Forka clarifies he is offering realistic advice rather than joking. The elf woman looks solemn, confirming that the situation is indeed as severe as Forka describes. She closes her eyes in deep thought. She turns to Dongchan, instructing him to go find his grandmother immediately. Dongchan looks bewildered, asking why she is suddenly declaring that they must part ways. She urges him to hurry before it becomes too late to save his precious person. She reminds him of her own painful regret over losing her older brother, warning him not to share her fate. Forka chimes in, noting that running for life is only an option if one survives in the first place. Dongchan asks what she plans to do, as she states she has nothing left to lose. Looking out at the sky, she declares her intention to remain and uncover Nyark's secrets if Suradan arrives. Standing with her back turned, she tells Dongchan that this is her personal fight and urges him to leave before it is too late. Dongchan stands looking forward with a solemn expression as he processes her words. A memory shows his grandmother weeping tears of worry in the heavy rain. Dongchan closes his eyes, stealing his internal resolve. Forka turns and walks away toward the ruined stone wall. Dongchan opens his eyes with steady determination, looking at the elf woman as she turns to him and softly tells him not to die. A gloomy stone dungeon window framed by iron bars appears, with a small piece of bread resting on the ledge above. Karis sits chained inside a dark prison cell, her ankles bound by heavy iron shackles near a discarded meal tray on the stone floor. Karis sits with a defeated expression as she reflects on her failed quest for revenge and inability to protect her mercenary group. She sits alone behind the cell bars, painfully realizing that she accomplished nothing. Her dull, hopeless eyes reveal her belief that her failure stems from her own weakness. She sits slumped against a stone cell wall beneath the high window, lost in gloomy reflection. Forka Wooden Boxhead looks down from the ruined stone wall, announcing that Dongchan has departed. Forka stretches his arms, telling the elf woman that she should evacuate as well, but she turns back in surprise, reminding him that this town is his home. Raising her arm to stretch, she warns Forka that staying will drag him into the upcoming battle and instructs him to evacuate the residence. Forka Wooden Boxhead looks skeptical, asking if she truly intends to confront Suradan directly rather than joking. Forka warns that surviving a direct confrontation with Suradan is unlikely. Her glowing yellow eyes flare as she declares her plan to hold the entrance to minimize destruction to the residential area. She leaps gracefully off the high stone ledge in a blur of motion, leaving Forka shouting in awe. Forka shields his face from the rising dust cloud, complaining about the dust while marveling at her cool-headed composure. Forka Wooden Boxhead looks silent and solemn as he watches her depart. An exterior shot of the ruined Forka territory appears as a voice wishes her good luck. Dongchen walks stealthily down a stone alleyway wearing his red face scarf disguise, noting that retracing their original path is too dangerous. Dongchan consults a paper map while navigating the quiet street, deciding to take an alternate route even if it requires more time. Dongchen considers the elf woman, internally acknowledging that while leaving her behind feels uneasy, he cannot imagine her losing. Looking through his red mask, Dongchen resolves to prioritize locating his grandmother. A pale gray-skinned thief bearing purple body tattoos leaps down from behind Dongchan with a raised stone, attempting a surprise attack. Without turning around, Dongchen executes a swift backward elbow strike directly into the thief midsection, causing the attacker to gasp in pain. The thief's eyes bulge in utter agony as Dongchen's blow connects square with his stomach. The thief collapses onto his knees on the dirt path, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. Dongchen turns around casually, looking down through his red mask at the collapsed thief and asking for his identity. The thief kneels trembling on the dirt, frantically apologizing and confessing he only intended to knock Dongchan out for money because Dongchan appeared weak. Dongchan leans over casually, asking if the thief is a local resident, to which the thief complains about the town's terrible security. The thief admits he visits the town whenever he runs out of money, prompting Dongchan to label him as total trash. Dongchen pulls down his mask slightly, reflecting that this lawlessness matches Forka's description of an abandoned land. Dongchan's eyes widen in sudden realization as an idea strikes him. Dongchen crouches low in front of the kneeling thief, asking where he entered the town. Dongchen reasons that a thief would not enter through the heavily guarded main front gate. The thief looks up surprised, agreeing with Dongchen's logic and asking to join in on his plan. Dongchan smirks dangerously through his scarf, demanding that the thief reveal his secret entry route. Meanwhile, high above on a building ledge, the elf woman leaps gracefully down toward the street. She pulls herself up onto the high ledge, questioning whether Suradan has failed to realize their destination if they have not arrived in Baimao yet. She considers that waiting in Lark might have been wiser than relying solely on Fort Ga information. She looks over the ledge thoughtfully, resolving to wait at her current position until the end of the day. A colossal black cross-sword projectile drops straight down from the sky, piercing deep into the street below her position. She looks up toward the sky in shock as the giant weapon lands. A giant black cross-sword emblem looms high above the town skyline against the bright sky. Forka sits watching from the ruined stone wall, grumbling about a rank 1 mercenary showing up despite his prayers for good luck. Forka Box Mask looks annoyed, noting that his prayers prove completely useless once again. The giant black cross emblem floats high in the sky. An ominous threat is directed at both fugitives. A massive surge of magical energy erupts around the floating cross emblem in the sky. Her eye glows brightly as she locks her gaze onto the incoming assault. A catastrophic energy explosion detonates beneath the floating cross emblem, obliterating the center of Beimu in a massive pillar of blinding light. Dongchan stands startled as a massive, distant explosion rocks the town center in a flash of light. The thief looks back in utter terror, asking if loud noises are common in Beimu and questioning if the town is an active war zone. The thief trembles with sweat under the blue sky, stating he has never heard such a terrifying noise and asking if an actual war has erupted. Dongchan looks toward the distant smoke with a grim expression, internally realizing the terrible truth. Dongchan sweats nervously through his red face mask, wondering if Suradan mercenaries have already arrived. Thick smoke and dust billow into the clear sky from the site of the colossal explosion in central Baimao. The white-haired elf officer Boots stands in the rubble as he remarks that he has handled one of the fugitives for now. The white-haired officer, Vice Captain Cross, stands in the crater, asking Rage to search for the second fugitive while he inspects the defeated opponent. Rage smiles with sharp teeth, agreeing to search near the port while Cross instructs her not to return too quickly. Cross grins sinisterly with yellow eyes, expressing cruel delight in handling an elf corpse, but freezes in sudden surprise. Boots step onto the cracked stone floor as a voice speaks out. A giant blue dragon gauntlet pushes up out of the rubble as the Draco elf woman emerges alive from the crater, coldly stating she is not a corpse. Rage looks back in fury at her survival, but Cross commands Rage to leave the fight to him. Rage looks annoyed as Cross orders her to depart immediately. Cross grins maniacally, pointing at the elf woman and declaring her as his personal opponent. Rage walks away grumbling furiously to herself about wanting to crush the elf woman personally for kicking her face earlier. Rage looks back at Cross' dark expression, realizing arguing is pointless and agreeing to search for the second target. Cross smirks coldly, telling the elf woman that they can now enjoy their fight uninterrupted. She stands with her blue dragon gauntlet raised, stating she has questions for him but must first return his projectile. Cross looks surprised as she prepares her move. She hurls the giant black cross-sword projectile straight back at Cross with immense physical force. Cross stands with his back turned as the giant projectile flies back toward him through the air. Cross turns around in surprise as the projectile closes in on his position. Cross smiles calmly as the black cross-sword dissolves harmlessly into dark magical particles before striking him. Cross smiles arrogantly, explaining that since the weapon was constructed from his magic, he can dissipate it at will. She charges forward through the dust cloud, stating she anticipated his ability. She unleashes a high-speed strike directly toward Crossface with her dragon gauntlet. Her sharp eye focuses as her strike connects. She slams her scaled gauntlet fist directly into a massive stone barrier that materializes to block her. A giant summoned greystone hand titled Ashen Giant erupts from the earth, successfully shielding Cross from her attack. The giant stone hand catches her fist, while Cross sits atop its wrist, complementing her impressive power. Cross sits comfortably on top of the giant stone hand, comparing her punch to a berserker strength and noting he has never encountered an elf like her. She steps back into a combat stance, asking if Cross also lacks information regarding Nyark. Cross gestures casually, replying that he does not know or care about Nyark, expressing desire only to focus on their fight. Cross grins with yellow eyes as a surge of dark summoning energy ignites beneath the elf woman. She glares furiously, internally noting his rapid summoning speed with annoyance. She leaps backward through the air as multiple sharp black stakes erupt from the ground beneath her feet. Her eye widens in alarm as she dodges the environmental hazards. She midair vaults over another giant stone hand rising from the earth to crush her. Cross smirks sinisterly, mockingly asking if she can withstand his onslaught. Multiple sharp black stakes erupt simultaneously through the stone floor, impaling the air around her position. Cross sits perched on a giant summoned stone finger, looking down and remarking that he wants to see how much prettier she becomes under pressure. She midair vaults over a rising stone hand, closing the distance to strike Cross from above. Cross leaps backward through the air, dodging her incoming aerial strike as black stakes erupt around him. Cross looks back with a sadistic grin, expressing intense curiosity about her limits. A giant summoned stone hand closes its fingers firmly around her in mid-air, while Cross laughs wildly below, asking how she will look when crushed. Crossface warps with sadism, declaring he wants to see her guts spill under extreme pressure. She struggles against the crushing grip of the giant stone hand, gritting her teeth in agony as the stone fingers compress her torso. Cross sits atop the giant stone hand, looking down sadistically at her trapped in its grip, calmly announcing that it is time to begin. Cross grins maniacally, mockingly telling her that it will hurt a little. The giant stone hand closes its fingers tightly around her, crushing her torso with immense pressure. Cross watches from above with a dark smirk as the stone hand compresses further, grinding stone against her body. Cross covers his face with his hands, closing his eyes in sadistic pleasure and declaring that the crushing sound is mesmerizing. As Cross wishes the moment could last forever, her scaled blue dragon arm violently breaks through the giant stone fingers in a burst of rubble. Cross stares down at his broken stone construct with a blank expression. Her blue dragon gauntlet flexes as she breaks free from the giant stone hand. She vaults out of the shattered stone grip, landing agilely on the fractured ground below. Cross drops down into a low crouch on the ground, complimenting her resilience and noting that even his ashen giant could not break her. Cross stands facing her from a distance, sinisterly declaring that he wants her. Cut back to Central Baymao, where Forka sits cross-legged on a wooden bench atop the ruined stone wall under a clear sky. Forka turns his wooden box head in surprise as something catches his attention. Rage lands heavily in a crouch atop the stone wall right before Forka's wooden bench. Forka greets Rage casually off-screen, but Rage glares with sharp eyes and cuts him off, aggressively demanding to know where Dongchan is. Forka sits back casually, feigning ignorance, while Rage steps forward and warns him not to play dumb. Rage warns Forka that if he hides information, she will classify him as an accomplice with an R-rank bounty too. Forka deadpans through his box mask, calling her the spitting image of a true Suradan mercenary. Forka notes that while he is relieved to see her adapting well to Suradan, seeing her change is bittersweet. Rage cuts him off angrily, telling him to stop talking nonsense and reveal the fugitive location immediately. From his bench above, Forka plainly reveals that Dongchan has already left town and that he does not know where he went. Forka asks Rage if she intends to label him as an accomplice in typical Suradan fashion. Rage exhales a heavy, irritated sigh. Rage turns her back to Forka and walks away along the wall edge, telling him to stop being an idiot and face reality because the port is already ruined. Rage pauses in surprise as Forka remarks from behind that it looks like she received a promotion. Forka notes that handling R-rank cases means she was promoted, offering his congratulations. Rage looks away softly, muttering under her breath. Rage vaults off the stone wall and leaps away, leaving Forga watching silently in thought. Forga looks out over the ruined banner, pondering her warning about the port being destroyed. Meanwhile, Donchan walks down a quiet canyon trail accompanied by the gray-skinned thief. The thief points down the canyon path, explaining that following the road leads straight to a small village away from Suradan patrols. The thief smirks nervously, attempting to slip away quietly while Dongchan is not looking. A terrifying dark aura surges around Dongchan as he glares sideways, causing the panicked thief to frantically promise to escort him all the way. Dongchan adjusts his red face mask, instructing the thief that he is coming along until the village is in sight to ensure it is not a trap. The thief agrees nervously, while Dongchan deadpans that the world is dangerous specifically because of guys like him. The thief complains as they walk together, asking why Dongchan acts superior when they are in the same illegal situation. Dongchan retorts angrily that he does not steal and tells the thief not to act friendly, but the thief notes that taking secret backroads speaks for itself. They walk along the canyon rocks as the thief presses Dongchan on why he is taking hidden routes if he is innocent. Dongchan looks down somberly, explaining that he was falsely accused of a crime and realized that clearing his name was beyond his power. Dongchan admits with a heavy heart that he simply gave up trying to clear his name. Dongchan reveals he planned to take his grandmother and hide away on a peaceful island, making the thief pause in surprise upon hearing about his grandmother. Dongchan confirms his grandmother is his only family and that she was framed alongside him. The thief suddenly stops in his tracks with a shocked expression, prompting Dongchan to turn back and ask why he stopped. The thief stammers in realization, asking if Dongchan is in rank R fugitive. Dongchan gasps in shock, turning back with sharp eyes to ask how the thief knows his bounty rank. Sweating heavily, the thief hesitantly asks if Dongchan has read the recent newspapers. Dongchan lowers his gaze, asking if the thief recognized his face from wanted reports despite his masked disguise. The thief looks down with a solemn expression, telling Dongchan that he will not need to look for his grandmother anymore. Standing on the rocky path, the thief repeats his warning, stating plainly that Dongchan does not need to search for his grandmother. Dongchan's face freezes in utter shock and disbelief, sweating profusely as he demands to know what kind of garbage the thief is talking about. Her feet launch off the ground, kicking up rock fragments and dust as she leaps into the air. She descends from above with her scaled blue gauntlets raised, aiming an aerial strike directly at Cross. Cross looks up with calm yellow eyes as her attack closes in. A giant summoned greystone arm rises to block her airborne strike, absorbing the impact in midair. She lands on the ground in a low crouch, dragging her blue dragon gauntlet across the stone floor to stop her momentum. She looks up in alarm as a massive black projectile falls straight toward her position. A colossal black crossword projectile drops straight down from the sky, smashing into the stone floor with an explosive impact. Cracks spread across the dark surface of the giant crossword weapon. She steps out from the crumbling rock fragments completely unharmed, surrounding herself with blue draconic aura. She exhales a heavy breath, her glowing yellow eyes focused intently on her opponent. A massive summoned stone hand bound by glowing strings hovers above her, as she internally notes that his summons keep coming endlessly. She clenches her blue dragon gauntlet into a tight fist. The giant summoned stone hand slams down toward her, while she prepares to meet the blow head-on. Cross yellow eyes expand in slight surprise at her sudden move. Her full power punch completely shatters the giant summoned stone hand into flying rock fragments. As the shattered stone hand dissolves into smoke, Cross stands calmly, pondering how much stronger his summoned beast needs to be to capture her. Cross looks startled, letting out a faint reaction of confusion. She sprints across the ground at blinding speed, causing Cross to ask what she is doing. In motion, she internally analyzes that cross-summoning and retrieval speed make getting close difficult. She slams her scaled gauntlet into the ground, shattering stone debris to kick up a massive dust cloud. A thick cloud of dust and rock fragments completely obscures Cross' line of sight as she executes her smokescreen strategy. Cross stands unbothered in the rising dust cloud, chuckling condescendingly that her idea is cute. Cross looks unfazed as he asks if she is underestimating his vision too much. A massive stone chunk flies through the smokescreen toward Cross, but he easily dodges the incoming projectile. Cross tracks the flying building debris, realizing that the projectile was merely a distraction for the real attack. Cross yellow eyes widen in sudden realization that the main assault is coming from the opposite side. An entire multi-ton section of a ruined building wall is hurled straight at Cross from behind the dust cloud. The massive building wall crashes directly onto Cross' position, shattering into a mountain of rubble. Thick dust and smoke billow over the crushed impact crater. Cross shields himself beneath a giant summoned stone shield bearing a cross emblem, exhaling a sigh of relief. Cross steps out from behind his stone shield, admitting he did not expect an entire building wall to come flying at him. Cross grins, complimenting her knack for surprising people and admitting he likes her more the more he sees her. Cross snaps his head around in shock as a giant summoned stone hand unexpectedly rises right behind his back. A small pebble flicks harmlessly against Cross' stone shield with a sharp click. Cross eyes widen in utter shock as he realizes the flying projectile was just a small rock feint. In a flash of blinding speed, she thrusts her blue dragon gauntlet directly through Cross' chest from behind, making him spit blood. She pulls her blood-stained gauntlet out of Cross' torso as his body collapses onto its knees. Standing over his fallen body, she calmly states she did not want to kill him, but lacked the luxury to hold back against his power. Cross kneels bleeding on the floor, coughing a spatter of blood while muttering about guys like him. Cross continues coughing blood, wondering if someone like him could really fall like this. She turns her back, telling him to go rest since he does not look capable of answering her questions. She walks away through the dust, resolving to search for information on Nyark by herself. She pauses abruptly as a faint rustling sound catches her attention behind her. Turning back, she watches in shock as Cross' defeated body dissolves into dark smoke and gray ash, realizing it was not his real body. Looking at the empty pile of ash, she questions if the opponent she just defeated was merely another summoned puppet. A massive red-skinned horned demon beast steps out from the dark smoke behind her, asking if she wondered whether there were more like him. She turns in alarm as Cross speaks through the red demon, scolding her for ignoring his instruction to focus on him. The red demon steps onto the rocks, as Cross admits it is partly his fault for failing to hold her attention. The red demon brings its hands together in a prayer stance, summoning the crimson demon and promising she can look forward to this fight. She clenches her blue gauntlet, realizing that unless she locates Cross' real body, his summoned army will attack endlessly. In a flash of speed, the crimson demon blitzes directly in front of her face, leaning in dangerously close as she wonders what Cross is planning next. She cuts her tongue in frustration as her attack misses. She executes a high-speed swipe with her blue dragon gauntlet, sending a shockwave of wind slicing across the panel. She looks up in surprise as the crimson demon hovers high above in midair. The crimson demon hovers midair, mocking her for moving so slowly and asking how tough her body is since his strike barely penetrated an inch. The crimson demon shows a wide, sadistic grin with its tongue out, stating he intended to stab much deeper into her torso. She stands in a combat stance on the ground, internally realizing that his movements are almost too fast to track and that he has not been fighting seriously. Glaring with glowing yellow eyes, she asks the crimson demon what he truly is. The crimson demon gestures casually, in midair, delighted that she is finally curious about him and offering to introduce himself. A phantom silhouette of Crossface appears beside the crimson demon, introducing himself as vice captain of Suradon Team 1 and a rank 1 mercenary. She stands shocked as Cross Phantom declares he will bring her end. The crimson demon smirks midair, asking if they should continue where they left off. The crimson demon reassures her not to worry, because he will take his time killing her nice and slow. The scene shifts back to Dongchan on the canyon trail, grabbing the thief firmly by his shoulder and demanding an explanation. Filled with desperation and panic, Dongchan orders the thief to explain properly. The thief stammers nervously, recalling that about 2 days ago he read a report in the newspaper. A dark silhouette of an elderly woman appears as the thief recalls reading that an accomplice of an rank R criminal, a woman around 70 years old, was captured. The thief points out that an rank R criminal paired with an old woman is an unmistakable combination. The thief looks at Dongchan, guessing that the captured elderly woman is Dongchan's grandmother. Dongchan looks down with a dark expression, asking where the old woman was captured. The thief scratches his neck, recalling that she was captured deep in the back mountains of a geek at a hidden bookstore. Dongchan looks up at the sky, internally realizing that his fears were true and thinking of his grandmother. Dongchan's hands tremble at his sides, reflecting that he knew she would seek shelter with the kind bookstore owner. Dongchan internally berates himself, realizing he knew her habits better than anyone. Dongchan stands motionless with his head lowered as the thief watches him in uneasy silence. A memory flashes of the Draco elf woman looking back at Dongchan, recalling her warning for him to hurry. A flashback silhouette shows her back as she warned him not to share her painful regret of losing someone precious. Dongchan's face shows hollow despair as he softly mutters that he should turn himself in. The thief gasps in shock as Dongchan turns around and walks away, asking what will happen to his directions. Dongchan reaches up and unties his red face scarf, muttering that he no longer needs a disguise. Dongchan drops his red face scarf onto the dirt path, completely abandoning his cover. Dongchan walks forward without his scarf, muttering that he does not need anything anymore and accepting that everything is his fault. Dongchan's hollow eyes show him accepting full blame for the tragedy. Suddenly, a massive fire explosion detonates on the high canyon cliff directly above their path. The thief falls onto his rear in panic as smoke fills the canyon, shouting out in alarm about the sudden blast. The thief's eyes widen in terror as a dark silhouette steps out from the explosion smoke. Dongchan looks up as Rage stands perched atop the high cliff ledge, while the thief panics about Suradon's presence in an abandoned land. Rage grins maliciously with razor teeth, mocking Dongchan and remarking that it is good to see him again. Rage points down at the thief cowering behind Dongchan, asking if he is a new friend, while Dongchan stands in silent resignation. Dongchan closes his eyes, surrendering to his overwhelming guilt and despair. Dongchan clenches his fist tightly at his side. Rage ignites her hands with dark fire, declaring she will assume both of them are on the same side and prepare to attack. Rage pauses abruptly in shock as Dongchan unexpectedly speaks up to interrupt her. Dongchan drops heavily onto his knees on the stone path in front of Rage, causing her to ask what he is doing. Dongchan bows his head to the dirt floor, confessing that he did all of it while the thief sneaks away in the background. Dongchan clenched fist rests on the dirt as he confesses to distributing illegal books, attacking Suradon, and burning the bookstore. Dongchan's hollow eyes look up, declaring that he admits to all his crimes and accepts his punishment. Rage glares down from the cliff in bewilderment, asking what kind of nonsense he is blabbering. Kneeling on the dirt path, Dongchan lies that he threatened the captured old woman and forced her to help him against her will. Dongchan looks up at Rage, declaring he will take full responsibility for her punishment too, making Rage realize his true motive. Rage glares down coldly with her razor teeth bared, delivering the brutal truth that his accomplice is already dead. Rage red-eye glares with intense disgust, demanding that Dongchan stop his pathetic act and fight her properly. Dongchan sits kneeling on the stone path, completely stunned by her sudden demand and asking what she means. Dongchan looks confused, muttering that he must have misheard her words. Rage stands over him on the cliff edge, stating that he heard her correctly and warning that he will be dead soon regardless. Dongchan looks up with raised hands, frantically trying to explain that there is a misunderstanding regarding his grandmother. Before Dongchan can finish his sentence, a sudden fire explosion detonates on the ground right beside his face. Rage ignites a dark flame in her hand, stating there is no misunderstanding and ordering him to shut his mouth, get up, and fight. Dongchan sits on his knees looking down, while Rage warns that if he refuses to fight, she will incinerate him where he sits. Dongchan exhales a soft, exasperated breath. Dongchan looks up with a dry, bitter smile, asking in disbelief what is wrong with these mercenaries. Rage glares annoyed, calling him a complete fool. Rage raises her flaming hands, shouting for him to just die as dark flames erupt around her body. Rage's spiked arm guard raises as fire sparks gather around her fist. Rage unleashes a massive fire blast straight down at Dongchan, detonating a catastrophic explosion across the canyon path. Thick smoke and embers drift over the scorched impact crater left by Rage fire blast. A fiery explosion erupts across the canyon path, completely engulfing the area. A sudden memory transition shows young, bruised Dongchan huddled in a dirty alleyway 8 years ago, trembling and breathing heavily. In the memory, the kindly elderly grandmother carrying groceries pauses in surprise upon spotting the runaway boy, letting out a soft reaction. She looks down at young Dongchan with deep sympathy and concern. She approaches young Dongchan sitting against a brick wall, asking if he is a runaway boy. He reflects on how different things would be if he had never met her. In the memory, she gently rests her hand on young Dongchan's shoulder, asking if he is okay. Young Dongchan groggily rubs his eye, grumbling about someone waking him up while he was sleeping. Young Dongchan looks up at the elderly woman, rudely asking her who she is. The grandmother looks at young Dongchan with a warm, comforting smile. Young Dongchan glares up at her with annoyance. The grandmother smiles brightly, holding her grocery bag and asking if he has eaten yet. He realizes that meeting him led directly to her suffering. Back in the present, Dongchan stands amidst the smoke with his shirt torn, a sudden realization dawning on him as he questions if his logic was wrong. Heavy footsteps walk through the smoke as Rage voice asks if he really planned to die like a cowardly bastard. Dongchan stands in the smoke, fierce realization filling his eyes as he realizes his grandmother's fate was not his fault. Rage steps through the smoke toward him, declaring that she hates bastards like him the most in this world. Dongchan covers his face with his hand as uncontrollable rage surges inside him, reflecting on who is truly responsible. A split panel shows the scarred Suradon commander alongside Rage, as Dongchan labels them as pure trash. Dongchan's eyes ignite with terrifying dark energy as a red third eye emblem opens on his forehead, roaring that the tragedy is because of scum like them. Rage gasps in utter shock, her eye widening in alarm as Dongchan's dark aura erupts. A colossal pillar of purple asura energy erupts from Dongchan, shaking the entire canyon as Rage shields her face. Rage smirks maniacally through the blinding aura blast, asking if he finally feels like putting up a real fight. Glowing purple demonic heads and extra arms materialize from Dongchan's surging asura aura. Dongchan undergoes a full monstrous transformation, manifesting white spiky hair, extra demon arms, floating skull spirits, and golden wrist rings. Rage stands frozen in disbelief as she stares at Dongchan's terrifying asura form. Transformed Dongchan's white-haired face glows with red eyes and a blazingly active third eye emblem. Rage Eye trembles in horror, realizing that his transformation is not a cheap imitation, but the real asura. Transformed Dongchan stands tall in his complete asura form as Rage stammers in horror, realizing he is a true asura. Transformed Dongchan utters guttural groans through gritted teeth, making Rage react in confusion. Rage steps back onto the cliff ledge, internally resolving to handle the threat. Rage ignites her hands with roaring red fire, declaring she will crush the asura bastard first. Transformed Dongchan's cold, monstrous voice speaks as his glowing eyes lock onto Rage, declaring that she is next. Transformed Dongchan vanishes in a flash, reappearing directly above Rage in midair and screaming at her to die. Rage barely manages to throw up a guard, catching transformed Dongchan's giant demon arm as she curses him. Transformed Dongchan's secondary demon arms reach out and grab Rage tightly by her wrist. Rage roars and detonates a massive point-blank fire explosion against transformed Dongchan's guard, yelling at him not to underestimate her. Rage glares through the roaring flames with sharp teeth, repeating her threat. Transformed Dongchan's dark aura blast completely overpowers her firestorm, driving Rage backward as transformed Dongchan screams at her to die. Rage grips transformed Dongchan's arm with her flaming hand, cursing him through gritted teeth. Transformed Dongchan's secondary demon arms reach out and grab Rage's flaming hand tightly, binding her wrists. Rage roars and detonates a point-blank fire explosion against transformed Dongchan's guard, yelling at him not to underestimate her. Rage glares through the roaring flames with sharp teeth, focusing her rage. Transformed Dongchan's dark aura blast completely overpowers her firestorm, driving Rage backward as transformed Dongchan screams at her to die. Rage is blasted backward through the air, crashing violently into the stone cliff face as she grunts in shock that his power is insane. Rage slumps against the stone cliff face, internally shocked that a single hit from his transformed state rendered her body immobile. Transformed Dongchan manifests right before her, resting his golden-ringed demon hand on top of her head. Transformed Dongchan pins Rage against the stone wall with immense physical force, cracking the rock face behind her head. Transformed Dongchan stands over her with his glowing third eye and floating demon skulls, declaring that everyone in Suradan will perish. Transformed Dongchan slides his demon hand down over Rage face. Transformed Dongchan slams Rage head into the stone wall, declaring that she will die right now. A dark silhouette of transformed Dongchan stands in the rising smoke as heavy footsteps approach the tree. Rage lies defeated against a tree trunk, weakly muttering for him not to get cocky. Rage red-eye glares through her blood-stained face, gasping that the fight is not over yet. Transformed Dongchan looks back in surprise as a sudden spark ignites from her hand. Rage hand raises as dark fire reignites on her palm. A colossal fire explosion erupts across the canyon landscape under the bright sky. Rage lies slumped against the tree trunk, groaning weakly as her energy gives out. Rage weeps a tear as she mutters a faint plea to leave. The fire in Rage palm sputters and dies out completely. Rage slumps completely motionless against the tree trunk, her energy fully exhausted. Transformed Dongchan golden-ringed gauntlet arm twitches amidst the surrounding smoke. Transformed Dongchan brings his hands together in a prayer stance as dark aura swirls around his body. Transformed Dongchan dark glowing eye gleams beneath his horn as dark aura surges around his head. Rage lies unconscious against the tree trunk as heavy footsteps approach her position. Transformed Dongchan walks slowly through the smoke toward the helpless Rage. Transformed Dongchan steps into view before Rage Tree, muttering that all of them must die. Transformed Dongchan looms over Rage, his white-haired demon silhouette glowing with third eye light as he declares that only then will the balance be kept. A voice speaks from above, noting that she has quieted down and asking if she is done throwing her tantrum. The Crimson Demon holds the Draco Elf woman by her throat, lifting her into the air as he remarks that killing her now is a shame because it was fun. She chokes in the Crimson Demon grip as he adds that after killing her, he will take her body. The Crimson Demon grins, pointing to a floating black cross emblem in the sky and declaring he will add her to his summoned beast collection. She looks down with fading eyes as the Crimson Demon reassures her not to worry. The Crimson Demon readies sharp black stakes in his hand, telling her to relax. The Crimson Demon thrusts his black stakes down toward her, declaring that she must die. A flash of motion cuts through the air as she executes a high-speed counter-strike. The Crimson Demon face looks startled as he gasps in surprise. In a fraction of a second, her blue dragon gauntlet severs both of the Crimson Demon arms at the shoulders, leaving him floating armless and bewildered. She lands cleanly on the ground with her blue dragon gauntlet extended, declaring that she found his weak point. The armless Crimson Demon looks at his stump arms as black smoke dissolves them, frantically asking if she found his weak point or possesses hidden power. Her sharp yellow eyes narrow as she replies that it is something like that. The Crimson Demon face looks surprised as he utters a shocked reaction. She leaps away across the ruined courtyard, ignoring the Crimson Demon completely. The Crimson Demon eye expands in shock as he realizes her true intention. The Crimson Demon realizes in alarm that she was reading the aura flow of his summoned beast all along to deduce the exact location of his real body. The Crimson Demon drops into a crouch, admitting he needs to start taking this fight seriously. A massive aura beam detonates in the distance as the Crimson Demon launches a full-power long-range attack. She looks back over her shoulder as she senses the incoming aura blast. Looking up at the distant sky, she notes a tiny flying signal dot, internally confirming that her deduction was correct. Sprinting across the ruined town, she reflects that even if she locates Crossrail body, fighting more summoned beasts will become a pain. Her eye widens in sudden surprise as she spots a familiar energy signature ahead. Across the ruined canyon floor stands transformed Dongchan in his full asura form, floating demon skulls hovering over his shoulders. Transformed Dongchan white-haired demon face glows with red eyes as she looks at him and contemplates whether she should just eliminate him too. Rage sits slumped against a tree trunk in the forest while Dongchan dark asura silhouette approaches her through the rising dust. Transformed Dongchan steps forward through the debris toward the defeated Rage. Transformed Dongchan looms tall over the helpless Rage, his third eye emblem glowing as he coldly declares that all Suradan mercenaries must die. Transformed Dongchan white-haired face surrounded by dark aura states that only then can balance be restored. Transformed Dongchan wins back his dark gauntlet arm, preparing to deliver a lethal finishing blow while roaring at her to die. Before Dongchan can strike, a voice suddenly speaks from behind, informing him that his grandmother is actually still alive. Transformed Dongchan face freezes in utter shock, his eyes wide as he asks what the guy just said. Forka, wearing his wooden box head, stands behind them, explaining that he came out of worry for Dongchan, but did not expect to end up saving Rage. Forka points at Dongchan, asking in astonishment what kind of crazy form Dongchan just unlocked. Dongchan Asura aura begins to fade as he stares back in disbelief, asking Forka if it is really true that his grandmother is alive. Reverting completely back to his normal form, Dongchan turns to face Forka, desperately asking for confirmation about his grandmother's survival. Forka gestures calmly, explaining that it is common practice for Suradan not to kill accomplices of Rankar fugitives because they remain useful leverage. Forka elaborates that Suradan rules through terror and always advertises executions in newspapers, whereas they only reported his grandmother capture. Dongchan turns his head, coming to the sudden realization that Rage had lied to him about his grandmother's death. Forga points over toward the defeated Rage, remarking that while she is twisted, she is obsessed with battle and winning through strength. Rage sits battered against the tree as Forka explains that she fabricated the lie simply to provoke Dongchan into a full power fight. Dongchan looks up with wide, hopeful eyes as the overwhelming relief of knowing his grandmother is alive washes over him. Forka points at Dongchan, remarking that seeing his Asura form makes him finally understand why the grandmother instructed Dongchan to seek out Forka. Dongchan asks if he should just turn himself in, but Forka warns that doing so would leave Suradan with no reason to keep his grandmother alive. Forka reminds Dongchan that while they have much to discuss, they currently have a far more urgent fire to put out first. Dongchan absorbs Forka's words and nods in agreement. Dongchan's expression turns dark and resolute once more, acknowledging that Forka is right about prioritizing the immediate threat. Cut back to the elf woman sprinting through the ruined town, looking up at cross-distant flying signal dot while worrying about facing endless summoned beasts. She picks up her pace along the ruined path, determined to reach Cross-Real Body. Her eye widens in shock as she catches sight of something unexpected ahead. Transformed Dongchan stands in his full Asura form amidst the rubble, dark spirit skulls floating over his shoulders. Looking at Asura Dongchan, she wonders to herself if she should just eliminate him along with the rest. As she dashes past overhead, she orders Dongchan to keep the enemy in check and follow her, to which Dongchan calmly assents. Cross Crimson Demon Summon descends from the sky, musing to himself that he dislikes fighting men. The Crimson Demon looks down at Asura Dongchan, recalling rumors that the boy was merely imitating an Asura. Asura Dongchan drops into a low, four-legged beast crouch, his third eye emblem blazing as narration asks if his form looks like a mere imitation. Asura Dongchan launches himself from the ground with explosive speed, shattering the earth beneath him. The Crimson Demon looks up in sudden alarm as a shadow looms above him. In a split second, Asura Dongchan manifests directly behind the Crimson Demon, driving his dark gauntlet straight through the summoned torso. The Crimson Demon coughs blood in agony as Asura Dongchan holds him impaled on his dark arm. Asura Dongchan violently slams the Crimson Demon face first into the ground with catastrophic force. Asura Dongchan cold, monstrous face looks down on the defeated summon. A massive impact crater erupts in the middle of the ruined town, sending smoke and debris high into the sky. The Crimson Demon lies cratered and bleeding in the rubble, completely crushed by the single attack. The Crimson Demon looks up in absolute horror, realizing that Dongchan is a true Asura. Struggling to sit up, the Crimson Demon internally reflects that he believed Lord Bakan was the sole Asura in existence on the continent. The Crimson Demon looks up in confusion as a shadow dives straight down from the sky toward him. Asura Dongchan leaps down from high above, winding up a crushing finishing blow to obliterate the summoned. A heavy impact shakes the ground as Asura Dongchan completely crushes the Crimson Demon. Meanwhile, at an unfinished concrete building in town, a quiet voice hums from within the structure. Inside the building, the real Cross wipes sweat from his temple, peering nervously through the open window frame. Standing inside the vacant building room, the real Cross grumbles with annoyance as his summons are destroyed. She suddenly steps out from the shadows behind him, noting that his aura confirms he is the real body and calling him a rat for hiding. Cross turns around smoothly with black smoke rising from his chest, stating that finding him will not change the outcome of the fight. Cross draws his giant black crossword from behind his back, preparing for direct combat. She drops into a low combat stance with her dragon gauntlet ready, telling him he will find out soon enough. She plants her sandal firmly into the floor, shattering the concrete tiles to launch herself forward. Cross reacts in surprise as she vanishes from his sight in a flash of speed. She reappears directly beside Cross, launching a devastating scaled gauntlet punch toward his head. Cross blocks her strike with the flat of his broadsword, complementing her speed while contemplating his next move. Black smoke swirls behind Cross as a new, formidable summoned warrior begins to materialize. A heavily armored, horned warrior summon manifests beside Cross, as Cross declares that this new summon should suffice. Before the new summon can react, Asura Dongchan suddenly drops down from above, landing heavily right behind the armored warrior. The blindfolded armored warrior summon looks around in confusion, asking aloud what is happening. Asura Dongchan crouches low on four limbs as spirit skulls hover over his shoulders, internally questioning if both unfamiliar figures before him are enemies. Asura Dongchan touches his forehead emblem with a confused expression. Without warning, Asura Dongchan blitzes forward and punches the blindfolded armored warrior summon squarely in the face with an explosive impact. She glares across the room, declaring that things will be different from before. Cross glares back with glowing yellow eyes, coldly stating that he intends to get serious now. The blindfolded warrior summon adjusts his helmet after absorbing the blow, remarking that Dongchan power is strong enough to contend with a rank 1 mercenary. Asura Dongchan immediately follows up, slamming a heavy downward fist onto the blindfolded warrior's summon head. Cross stands watching from across the room, sweating in disbelief at Asura Dongchan's monstrous power. Cross' wide yellow eyes tremble in shock as he mutters that the situation is insane. Taking advantage of the distraction, she surges forward with her dragon gauntlet ready to blitz Cross. She spins around mid-dash, launching a high-spin kick straight toward Cross. Her powerful strike connects with Cross' broadsword guard, making him grunt in pain. Cross grits his teeth in distress as he struggles under the weight of her strike. She lands gracefully in a crouch, glaring down at Cross as he reels from the hit. The force of the impact sends Cross flying backward through the open window frame of the building. Cross crashes heavily onto the ground outside in a cloud of dust and stone debris. Inside the building, Asura Dongchan and the elf woman stand side by side as Cross speaks from outside. Cross pushes himself up from the dirt outside, revoking his previous statement about adding her to his summon collection. Cross' glowing yellow eye burns with sinister intent, declaring he will tear her to shreds instead. Inside the building, both the blindfolded warrior and the Crimson Demon fully regenerate and rise back up to fight. Asura Dongchan looks back in annoyance, asking why both summons are standing again after already being crushed. She explains that the summons will continuously regenerate until cross magic is depleted, instructing Dongchan to handle the puppets while she targets the summoner. Asura Dongchan looks over at her, telling her to finish off the summoner quickly. She nods firmly in agreement. Asura Dongchan leaps into the air toward both summons, bidding her farewell as he engages them. She vaults out through the window frame of the building to pursue Cross outside. Landing on the ground outside, she confronts Cross, asking if he has any more puppets to show her. Cross extends his open hand with a bitter scowl, calling her arrogant. Black smoke surges around Crosshand as he activates a new, large-scale summoning spell. A colossal black dragon head erupts out from the building wall beneath them, shattering the concrete structure. The giant dart dragon opens its fanged mouth, trapping her between its massive jaws as she groans under the pressure. Using her blue-scale dragon gauntlets, she forcefully holds the dragon jaws apart to avoid being crushed. Energy surges inside the dragon maw as it prepares to detonate a point-blank breath attack against her. Leaping onto the dragon's snout, she clamps its jaws shut from the outside with her gauntlets, shouting as she readies a counter. She delivers a crushing downward strike onto the giant dragon head, smashing it into the earth. Two more colossal dark dragon heads erupt from the building structure behind her, causing her to pause in surprise. Perched atop the fallen dragon's snout, she notes that Cross still possesses an immense pool of magic. Cross stands atop one of the giant dragon heads holding his broadsword, mocking that dying earlier would have been painless for her. Cross glares down coldly, declaring he will make her regret angering him. Back inside the building, Asura Dongchan punches the blindfolded warrior summons squarely in the face. Asura Dongchan spins around, delivering a heavy flying kick to the crimson demon head. Asura Dongchan glares with dark eyes, recognizing that the summons have become tougher and that their regeneration is troublesome. Asura Dongchan holds up his dark gauntlet to block an incoming strike from the Crimson Demon. Asura Dongchan grits his teeth in frustration as the pressure builds. Both summons attack simultaneously, forcing Asura Dongchan to cross his arms and absorb their combined assault. The blindfolded warrior summon sneaks up right behind Asura Dongchan as Dongchan mutters about their persistent tactics. The Crimson Demon grabs Asura Dongchan wrist ring from the front, attempting to bind his movement. Simultaneously, the blindfolded warrior summon grabs Asura Dongchan, other arm firmly from behind. Both summons successfully restrain Asura Dongchan arms, pinning him in place as Dongchan gasps in alarm. Asura Dongchan glares with dark eyes, shouting that he will continuously beat down the summons until cross magic is entirely exhausted. Asura Dongchan stands in a combat stance facing both regenerated summons, yelling that they will not be able to regenerate forever. Outside, she clashes her blue dragon gauntlet against Cross Broadsword, sending sparks showering across the air. She glares through the blade of Cross Broadsword, catching him off guard with her relentless pressure. Her sharp golden eye tracks Cross' sudden shift in footing. Cross retreats back onto his giant dart dragon summon while she clicks her tongue in frustration. She lands on the dragon back, sliding across its scales, while internally complaining that she cannot close the distance. She crouches on the dragon back, pausing in confusion as a heavy thud vibrates through the beast beneath her boots. An explosive energy blast detonates along the dragon body, shaking the structure. Smoke rises from the giant dragon open wound where Cross stands nearby, looking down impassively. Cross holds out his hand with dark magical aura, actively controlling the dragon summon movements. Cross pauses abruptly, his yellow eye flinching in sudden surprise as something catches his attention. She erupts through the smoke and flesh of the dragon, leaping straight toward Cross at blinding speed. Closing the distance instantly, she appears right before Crossface. She grabs Cross by the throat on top of the dragon's snout. Cross' yellow eyes widen in terror as her scaled gauntlet reaches for his face. An explosive shockwave detonates as she brutally smashes Cross' head straight into the dragon's snout. She stands victorious over the crushed impact crater as dark smoke swirls around her. She pants heavily, catching her breath while sweat trickles down her bruised face. Cross stands back up on the dragon, his body battered, noting that her physical form is finally reaching its limit. Her glowing eye stares through her dragon gauntlet, telling Cross not to worry because she will hold out until his magic is completely drained. Cross-eye narrows in fury as he scoffs, asking if they should test how much longer she can keep running. The giant dart dragon summon roars as Cross commands it to launch another attack. She spits blood onto the ground, muttering that the situation is disgusting. Her eyes focus as she internally reflects that while she has taken severe damage, Cross magic supply has also significantly weakened. Her footsteps firmly onto the dragon back, resolving to hold out just a little longer. She drops into a low crouch facing the giant dragon heads, confident that an opening will present itself. Cross sweats heavily, internally cursing that his magic consumption is far worse than anticipated. Back inside the building, Asura Dongchan slams his heavy dark gauntlet straight into the blindfolded warrior summon head. Asura Dongchan stands over both summons, reflecting that cross regeneration speed is noticeably slowing down. Asura Dongchan looks down, noting that his efforts to drain cross magic were not wasted. Asura Dongchan lands a heavy follow-up strike on the Crimson Demon, shouting that he will hit the summons even harder. Outside, Cross sweats profusely, gritting his teeth in frustration as he realizes he needs to regenerate his summons every 3 seconds. Cross looks toward his dragon summon, realizing that recalling his summons to protect himself would mean facing Asura Dongchan as well. She leaps high into the air directly above Cross Dragon summon. Her glowing eyes stares down at Cross, mocking him as a pathetic fool overthinking his options. Cross glares up at her in absolute rage as her insult echoes in his mind. Cross roars in fury, drawing his broadsword and yelling that he will kill her first. Cross vaults off the giant dragon head, raising his broadsword to strike her down mid-air. Cross swings his broadsword down at her, but she cleanly blocks his blade with her scaled dragon gauntlet. Cross clicks his tongue in frustration as she forcefully deflects his blade aside while her gauntlet throbs with power. Her sharp eye tracks Cross' unstable posture in mid-air. She delivers a catastrophic upward punch directly into Cross' chest, completely shattering his defense. Cross is blasted backward into the sky, gasping in shock that he allowed his guard to drop. Cross coughs blood as he plummets through the air, realizing he is about to crash. Cross frantically attempts to channel magical energy, thinking that he needs to regenerate immediately. She vaults off the dragon tail, launching herself straight toward the falling Cross. She catches up to Cross mid-air, hovering directly above him as Cross looks up in horror. Her glowing yellow eyes flare as she coldly declares that she has caught him. A colossal energy shockwave detonates in mid-air as she executes an ultimate finishing strike, obliterating Cross in a blinding explosion. A hand forcefully slams a heavy wooden stamp onto official paperwork inside Suradon headquarters. Baze sits behind her desk holding a tea flask, wishing Cross a safe mission as she prepares to report his deployment upstairs. Standing in his black coat uniform, Cross asks Baze why she promoted Rage, despite Rage failing the official promotion exam. Baze explains that Rage possesses great combat potential despite being foolish, adding that she intends to personally train her. Baze looks up at Cross, asking if he truly intends to depart without equipping his specialized equipment. Baze points out his missing mana ring, while Cross scoffs that full gear is unnecessary for hunting simple rabbits. In a memory profile, Cross' arrogance shines through as he claims he will perform perfectly fine without his mana ring. Baze offers her tea flask, casually suggesting that equipping it would be wiser regardless of his confidence. Cross internally reflects on the principle that a true professional goes all out even against weak targets. Back in the present, Cross looks up in mid-air as the elf woman descends upon him like a falling meteor. Cross' wide yellow eyes tremble in sudden dread as he realizes his error. Her scaled dragon gauntlet connects directly with Cross' chest, declaring that she has caught him. A catastrophic energy explosion detonates in mid-air as her full power strike shatters Cross' body. The colossal dark dragon summon completely crumbles and plummets straight down toward the village streets. The dragon summon crashes onto the town cobblestones with a deafening impact, sending clouds of dust billowing through the air. The sky above clears as dust particles drift through the atmosphere. Looking back at the cratered dragon corpse, she notes to herself that her finishing strike landed cleanly. She stands up, internally reminding herself that it is too early to lower her guard until the threat is eliminated. The blue dragon scales covering her arms begin to spark and dissipate as her physical transformation deactivates. Overcome by extreme physical exhaustion, she collapses onto her knees on the stone street. Panting heavily with sweat and cuts on her face, she asks herself if she sustained too much damage. Heavy combat boots walk slowly around the corner of a ruined building toward her position. Her eye widens in shock as she senses the approaching footsteps. An off-screen voice asks if she is finally done struggling. Cross stands leaning against a stone doorframe, heavily battered and bleeding from his head, but still standing. She struggles to push herself up from the ground, panting in exhaustion at his relentless persistence. Cross channels dark magical energy into a sharp black stake in his hand, instructing her to stay still so he can end her pain quickly. She grits her teeth in sheer frustration as her exhausted body refuses to respond. Cross' yellow eye burns with sadistic intent as he commands her to die. Cross pauses abruptly as a massive dark shadow looms over his position from behind. Asura Dongchan manifests directly behind Cross, his dark spirit skulls floating over his shoulders. Cross snaps his head around in panic, asking in disbelief how Dongchan managed to reach his position. Asura Dongchan looks down coldly, informing Cross that his summoned underlings no longer regenerate. Cross stammers in utter shock, raising a hand while arguing that his magic pool should still be active. Cross' eyes go dark with horror as the realization dawns on him that his unequipped mana ring cost him the battle. A memory shows his discarded mana ring, as Cross realizes too late that his opponent was never a simple rabbit. Asura Dongchan reaches out his heavy dark gauntlet arm toward Cross' face with lethal intent. A catastrophic explosion shatters the building interior as Asura Dongchan executes a point-blank finishing strike. Asura Dongchan stands amidst the rising smoke, his third eye emblem glowing dimly as the battle concludes. Asura Dongchan's dark eyes look down impassively at the fallen officer. Cross lies completely unconscious and defeated among the crushed stone rubble. Cross lies motionlessly in the debris with blood spattered across his face. Asura Dongchan exhales smoke, noting that the fight is finally over and asking if this body will also fail to regenerate. Asura Dongchan looks back toward the elf woman, remarking that his intervention repays his debt for her saving him previously. She sits panting on the ground while Dongchan tells her to look ahead. Asura Dongchan's eye shifts sharply as he senses another presence nearby. Forka sits perched on top of a stone pillar, resting his boot directly on top of Cross' unconscious head. Asura Dongchan looks up in confusion as Forka speaks to them from his high perch. Forka adjusts his wooden box head, declaring to both of them that he has officially changed his mind. She looks up panting, internally questioning if this new figure is an enemy and wondering how powerful he truly is. She wonders if Forka is even stronger than Cross, while Forka extends an invitation. Sitting comfortably atop the defeated officer with his cloak billowing, Forka officially welcomes both of them to Forka. She looks at Forka with a skeptical expression, pointing out that he previously claimed Forka was completely ruined. Forka hops down off the stone pillar, clarifying that the group is officially ruined on paper. As Dongchan's dark Asura aura completely dissipates, he reverts to his normal human form and asks Forka if his earlier statement in the forest was true. Dongchan looks earnestly at Forka, asking if joining Forka truly offers a chance to save his grandmother. Forka walks forward, clarifying that he specifically stated they might be able to save her rather than offering a total guarantee. Forka turns to both of them, declaring that joining Forka remains their absolute best option to rescue his grandmother. Dongchan looks forward with firm determination, stating that the proposal is good enough for him and officially agreeing to join. Forka holds out his gloved hand with a cheerful expression under his wooden box head, welcoming Dongchan to the squad. Dongchan reaches out to accept the handshake, internally reflecting that seeking out Forka was his original goal anyway. Dongchan firmly shakes Forka's gloved hand, resolving to place his complete trust in his grandmother's final instructions. Forka turns his wooden box head toward the elf woman, asking if she also intends to join. She considers the offer, acknowledging that an unofficial, off-the-books mercenary group fits her current dire situation well. Forka stretches his arms, remarking that their current situation is actually the absolute worst, rather than just bad. She looks at Forka, asking why he suddenly changed his mind about recruiting them, and noting there is no guarantee he is not affiliated with Suradan. Forka explains that Forka operates entirely in the shadows to avoid government detection. Gesturing toward the defeated Cross in the stone debris, Forka notes that their existence must remain strictly hidden from Suradan. Forka holds up one finger, explaining that the first reason for recruiting them is that Suradan has undeniably marked both of them as enemies. Forka holds up two fingers, preparing to state his second reason. Forka reveals that his second reason is that both of their combat capabilities vastly exceeded his expectations. Forka points out that operating covertly requires maintaining an elite force with a small number of members. Forka laughs merrily, admitting he initially assumed both of them were complete weaklings, making Dongchan deadpan at his honesty. Dongchan looks back thoughtfully, acknowledging that while something feels unsettling, he cannot operate alone. The elf woman stoops low, agreeing that joining Forka is their best available option and seeing no reason to refuse. She stammers that she accepts the recruitment before her knees buckle beneath her. Dongchan reacts in sudden shock as she collapses. She falls face down onto the stone floor as Dongchan shouts in panic, asking what is wrong with her. Dongchan drops to his knees beside her, frantically checking if she is still alive. Dongchan leans over her limp body, yelling that he cannot hear her faint mumbling. Lying flat on the ground, she groans weakly that she is completely exhausted, sleepy, and starving. Dongchan slumps back with a deadpan expression, muttering that he feels the exact same way. Dongchan turns around, calling out to the wooden boxed mercenary. Forka looks back through his wooden box mask in mild curiosity. Dongchan asks if Forka provides meals for its members. Forka confirms they provide food and suggests moving to a better location to talk. Dong-chan reaches down to help the elf woman up, while she mutters for him to carry her because she is too tired to move. Forka turns around, officially introducing himself by his real name, Olrent, and asking them not to call him Box. Dong-chan hoists the elf woman over his shoulder, introducing himself as Dong-chan while trying to state her name as well. Dong-chan trails off mid-sentence, looking at the elf woman draped over his shoulder. Dong-chan turns to her awkwardly, asking what her name is again while Olrent watches in silence. Dong-chan's sweat drops as Olrent crosses his arms, arguing that Olrent has not even revealed his face under the mask yet. Olrent reaches inside his dark cloak, stating that he almost forgot an important task. Olrent draws a sharp purple dagger from beneath his cloak. Olrent walks slowly toward the unconscious Cross lying in the rubble, declaring that they must finish the job properly. Olrent stands over Cross, pointing out that leaving a rank 1 mercenary alive guarantees he will return as a threat later. The elf woman hanging over Dong-chan's shoulder asks if Olrent intends to execute the officer. Olrent readies his blade, stating that while he dislikes killing, letting Cross live means their own deaths. Olrent hurls his sharp purple dagger straight down at Cross' chest. A sudden flash of movement deflects Olrent's thrown dagger away from Cross in midair. A dark-haired young man wearing a sleeveless top catches the dagger, stepping over the unconscious Cross to shield him. The dark-haired young man smirks down at the battered officer, marveling that Cross is still alive. The dark-haired young man turns his head toward Dong-chan, addressing him directly by the name Nev and remarking that it has been a long time. In a flashback memory, a young recruit is thrown through the air during a sparring match at the Suradan training camp. Young Dong-chan crashes heavily onto the concrete floor of the training ground. Young Fiji stands over young Dong-chan, yawning lazily and mocking him as young Dong-chan groans in pain on the ground. Young Dong-chan groans on the concrete floor after taking a hard hit. Young Fiji looks down with an arrogant smirk, telling young Dong-chan to make the sparring match more entertaining. Young Dong-chan sits up on the stone floor, glaring furiously at Fiji and telling him to shut up and fight. Young Fiji taunts him further, claiming he hates going all out against trash who cannot even control their energy. Young Fiji's dark, condescending gaze mocks young Dong-chan's lack of talent. Young Dong-chan grits his teeth in intense rage, refusing to accept Fiji insults. Young Dong-chan charges forward to attack young Fiji in a burst of reckless speed. A heavy impact shakes the training ground as their clash concludes. Back in the present, Dong-chan looks at the dark-haired young man in shock, asking if he is Fiji. Fiji holds his short sword over his shoulder, smirking that he recognized Dong-chan's dumb-looking face immediately. The elf woman hanging over Dong-chan's shoulder asks if the two of them know each other. Dong-chan explains that they were training mates at the Suradan camp, revealing that Nev was his real name back then. Olrent looks over in shock, asking what Dong-chan just said about a Suradan training camp. Fiji steps onto the defeated Cross body, looking down coldly at the fallen officer. Olrent raises his gloved hands innocently, denying any knowledge or involvement with such a facility. Olrent asks if Fiji intends to kill Cross, while Fiji scoffs at his suggestion. Fiji crouches directly on top of Cross' unconscious body, raising his short sword. Fiji repeatedly stabs Cross' body with brutal indifference, wondering aloud what kind of reaction Baze will have. The elf woman watches Fiji's brutal stabbing frenzy, internally noting that his energy signature feels strangely unnatural. Fiji pauses mid-stab, smirking sinisterly as he addresses the group. Fiji stands up covered in Cross blood, asking which one of the three wielders present is the true Asura. Fiji explains that he heard rumors about his replacement being a lie, but decided to investigate for himself. Olrent stands silently in his wooden box mask as Fiji continues speaking. Fiji grins creepily, demanding that the true wielders step forward and identify themselves. Fiji's eye narrows as he senses a residual energy signature lingering on Dong-chan. Fiji turns his gaze directly toward Dong-chan and the elf woman, asking if Dong-chan was the source. Fiji looks at Dong-chan with a mocking smirk, marveling that a weakling who could not control energy before can now wield Asura power. Dong-chan sweats in nervous silence, while Fiji suddenly bursts into condescending laughter. Fiji scoffs that Dong-chan energy is far too weak to be considered a true Asura. Fiji rests his short sword over his shoulder, turning away and dismissing Dong-chan power as a sloppy imitation. Fiji chuckles mockingly, remarking that being a cheap imitation suits Dong-chan perfectly. Fiji walks away through the ruins, calling the encounter a boring waste of his time. Fiji looks back over his shoulder with a sinister smirk, offering a parting gift for their reunion. Fiji points back at the slaughtered Cross, proposing to frame Dong-chan as Cross Killer. Dong-chan gasps in shock, asking why Fiji would fabricate such a report. Fiji grins mischievously, replying that reporting it that way will make things far more entertaining for him. Fiji waves casually as he walks away, telling Dongchan to stay alive until their next meeting. Fiji vanishes into thin air in a sudden burst of speed, leaving a dust cloud behind. Dongchan reaches out his hand in shock, asking why Fiji would fabricate such a report. Olrent stands watching the vacant path, noting that Fiji departed just as abruptly as he arrived. Olrent clutches his chest in relief, exhaling heavily over surviving such a terrifying encounter. Dongchan turns to confront Fiji's departure, shouting at Olrent in exasperation. Dongchan demands to know how Olrent knew about Fiji and the Suradan training camp. The elf woman hanging over Dongchan's shoulder identifies Fiji as the captain of Suradan Team 4, wondering why a high-ranking officer left so easily. Olrent shrugs, guessing that Fiji was simply unpredictable or got intimidated by Olrent's presence, making Dongchan deadpan at his delusion. Olrent points down the road, urging them to depart immediately before more trouble arrives. Dongchan looks down solemnly, internally reflecting on the news that Fiji successfully became a Suradan mercenary. The elf woman covers her mouth and nose as white sleeping gas swirls around them, shouting to Dongchan to hold his breath. Dongchan covers his mouth with his hand, sweating profusely as he confirms he is holding his breath. Olrent blurs across the panel toward Dongchan, stating that holding his breath will not be enough. Olrent delivers a swift, heavy elbow strike into Dongchan midsection, forcing him to gasp for air. Dongchan gasps in pain, accidentally inhaling the concentrated sleeping gas fumes. The elf woman gasps in alarm as Olrent turns his attention toward her position. Olrent thrusts his open palm directly toward the elf woman's face. Concentrated sleeping gas pours directly from the palm mechanism, built into Olrent's gloved hand. Olrent smothers the elf woman's face with a dense cloud of knockout gas. Inhaling the gas, the elf woman pants weakly while cursing Olrent. The elf woman collapses onto the ground beside Dongchan, both rendered completely unconscious. Olrent scratches his wooden box mask, casually noting that he hears that insult often. Outside in the city streets, Fiji walks casually with his short sword rested over his shoulder. Fiji looks back, reflecting that events are becoming interesting while thinking about Team 4 captain. Fiji's dark eyes narrow as he recalls Baze with an annoyed expression. High above on a building rooftop, Team 1 Captain Baze stands looking down into the alleyway. Baze beckons Fiji with her finger, signaling for him to join her upstairs. Fiji vaults up onto the rooftop, confronting Baze and asking what she wants. Baze asks Fiji where he went, noting that he skipped his scheduled duties. Fiji rests his sword behind his neck, rudely retorting that his whereabouts are none of her business. Baze walks alongside Fiji, mentioning that Mist was searching for him after he skipped today training. Baze looks sideways at him, asking directly if he visited Beimu. Fiji pauses, asking why she assumes he went to Beimu. Baze smiles warmly, stating that his reaction confirms her suspicion and noting his deep interest in the recent Asura rumors. Fiji smirks, bringing up Dongchan's name before dropping a major revelation. Fiji reveals that her vice captain, Cross, was defeated and killed by Dongchan. Baze absorbs the news of her vice captain's death without showing any remorse. Baze smiles calmly, suggesting they simply appoint a new vice captain to replace Cross. Fiji looks dumbfounded, asking if that is really her only reaction to her vice captain dying. Baze quips that Cross' death is actually a relief, explaining that Cross caused unnecessary casualties during missions despite her warnings. Baze looks directly into Fiji's eyes, adding that Cross was reckless, just like the person standing in front of her right now. Fiji glares back angrily, asking if she is asking for a fight. Baze holds up her fingers playfully, teasingly asking if Fiji really thinks he can kill her. A wide view of the rooftop shows Fiji and Baze standing in a tense standoff under the clear sky. Fiji turns his back and walks away with his sword, advising her not to rush toward her own demise. Fiji glares back coldly over his shoulder, promising to kill her when the right moment arrives. Fiji pauses mid-step as Baze calls out to him. Fiji turns back, mentioning that he forgot to share one additional detail regarding Dongchan. Baze looks back curiously, asking what else there is to know about Dongchan. Fiji smirks sinisterly, revealing that Dongchan is actually someone they know very well from their past. The scene shifts to a dark room where Dongchan wakes up suspended by his wrists from the ceiling. Dongchan groans in pain as his consciousness slowly returns. Olrent stands inside the wooden room, greeting Dongchan cheerfully as he wakes up. Dongchan glares furiously, shouting insults at Olrent for trapping him. Dongchan pulls against his wrist bonds, but Olrent notes that escaping will not be so simple. Olrent explains that the rope holding his wrists is no ordinary restraint. Olrent channels magical energy into the ceiling beams, warning Dongchan not to waste his energy trying to break free. Dongchan ignites his dark asura transformation, instantly shattering the magical ropes with a violent surge of power. Dongchan drops into a crouch on the wooden floor, exhaling heavily. Olrent watches in deadpan shock, admitting he planned to ask about Dongchan power first. Asura Dongchan crouches with dark spirit skulls floating over his shoulders, while Ulrent notes that talking calmly is no longer an option. Ulrent lifts his hand, suggesting they postpone their conversation for later. Ulrent raises his wooden box mask slightly, revealing a red-haired boy with razor teeth beneath as he proposes starting with an initiation fight instead. In a childhood flashback memory, young Rage sits terrified in a dark room, holding her head as violent impacts shake the structure. Heavy thumping sounds echo outside the wooden doorframe while young Rage trembles in fear. Young Rage weeps and covers her ears as the violence outside escalates. The wooden sliding door of the room slides open with a slow creak. Young Rage looks up toward the threshold, whimpering for her older brother. Young Rage crawls across the floor toward the doorway, asking if her older brother is safe. Heavy footsteps step through the threshold into the ruined room. Bare feet walk across the floor tiles toward the terrified young girl. A young boy with red hair and razor-sharp teeth smiles gently at young Rage, telling her that everything is okay now. The flashback memory transitions back to the present, as Ulrent lifts his wooden box mask slightly to reveal his razor-sharp teeth. Ulrent grins wildly, proposing to start Dongchan initiation right away. Asura Dongchan looks back in alarm as he recognizes Ulrent's distinct facial features. A visual comparison highlights the undeniable resemblance between Rage and Ulrent, including their identical red hair and razor-sharp teeth. Asura Dongchan drops into a low crouch, realizing that Ulrent was connected to Suradon and playing him from the start. Ulrent tips his head back, laughing playfully and remarking that blood relations never lie. Ulrent's expression turns serious as he notes that Dongchan deduction is incorrect right as Dongchan strikes. Asura Dongchan smashes his dark gauntlet into the floor where Ulrent stood, shattering the concrete floor tiles. Ulrent agilely vaults backward, landing lightly on a wooden beam and teasing that he nearly met his end. Asura Dongchan charges forward once more, swinging his dark Asura arm in a violent arc. Ulrent, mid-air, flips directly over Asura Dongchan's incoming attack with effortless agility. Ulrent channels a subtle pulse of magical energy into his gloved fingertips as he passes overhead. Ulrent lightly taps Asura Dongchan on the forehead with a single finger mid-air. Asura Dongchan's eyes widen in utter shock as his dark Asura transformation completely collapses into black smoke particles. Ulrent lands softly behind Dongchan, placing a hand on his shoulder and explaining that unstable energy collapses easily like a sandcastle. Dongchan glares back in utter rage, while Ulrent explains that neutralizing his energy means defeat. Ulrent taps Dongchan on the back, causing Dongchan's knees to buckle from the energy collapse. Dongchan gasps in disbelief, unable to comprehend his transformation being dispelled by a single finger tap. Ulrent grins, commenting on how fascinating magical energy control can be. Dongchan attempts to reignite his dark aura through gritted teeth, but the dark flames sputter out completely. Ulrent slaps Dongchan's hand away, reminding him that brute force will not work with unstable energy control. Ulrent holds up a single finger, instructing Dongchan to take a deep breath and try again, threatening to tap him every time he fails. Dongchan glares furiously through gritted teeth, cursing Ulrent's arrogance. The wooden door of the room slides open with a slow creak. A young girl with short brown hair and pigtails steps into the room, leaning against the doorframe and commanding Ulrent to stop. Ulrent halts his gesture, turning toward the doorway as the young girl enters. Dongchan looks at Ulrent in shock, asking if Ulrent resorted to kidnapping a child. Dongchan glares furiously at Ulrent, shouting insults at him for his actions. The elf woman walks into the room chewing on a piece of cooked meat, calling out for them to come eat. Ulrent holds his hands up defensively toward Dongchan, denying that he kidnapped anyone. An exterior view shows the secluded wooden house nestled among lush green mountain trees under an orange sunset sky. Inside, Dongchan sits at a wooden counter table, asking if Forca is truly a legitimate mercenary organization. Ulrent sits across the counter without his mask, apologizing for the rough kidnapping method and explaining that security required secrecy. Dongchan grumbles at the counter, asking if inhaling sleeping gas will cause long-term health issues. Ulrent reassures him that the sleeping gas is completely harmless. Dongchan sits thoughtfully with clasped hands, reflecting on the fact that Ulrent's little sister is affiliated with Suradon. Ulrent looks down thoughtfully, admitting he does not know the full story behind Rage alignment with Suradon. A view of the peaceful sunset forest appears, with narration highlighting how strange it is for a Forca member to have a sibling in Suradon. Ulrent sits across from Dongchan at the counter, promising to ensure that the mercenary group remains unharmed. Dongchan rests his chin on his hand, stating that his sole priority is rescuing his grandmother. Ulrent smiles warmly, instructing Dongchan to get a good night rest because their training begins tomorrow. Dongchan looks at Ulrent in surprise, asking if their training involves rescuing his grandmother right away. Dongchan leans forward over the counter, asking what their upcoming training specifically entails. Ulrent raises a single gloved finger toward Dongchan's face. Ulrent grins with sharp razor teeth, declaring that before rescuing his grandmother, Dongchan must first learn how to overcome a single finger. A trash bin filled with blood-soaked bandages sits in the corner of a quiet hospital room. Morning sunlight streams through the arched windows of a peaceful medical ward. Rage lies wrapped in facial bandages in a hospital bed, groaning softly as she begins to awaken. Rage slowly opens her eyes as her consciousness returns. Den sits in a chair beside her bed holding a coffee mug, noting that she is finally awake. Rage bolts upright in bed with wide, startled eyes, screaming at Den to explain why he is sitting in her room. Rage sits up in bed clutching her aching, bandaged body with a growl. Den explains that she is in a hospital rather than her room, adding that she collapsed in front of the building. Rage looks around in confusion, asking what happened while Den calmly sips his coffee. Rage sits on the edge of the bed, urgently asking for an update regarding their mission. Den states plainly that the mission failed, revealing that Team 1 vice captain died and the targets escaped. Rage's face shows total shock as she stammers in disbelief over Cross' death. Den looks at her, asking if the elf woman was the one who killed Vice Captain Cross, firmly doubting the fake asura involvement. Rage hesitates, looking away and muttering that she is not certain. Rage looks forward with serious eyes, stating her belief that Dongchan might not be a fake asura after all. Den rests his arm on his knee, asking why she reached that conclusion. Rage explains that while Dongchan's transformation remains unrefined, his energy was far closer to a true asura than before. Den lowers his head in deep thought, internal realization dawning that Dongchan's asura transformation is actively progressing. Den's grim eyes narrow as he internally resolves that since Rage witnessed Dongchan's true power, he must eliminate her immediately. Den stands up from his chair to approach her, while Rage asks if he is leaving. Den secretly channels dark magical aura into his fingertips behind his back. Before Den can strike, Captain Karis suddenly bursts through the hospital door shouting Rage's name. Karis stands in the doorway with tearful eyes, crying out in relief over Rage's safety. Karis rushes over and tightly hugs the bandaged Rage, weeping profusely while Rage grumbles at the affection. Den suppresses his magical energy, internally cursing the terrible timing of Karis' arrival. Karis notices Den in the room, asking if he came to visit his fellow recruit. Den bows politely and turns to leave, while Karis jokingly asks if she interrupted a romantic moment, making Rage scream in protest. Karis nods to Den as he departs, stating she needs to gather an official mission report from Rage. The scene shifts to the rooftop, where Baze closes her eyes thoughtfully while reflecting on Fiji claims. Baze remembers Fiji's revelation regarding Dongchan's identity. A flashback shows Fiji smirking on the rooftop, claiming Dongchan is someone they know very well from their past. Baze asks if Dongchan is famous, while Fiji quips that she will find out soon enough. Fiji holds up a finger, adding that certain factions within Suradan are desperately trying to conceal a secret. Baze looks annoyed, asking what Fiji is implying with his strange statements. Fiji smirks sinisterly, revealing that the secret involves the fact that Dongchan is no fake. Fiji declares that Dongchan is a true asura. Fiji adds that Suradan higher-ups want to keep Dongchan's existence hidden, while Baze covers her face in exasperation. Baze listens as Fiji asks what will happen if Rage witnessed Dongchan's true power. Fiji grins, warning Baze that if Rage saw the secret, her life is in grave danger from Suradan assassins. Fiji advises Baze to monitor Rage closely because an assassin might target her soon. Den walks down the hospital corridor after leaving Rage room. Baze's focused gaze shows her internal resolve that regardless of Fiji's true motives, she must protect her teammate. Baze decides to play along with Fiji's scheme for now. Shirtless Dongchan sweats profusely during grueling physical training in the forest. Orent holds up a gloved finger instructing Dongchan to focus his mind rather than relying purely on willpower. Orent sits cross-legged on a stone pillar above the exhausted Dongchan, asking if Dongchan really expects to save his grandmother at his current level. Dongchan looks up exhausted and annoyed, shouting at Orent to stop being so loud and distracting. Orent adjusts his collar, reminding Dongchan that they do not have time to waste on slow progress. Dongchan sweats heavily as he listens to Orent's words. Orent sits on the stone pillar, issuing a strict ultimatum that, if Dongchan fails to stabilize his energy within 1 week, his recruitment into Forca will be cancelled. Shirtless in the forest, Dongchan shouts angrily at Orent for revoking his recruitment right after telling him to join. Orent smirks with razor teeth, teasing that a closer look at Dongchan's abilities made him reconsider. Dongchan grits his teeth, declaring that while Orent may treat the situation as a joke, he has staked his entire life on this chance. Orent hops down off his stone perch, teasingly noting that coming to Forca was not Dongchan's only option. Olrent holds up a finger, instructing Dongchan to get back to training since a week is a short time frame. In a sudden burst of motion, Dongchan launches a punch straight toward Olrent. Dongchan throws a full power punch, but Olrent easily slips past his strike while telling him to calm down. Olrent channels magic into his fingertips, lightly tapping Dongchan's arm as he dodges. Dongchan's knees buckle as Olrent sidesteps him, warning that sheer determination will not be enough. Dongchan catches his balance by placing his hand on the grassy ground. Dongchan attempts to reignite his dark asura energy, his eyes glowing with focus. Olrent thrusts his open palm toward Dongchan's surging aura. Olrent neutralizes Dongchan's dark energy with a single palm push, noting that his aura control is still unstable. Olrent readies his fingers for a flick, declaring it is time for Dongchan's punishment. Olrent flicks Dongchan squarely on the forehead, sending him crashing backward onto his rear. Olrent watches thoughtfully as Dongchan roars out in pain from the forehead flick. Dongchan sits on the grass clutching his throbbing forehead, asking what Olrent wants from him regarding his past camp training. Olrent sits across from Dongchan, suggesting that Dongchan recall the specific training methods used at the Suradan camp. Dongchan looks away with a troubled expression, confessing that he failed his training back then. Dongchan rubs his head, explaining that he was never able to master energy control during his time at the camp. Dongchan admits he spent years training without success, leaving him permanently ranked at the bottom of the recruits. Olrent processes his confession, realizing that Dongchan's habit of charging in recklessly stems from his past failures. Olrent pauses in confusion, realizing something in Dongchan's story does not add up. Olrent asks Dongchan how he manages to unleash his asura form if he never mastered energy control, to which Dongchan admits he does not know. A wide view of the grassy clearing shows both sitting cross-legged as Dongchan admits his complete ignorance regarding his power. Olrent taps his chin, confirming that Dongchan did not learn his asura transformation from the Suradan training camp. Olrent looks bewildered, marveling that a recruit who could not control basic energy somehow manifested full asura power out of nowhere. Olrent suddenly leaps to his feet in alarm, startling the sitting Dongchan. Olrent covers his mouth in shock, realizing the dark implications regarding Suradan actions. Olrent points at Dongchan, realizing that Suradan framed him as an rank R criminal to cover up his asura power, which Dongchan confirms. Olrent looks serious, remarking that the entire situation stinks of a dark cover-up before abruptly suggesting a break. Olrent turns to leave, announcing he has urgent business to attend to, making Dongchan shout in protest. Dongchan yells that stabilizing his energy in a week is impossible if Olrent abandons his training. Olrent turns back, advising Dongchan to simply repeat the exact training exercises he learned at the camp. Dongchan argues that repeating a failed method makes no sense, but Olrent cuts him off. Olrent grins with his razor-sharp teeth, stating that the current situation is entirely different. Olrent explains that back then Dongchan possessed no energy, whereas now his asura power is fully active. Dongchan sits cross-legged as a sudden realization dawns on him that refining active energy is far easier than summoning it from scratch. Olrent points at him encouragingly, instructing him to stop slacking and begin practicing immediately. Olrent vanishes in a flash of speed, leaving Dongchan sitting alone in the grassy glade. Dongchan sits alone on the grass, wondering if Olrent's advice will actually work or if he just wanted an excuse to leave. Looking up at the clear sky, Dongchan ponders how he should begin his energy training. Inside the wooden cabin, the young pigtail girl eats a lollipop while listening to the elf woman explain mana concentrations. The elf woman sits across from the young girl at a table, explaining that her homeland was rich in mana stones, whereas this barren region required physical adaptation. She recalls her battle against Cross, realizing that her body has not fully adapted to fighting at maximum strength in this environment. She states that she needs to spar with a strong opponent on Cross level to complete her mana adaptation. The pigtail girl quips that only she and Olrent reside here, noting that neither of them matches Cross strength. The elf woman hands the girl another lollipop, solemnly accepting that she will have to train alone. The pigtail girl grins mischievously while accepting the treat, teasing that someone stronger than Cross actually exists nearby. Olrent, wearing his wooden box head, looks through the cabin window, greeting Riko as she gasps in surprise. Riko glares through the window frame, scolding Olrent for startling her while Olrent laughs at her reaction. Olrent leans through the window, announcing that he needs to visit their captain for roughly 2 days. Riko, holding her lollipop, asks why Olrent is visiting the captain so suddenly. Olrent waves goodbyes to the window frame, instructing Riko to look after the new recruits in his absence. A flashback memory opens as young Baze looks down at young Dongchan's bruised face. Young Baze crouches beside young Dongchan, asking why his face is covered in cuts and bruises again. Young Baze asks if Fiji beat him up again, and offers to rough Fiji up for him. Young Dongchan shouts back defensively that he was not beaten up and that Fiji sustained injuries as well. Young Dongchan and Baze sit beside a stream, with Baze questioning Dongchan quick healing excuses. Young Baze complains that Dongchan always ranks first in training, asking him to share his energy control secrets. Young Dongchan looks toward the training grounds, repeating the teacher instructions to elevate his mind and control his energy. Young Dongchan complains that hearing the rule a million times does not explain how to physically perform it. Young Baze holds up a finger, explaining her method as getting excited while remaining eerily calm at the same time. Young Dongchan looks annoyed, arguing that combining two opposite emotional states makes no sense. Young Baze elaborates that working oneself into an awakened state through anger is the first step toward energy control. Narration reflects that while she tried her best to explain, her method failed to work for Dongchan back then. Back in the present, shirtless Dongchan sits cross-legged in the grassy glade, resolving to try again with a new perspective. Dongchan focuses his gaze, internally steeling his resolve that this time must be different. A memory shows Dongchan power awakening for the first time as he held his grandmother in the burning wreckage. A memory shows Dongchan dark asura energy surging during combat. Memories of the scarred commander and rage appear, as Dongchan identifies his rage against Suradon as the root source of his power. Dongchan sits cross-legged, realizing that Bae's advice regarding an awakened state through anger was fundamentally correct. A flashback of Asura Dongchan flailing wildly highlights his past struggle with uncontrollable energy. A flashback shows young Baze explaining that working oneself into an emotional state is simple. Young Dongchan asks how to maintain rationality while experiencing intense emotional excitement. Young Baze explains the concept as being so intensely angry that an eerie, focused calm settles over the mind. Dongchan sits cross-legged in the forest glade, resolving to consciously trigger his rage while maintaining absolute mental control. Dongchan's eye narrows as he focuses his concentration on his deep-seated rage against Suradon. Purple Asura aura erupts around Dongchan in a massive burst as he forces his power into an awakened state. Visualizations of his grandmother drinking tea swirl alongside his surging Asura aura as Dongchan fights to remain calm. A vision of his weeping grandmother kneeling in the rain reinforces his determination to master his energy. Dongchan transforms into his full Asura form while remaining seated in a cross-legged meditation stance. Asura Dongchan maintains his cross-legged posture with spirit skulls hovering, balancing intense excitement with absolute inner calm. A vision of young Baze appears as Dongchan focuses entirely on tracking the internal flow and direction of his active energy. Asura Dongchan examines his dark gauntlet arm, carefully studying the movement of magic within his physical body. Narration notes that a deeper understanding of energy flow builds a stronger, more stable foundation. Glowing purple energy veins ignite across Asura Dongchan's dark gauntlet as he senses a breakthrough. Asura Dongchan's third eye glows brightly as he concentrates on maintaining the energy flow. A sudden lapse in concentration causes his dark Asura aura to instantly dissipate in a flash of light. Reverted to normal form, Dongchan wipes sweat from his neck, admitting that keeping focus is difficult. Dongchan clenches his fist with a determined glare, confident that he made genuine progress. Dongchan slaps both cheeks with his palms, encouraging himself that his training is working. A memory of Fiji smirking motivates Dongchan as he vows to master his energy before their next encounter. A view of the mountain peaks appears under the clear sky as Dongchan vows to complete his training within a week. Footsteps echo down a dark stone stairwell inside Suradon headquarters as someone hums a tune. Fiji walks casually down the dungeon corridor, humming cheerfully to himself. Sunlight streams through the iron bars of a quiet prison cell at the end of the hallway. Fiji stops outside the cell, looking through the bars at the sleeping prisoner inside. Fiji knocks playfully on the iron cell bars, calling out for the prisoner to wake up. Inside the dark cell, the prisoner lies motionless on a thin mattress under a blanket. The prisoner inside the cell turns out to be Dongchan's grandmother, lying in bed as Fiji smirks outside her cell, threatening to kill her if she does not wake up. In a flashback memory, the wooden front door of the hidden bookstore creaks open slowly. Dongchan's grandmother turns toward the threshold in surprise, asking if the young merchant has returned early. She steps forward, noting that his return is far earlier than anticipated. Through the open doorway, the quiet forest path sits undisturbed under the trees. A gloved hand suddenly holds up the severed head of the headband young man outside the door, mockingly confirming his return. The grandmother weeps in sheer horror, covering her mouth as grief overwhelms her. Fiji casually hurls the severed head onto the floor inside the doorway, smirking that she is not as loud or surprised as he expected. The severed head lies on the grass as Fiji marvels at finding a hidden bookstore in such a remote forest location. Fiji walks into the hideout, browsing through the wooden bookshelves and assuming they are wanted criminals hiding from the state. The grandmother stands holding onto a desk, lamenting that their secret hideout has finally been discovered. Her trembling hand rests on the wooden desk as she realizes her end has arrived. Fiji smirks, stating that whether they are criminals or not, he intends to kill her anyway. She resolves that, rather than dying meaninglessly, she must find a way to help Dongchan. She clenches her fist on the desk, asking Fiji if he is curious about the whereabouts of the wanted boy, Dongchan. She looks directly at Fiji, offering to trade information to mislead Suradan away from Dongchan. Fiji dark eyes smirks condescendingly at her final desperate attempt to protect her grandson. Fiji steps closer to her, holding his hand above her head with a sinister smirk. Fiji rests his hand on her head, declaring that he is merely here to kill people and does not care about the bounty. Fiji adds that other Suradan mercenaries will handle Dongchan's eventual execution. Fiji smirks down at her, asking how she prefers to die and offering to slice her neck like her young merchant friend. She bows her head, weeping and begging Fiji to call off Dongchan's bounty instead of sparing her life. Fiji taps his chin thoughtfully, wondering if beating an elderly woman to death is considered immoral. Fiji reaches for his sharp combat dagger, preparing to execute her. The grandmother speaks up, asking if Fiji knows what Suradan committed against Dongchan 8 years ago. Fiji draws his dagger, telling her to stay still so he can carve her cleanly, while she reveals Suradan's use of forbidden magic. Fiji abruptly freezes mid-strike as motion blur lines flash across the panel. Fiji halts his blade completely, as 2 tea bowls rattle on the wooden floor nearby. Fiji crouches low before the grandmother, his dark eyes burning with intense curiosity as he commands her to reveal everything regarding forbidden magic. Fast forward to the present in the dungeon cell, where Fiji knocks playfully on the cell bars, threatening to kill her if she does not wake up. Fiji grins through the cell bars at the sleeping grandmother, asking if she is ready to talk. She snaps her eyes open in bed, gasping in alarm as Fiji asks about Dongchan's whereabouts. She bolts upright in bed, frantically asking if Dongchan is safe. Fiji confirms that Dongchan is currently alive and well, adding that while he saw no forbidden markings, Dongchan undeniably wields Bakan power. She clutches her chest with tears of relief, thanking goodness that Dongchan survived. Fiji grips the iron cell bars, asking why Bakan utilized forbidden magic and what ultimate goal he was pursuing. She lowers her head, confessing she only recognized the spell type because ancient text translations were difficult to decipher. Fiji urges her to put in more effort, pointing out the immense political consequences if Suradan's dark experiment becomes public knowledge. Fiji stands outside her cell in his Suradan uniform, while she listens from her bed. Fiji leans toward the bars, proposing that they work together to gather historical evidence to expose Suradan. She looks suspicious, wondering why Suradan Captain would offer such a proposal. Fiji gestures casually, telling her to focus on the mutual benefit rather than questioning his personal motives. The grandmother makes her decision, agreeing to work with him if it guarantees Dongchan's safety regardless of Fiji's true intentions. She instructs Fiji to bring her paper, a pen, and a list of specific historical texts she requires. She adds that she needs her reading glasses brought to her cell, to which Fiji cheerfully agrees. Cut back to the training glade, where the elf woman and Rico collide fists in a powerful combat clash. High-speed shockwaves erupt as the elf woman in blue dragon gauntlets trades blows against Rico. Rico skids across the dirt path, smirking and complimenting her physical condition. Rico wipes sweat from her brow, marveling at her strength despite her incomplete adaptation to the local environment. The elf woman stands panting in her active dragon scales, asking if Rico's fighting style represents a true berserker. A vision of a female berserker warrior unleashing roaring flames appears, as the elf woman recalls that berserkers experience surging body heat and explosive physical power. She looks at Rico, observing that Rico is suppressing her true berserker transformation during their sparring. She stands facing Rico, formally requesting that Rico unleash her full berserker power for their next match. Rico looks at her in surprise, asking if she is sure, given that she is already struggling in her base form. The elf woman earnestly bows her head and requests the full power match. Rico smirks, accepting the challenge. Rico's eyes ignite with a terrifying, fiery red aura as muscle veins surge across her body, warning her not to regret her request. Rico drops into a low feral berserker stance before leaping forward with explosive momentum. Rico launches herself off the ground in a burst of speed, leaving a dust cloud behind. Rico vaults high into the air directly above the elf woman. Rico smashes a crushing downward strike onto the earth, shattering stone boulders into fragments. The elf woman clings agilely to a high tree trunk to dodge Rico's destructive aerial assault. She realizes that every single one of Rico's strikes carries lethal force. Riko leaps relentlessly through the treetops, while narration notes that her rapid attacks never pause for a moment. Riko vaults through the air in a high-speed blur of motion. Riko's heavy strike completely pulverizes a giant stone pillar in the glade. Riko drops into a crouch, smirking and apologizing for going overboard due to her poor strength control. Riko grins warmly, advising her that avoiding her berserker form is safer. A firm voice from beneath the stone rubble refutes Riko's advice. The elf woman pushes up out of the stone crater, her physical body bruised and bleeding from the impact. She brushes crushed rock off her body, stating that the intense match finally feels like proper training. She stands tall, instructing Riko to continue the fight. Riko cracks her knuckles, commenting on her stubborn nature despite her injuries. Her feet step firmly onto the dirt, acknowledging her aching body. A flashback shows her cradling her brother's corpse, as she reflects that her current pain is nothing compared to his. Riko offers to pause the match, advising her to stop before sustaining severe injuries. Her blue dragon gauntlet clenches firmly, resolving to grow stronger to face future threats. Her glowing yellow eye focuses as she firmly requests that they continue the duel. Riko's expression turns dark and serious, accepting the request and declaring she will not hold back. Riko charges forward with explosive speed toward her. A massive shockwave detonates across the glade as their intense clash resumes. Shirtless Dongchan hand sweats as he catches his breath during physical training. Dongchan clenches his fist firmly, confident that he is finally grasping energy control. A flashback panel of Asura Dongchan appears, as Dongchan resolves to maintain mental composure during combat. Dongchan's third eye emblem faintly ignites as he focuses on his internal energy flow. A vision of young Baze appears as Dongchan recalls her instructions to layer energy over the body internal flow. A memory of young Dongchan sitting defeated in training reinforces that his past failures were due to a lack of raw energy. Dongchan reflects that, unlike his childhood, his active Asura power now provides him with abundant energy. Dongchan's dark Asura face appears as he acknowledges possessing the necessary energy. Dongchan clenches his bare fist as muscle veins bulge along his forearm, confident in his ability to succeed. Dongchan's Asura transformation ignites in a violent purple aura burst across the glade. Dongchan channels his dark magic through his physical body, focusing entirely on guiding its internal flow. Asura Dongchan white-hot eyes blaze as he overlays his magical energy over his physical frame. Asura Dongchan thrusts his dark gauntlet arm forward in a focused, condensed strike. Asura Dongchan looks at his glowing hand in surprise, wondering if his energy compression worked. Asura Dongchan inspects his dark gauntlet arm, observing that his transformation looks no different than before. Asura Dongchan dark eye inspects his arm, noticing that his gauntlet appears slightly smaller. Asura Dongchan holds up his gauntlet in confusion, worrying that his condensed strike actually weakened him. Asura Dongchan tests his condensed gauntlet by lightly tapping a heavy stone boulder nearby. The heavy stone boulder violently shatters into flying rock fragments from a mere light touch of his gauntlet. Asura Dongchan gapes in sheer shock at the pulverized stone, amazed by the destructive force of a simple tap. Asura Dongchan examines his refined gauntlet arm, marveling at the sudden increase in density and power. Asura Dongchan's eyes widen, as he realizes Olrent utilized this exact compressed energy technique previously. A flashback memory shows Olrent flicking Dongchan's forehead with a single compressed energy finger tap. Transformed Dongchan smirks with pitch-black eyes and a confident grin, placing a hand over his chest. Transformed Dongchan brings both dark gauntlet hands together in a prayer stance, glowing purple energy crackling between his palms as he vows to crush Olrent within a week. Shirtless Dongchan bursts through the cabin door, shouting loudly for Olrent. Dongchan stands in the doorway, continuing to shout for Olrent. Dongchan complains about being left alone, yelling that Olrent promised to return quickly but night has already arrived. Dongchan pauses in confusion as he spots Riko sitting at the dining table inside the room. Riko stirs a steaming pot of soup on the table, informing Dongchan that Olrent will not return until tomorrow or the day after. Riko hands Dongchan a warm bowl of abalone rice porridge, while Dongchan asks if Olrent is not currently at Fortga. Riko explains that this cabin is merely one of Fortga's secret hideouts, while Dongchan asks if Fortga has other members besides her and Olrent. Riko pours porridge for Dongchan and the elf woman at the wooden table, revealing that Fortga maintains multiple hideouts. Riko reveals that including Dongchan and the elf woman, Fortga total membership currently stands at 9 people. Riko lifts the entire giant soup pot and drinks directly from it, explaining that as a disbanded group, Fortga cannot manage a large membership without drawing state attention. Riko slams the empty pot down onto the wooden table with a heavy thud, making Dongchan's sweat drop. Riko grins enthusiastically with porridge on her face. declaring that each individual member must train hard to compensate for their small numbers. Dongchan eats his porridge, casually mentioning that his current training incorporates techniques he learned from Suradan. The secluded cabin sits quietly beneath the night sky as Dongchan speaks. The scene shifts to Suradan administrative office, where the female clerk Mist sits at her desk reviewing official files. Mist adjusts her glasses in deep thought, wondering why Den report regarding Dongchan true Asura power was not forwarded up the chain. Mist stamps official files, wondering why Team 1 Captain Bays omitted the Asura report from the official mission summary. Mist inspects Team 1 official mission report document signed by Captain Bays, finding no mention of Dongchan Asura energy. A memory of the bandaged Rage sitting in her hospital bed appears, as Mist analyzes the situation. Mist adjusts her glasses, concluding that Bays likely received Rage report but dismissed it as unrealistic fiction. Bays appears in memory looking serious, as Mist assumes Bays personally suppressed the information. Mist reaches for her official stamp, relieved that Bays' omission saves her the trouble of falsifying the documents herself. Mist stamps the official mission report with clearance approval, sealing the records. Cut to the women locker room inside Suradan headquarters, where Fiji and Bays sit discussing the omitted report. Bays sits on the locker bench, confirming she left Dongchan Asura power out of the official report as Fiji requested. Fiji walks over, warning Bays that reporting Dongchan Asura transformation to Suradan higher-ups would complicate matters. Bays looks at Fiji skeptically, calling his detective theories mere baseless speculation. Fiji glares back, asking Bays why Dongchan would possess Asura exact power if he was not a genuine Asura. Fiji grins sinisterly, claiming that Dongchan power is the direct work of Suradan's supreme leader, Asura Bakan. Bays looks up in total shock, asking Fiji if he is seriously implying that Dongchan wields Bakan personal power. Fiji sits across from Bays on the locker bench, revealing that an old acquaintance informed him about the forehead symbol. Fiji states that the forehead mark on Dongchan is an ancient forbidden magic symbol. Bays looks lost in thought as Fiji emphasizes the dark implications of the forbidden symbol. Fiji smirks dangerously, asking Bays if she understands where this revelation leads. Fiji proposes that he and Bays stage a rebellion to overthrow Suradan together. Fiji offers Bays the vice leader position in his proposed new organization. Bays stares at Fiji in utter disbelief, calling him completely insane. Bays covers her face, summarizing Fiji claims that Bakan, Den, and Mist were all involved in illegal forbidden magic. Bays points out that Fiji's entire theory relies on flimsy circumstantial evidence, like Den visiting Rage in the hospital. Fiji scoffs at her skepticism, insisting that her summary misses the broader picture. Fiji crouches low, arguing that Bakan would not orchestrate a forbidden magic experiment alone. Fiji sits in thought, claiming he knows the identity of the true mastermind operating under Bacon name. Fiji notes Bays' serious expression, asking if she is considering his proposal. Bays stands up from the bench, demanding concrete documentary evidence proving his rebellion before she agrees to join. Bays demands written insurance that allows her to escape unscathed if the rebellion fails. Fiji grins sinisterly with dark eyes, warning Bays that providing written proof would leave him completely vulnerable if she betrays him. Bays stands firm, stating she will not risk being branded a traitor on an unproven gamble. Fiji sighs in resignation, agreeing to her terms and accepting that she will eventually join his cause regardless. Fiji and Bays lock eyes in a tense close-up, formally sealing their secret deal. Text overlay announces the second day of training as Riko stands watchful in the forest glade. Transformed Dongchan leaps down from a high tree branch, aiming an ambush strike at Riko. Riko turns around with a wide smirk, popping out to surprise him midair. Riko easily slips past Dongchan's gauntlet strike, noting that his movements have improved. Riko delivers a high-speed counter-kick straight into Dongchan's ribs, complementing his speed increase. Riko looks back over her shoulder as rustling leaves signal another incoming attack. The elf woman descends from above with her blue dragon gauntlet, smashing the ground in a heavy impact. Dust settles over the crater as the elf woman looks around for Riko's location. Riko perches on a nearby tree branch, smirking and greeting her again. Transformed Dongchan kneels in the dirt, clutching his ribs, groaning about Riko's immense physical strength. Close-up of transformed Dongchan holding his bruised cheek, complaining that her kick nearly dislodged his tooth. The elf woman vaults over Dongchan to launch a combined assault against Riko. Riko shields herself as an impact explosion detonates nearby. Riko catches her breath, internally questioning if her perception of their growth is accurate. Transformed Dongchan and the elf woman lie exhausted on the grass side by side after the clash. Riko observes them, internally reflecting that while the elf woman's environmental adaptation makes sense, Dongchan's rapid growth is unnatural. A flashback memory shows transformed Dongchan attempting to land a hit as Rico notes his rapid progress. A flashback shows transformed Dongchan's earlier uncontrolled state, with Rico noting how quickly he mastered basic energy compression. Close-up of Rico's face in deep thought, reflecting that such mastery usually requires years of training. Transformed Dongchan stands up, clenching his gauntlet fist and resolving to land a clean hit. Rico pants heavily, realizing she cannot sustain a 2-on-1 battle much longer and inviting them to attack. Transformed Dongchan steps up beside the elf woman, telling her to act as the distraction. Close-up of transformed Dongchan's dark face as purple lightning crackles around his gauntlet. Transformed Dongchan and the elf woman launch a combined high-speed assault against Rico. Shockwaves tear through the forest trees as the three clash furiously across the glade. Shouts echo across the mountain valley under the daytime sky as their duel continues. The sun sets over the mountain peaks as night falls on the forest glade. Inside the cabin at night, Rico drinks directly from the giant soup pot while Dongchan and the elf woman lie face down on the dining table in total exhaustion. Text overlay announces the third day of training under a bright morning sky. Transformed Dongchan dashes through the forest trees at blinding speed. A heavy stone boulder falls through the air as transformed Dongchan barely dodges out of the way. Transformed Dongchan skids across the grass, panting from the narrow escape. A colossal impact explosion detonates in the glade as their combined strike connects. Rico crouches low on the dirt path, mocking Dongchan for hiding in the trees. Rico's eyes widen in utter shock as her body aches, realizing Dongchan landed a clean hit in a split second. Close-up of transformed Dongchan's gauntlet as Dongchan stammers in surprise at his successful strike. Transformed Dongchan looks at his gauntlet, asking Rico if she was holding back. Rico glares furiously with dark aura, shouting that Dongchan simply grew much faster due to her training. Rico looks up at Dongchan, perched on a tree branch, shouting that her high-quality training accelerated his speed. A heavy thud shakes the forest floor as an unexpected presence approaches. The elf woman crouches in her active dragon scales, complimenting Dongchan's distraction tactic. The elf woman looks back as an off-screen voice calls out to them. Rico leaps up in excitement, cheering as Orent steps into the glade. Rico throws her hands up cheerfully, greeting Orent. Orent, wearing his white cloak and wooden box head, steps into the glade, greeting them mid-spar. Orent waves his hand, praising them for continuing their training diligently. Transformed Dongchan steps up to Orent, asking where he went during his 2-day absence. Transformed Dongchan appears directly behind Orent's shoulder in a flash, dark aura surging as he reveals he investigated Orent's past. Close-up of transformed Dongchan's dark eyes locking onto Orent, asking what Orent was looking into. Rico and the elf woman look back in surprise as the atmosphere turns tense. Close-up of the elf woman looking shocked at Dongchan's sudden shift in posture. Transformed Dongchan's third eye blazes with power as dark energy erupts around his body, calling out Orent's name. The elf woman has her dragon scales fully active as she sprints through the forest at high speed. Out of nowhere, a purple ribbon whip snare wraps right around her ankle and yanks her mid-sprint. She looks back to see a young girl in purple ninja gear holding the ribbon, asking where she thinks she is going. The ribbon girl immediately starts crying her eyes out, warning the elf that she cannot let her pass and asking where she came from. The elf woman drops into a low crouch, planting her dragon gauntlet into the dirt and warning the girl to stand still. She glares right at her and effortlessly slices through the purple ribbon like paper, using her scaled claws. The ribbon snaps into pieces, rendering her little trap completely useless. Wiping away tears, the crying ninja girl insists that if the elf intends to rebel, she leaves her no choice but to fight. She whips her ribbon through the air, channeling a wave of dark magical energy. The slash cuts across the forest air at insane speed, aiming straight for Dongchan in his transformed state. It slices clean through Dongchan's dark gauntlet, spilling black blood and sending him into shock. Dongchan drops down clutching his wound, his heart pounding in disbelief that an attack actually broke his guard. Sweat pours down his face as his chest feels like it is on fire, his mind growing fuzzier by the second. Orent stands silently right behind the wounded boy with his purple dagger ready, perfectly aware that taking one wrong step means instant death. He looks down cold and indifferent, waiting for the right moment. Dongchan doubles over in pain as volatile purple energy starts crackling across his body. His asura transformation cannot hold together, dark magic leaking right out of the cracks in his chest. A sudden magical blast detonates behind Orent, throwing Dongchan backward onto the stone path. He eats dirt hard, groaning on the ground in severe pain. Orent stands calmly in his white cloak through the smoke, staring down at the beaten kid. He asks if this weak performance is really all the strength Dongchan has to offer. Rico watches the whole thing unfold in complete confusion, noting that this definitely does not look like a friendly sparring session anymore. Her eyes flare up with red berserker aura as she turns to Orent, demanding an immediate explanation. Orent barely turns to face her, telling her to hold her horses and promising he will fill her in later. Rico pushes back, asking point blank if this assault is officially ordered by the chief. Orent gives her a cold warning, stating that if she tries to step in, the rest of the unit hiding in the forest will take her out too. She glances over her shoulder into the trees, asking if he is seriously trying to intimidate her right now. Orent readies his blade, stating that the mission takes priority over personal feelings. Because monologuing with your back to an enemy always works out great, Dongchan leaps up right behind Orent with his gauntlet raised. He lands a heavy punch straight into Orent's face. Orent barely manages to block it with his dagger, taking the full impact as shockwaves ripple through the clearing. Dongchan gives a wicked smirk with pitch-black eyes, sarcastically thanking the guy for taking the blow. Catching his breath back in full Asura form, he notes that taking that swing somehow reset his system and stopped his internal bleeding. Orent takes a step back, impressed that the kid is maintaining a stable aura despite his wrecked body and praising his rapid growth. He looks Dongchan up and down, asking if he was just pretending to be weak earlier to catch him off guard. Orent adjusts his grip on his purple blade, preparing to take things up a notch. Dongchan stands his ground, shouting back and asking what crazy talk he is spouting now. Orent readies his weapon, stating that he has finally figured out what that strange symbol on Dongchan's forehead actually means. Dongchan gasps as the realization hits him. Before he can digest it, Orent moves in a blinding flash. He blinks right past Dongchan with a lightning-fast slash. Dongchan's dark gauntlet shatters violently, purple energy leaking out as he curses under his breath. Dongchan collapses to his hands and knees, heavily out of breath. His Asura form dissolves completely, dropping him back into his normal human body. He forces himself to push up from the dirt, telling himself he just needs to hold on until an opening appears. Gritting his teeth in sheer distress, he stays locked in, determined to wait for the exact moment to counter. Orent leaps high into the sky above him, summoning a giant purple serpent phantom as his system activates the dagger technique Twin Fangs. His eyes glow cold from above as he bids farewell to Bakan. Dongchan watches in total shock as his lingering Asura form breaks apart. Orent touches down behind him, executing the final stroke of his blade. Dark purple energy channels directly into Dongchan's chest through the slash mark. Dongchan's eyes go wide in agony as his remaining aura shatters into dust. A massive energy explosion detonates, blasting Dongchan through the air and slamming him back onto the stone path. The elf woman is held bound against tree trunks by purple ribbons wrapped tightly around her body. Her scaled dragon gauntlets are pinned securely by magical purple ribbons. The purple ribbon girl stands before her, asking if she will behave and stating she does not want to cause further harm. She struggles against her restraints, grumbling that the magical ribbons are exceptionally durable. She notices the dark magical aura flowing through the ribbons, while the girl defends her actions. The purple ribbon girl weeps, acknowledging that her restraining method is violent. The purple ribbon girl explains that discovering the true nature of Dongchan's forehead symbol required taking drastic measures. She looks startled, asking what mark the girl is referring to. Her eyes widen in shock as she processes the revelation. A split visualization highlights Dongchan's glowing forehead emblem alongside her profile. The purple ribbon girl weeps, asking her to bear with the situation until everything is explained. An off-screen voice firmly refuses to comply. With a sudden surge of physical power, she forcefully tears the purple magical ribbons apart with her bare hands. She breaks free from the bindings, declaring that she demands an immediate explanation. Cut to Dongchan, as Orent purple dagger strike connects, causing Dongchan's dark Asura transformation to shatter completely. Transformed Dongchan's eyes go wide, as dark cracks spread across his forehead emblem. A massive explosion detonates on the forest floor as Dongchan's transformation collapses. Orent stands amidst purple fire sparks, laughing cheerfully. Rico stands in the clearing under the trees, wondering what Orent's previous statement meant. Rico looks shocked, asking if Orent is executing Dongchan because he believes Dongchan is Asura Bakan. Rico points toward the defeated Dongchan lying in the smoking crater, asking if Orent truly believes Dongchan is Suradan's supreme leader. Orent holds his purple dagger, explaining that keeping Dongchan alive poses an existential threat to all of Forca. Orent stands over Dongchan as smoke rises from the impact crater. Dongchan lies defeated and bleeding in the smoking crater, groaning in severe pain. Orent stands over the crater in his white cloak, looking down impassively. Orent asks if that represents the full extent of Dongchan's strength. Rico stands watching in distress, asking what on earth is happening and noting that this no longer resembles training. Rico's eye glows with red berserker aura, demanding an explanation from Orent. Orent turns to Rico, asking her to wait while promising to explain everything later. Rico looks at Orent, reflecting that Forca's true strength would easily prevent defeat against Suradan. Dongchan lies bleeding on the ground, weakly pleading with Suradan to spare his grandmother. Rico looks at Orent in deep shock, internally realizing that Dongchan's desperate plea proves he is not Bakan. Orent readies his purple dagger over Dongchan's neck, asking for his final words. Rico shouts out in alarm as Dongchan weakly mutters that he is exhausted. Orent thrusts his purple dagger straight down toward Dongchan's neck. The blade plunges downward into the earth in a flash of rapid motion. Rico rushes forward in terror, yelling Orent's name as Orent stands over the body. Rico looks horrified, speechlessly staring at Orent's actions. Dongchan's bare feet lie still on the dirt floor. Orent apologizes to Dongchan in a low voice. Orent stabbed his purple dagger into the dirt right beside Dongchan's neck, leaving him completely unharmed. Dongchan opens his eyes on the dirt, looking at the dagger plunged beside his head in complete bewilderment. Orent stands up, wiping his hands and stating that this demonstration should prove their true intentions. Orent looks back calmly at the group. Dongchan lies on the ground looking up in total confusion. Two figures, a tall muscular horned warrior and a silver-haired female mage, walk out from the surrounding forest glade. The silver-haired mage kneels beside the wounded Dongchan, placing her hand on his chest and instructing him not to move. Green healing magic glows from her hand onto Dongchan's chest, healing his injuries as she warns him not to aggravate his wounds. Dongchan looks up in awe at the healing magic, asking if they are truly members of Forca, to which the mage smiles and confirms. Dongchan exhales a long sigh of relief as warm healing energy restores his physical body. The tall, horned warrior and silver-haired mage stand before him, while Dongchan internally reflects on his journey. A memory shows young Dongchan standing before his grandmother 8 years ago, with narration noting that he has finally found Forca. Healing magic covers Dongchan's entire torso as he rests on the ground, internally apologizing to his grandmother for making her wait. Memory of young Dongchan holding her trembling hands in the pouring rain, with narration resolving that he will no longer slow down on his path to save her. A wide view of the mountain forest peaks appears as Dongchan resolves to fulfill his sacred promise. Green healing magic glows brightly in Orent's palm as he treats Dongchan's wounds. Orent in his masked form kneels beside Dongchan, channeling green healing magic into Dongchan's torso while asking if they truly intend to proceed. The red-haired Orent, holding his purple dagger, stands beside the masked Orent, firmly stating that they have no other choice. Red-haired Orent turns to the silver-haired mage Eli, asking if they really need to push the situation this far. The tall, muscular horned warrior standing beside Eli tells her that the decision is made and to respect Orent's judgment. Eli looks up with golden eyes, sighing and agreeing to let them proceed as they wish. Red-haired Orent smiles with razor teeth, expressing gratitude to his squad members for understanding. Red-haired Orent channels glowing magical energy into his purple dagger to activate his transfer technique. Cut to Dongchan waking up in a clean medical bed, groaning softly in pain as his consciousness returns. Dongchan sits up in bed wearing a robe, looking around the quiet room in total confusion. Dongchan looks forward bewildered, asking who is sitting beside him. Eli sits beside the bed, instructing Dongchan to look at the neighboring bed. Dongchan turns his head in confusion toward the adjacent bed. Dongchan looks beside his bed in total shock at what he sees. Red-haired Orent lies heavily bandaged in the neighboring bed, waving cheerfully and asking if Dongchan slept well. Dongchan points aggressively at Orent, shouting and demanding to know why the guy who attacked him is lying injured in the same room. Eli explains that Orent used his unique transfer ability to absorb all the damage inflicted on Dongchan by the dagger. Dongchan sits on his bed in silence, asking Orent what he is truly trying to accomplish. Dongchan asks why Orent suddenly attacked him with lethal intent only to absorb all of his injuries afterward. Orent sits up in his bandages, promising to explain his actions. Orent holds his bandaged stomach, preparing to address Dongchan questions. Orent looks at Dongchan, asking why Dongchan possesses asura power. The Forca headquarters building sits peaceful under a clear blue sky. Cut to the dungeon where Fiji opens the door to the grandmother's cell, cheerfully greeting her. Fiji steps into the cell, smirking and commenting on the cluttered stack of books on her table. Multiple ancient books lie stacked on her cell desk. She sits at her desk reading an open book, stating she has roughly deduced the truth behind the ancient magic. She explains that her initial theory regarding the forbidden spell was correct. She states that exposing this truth would completely ruin Suradan. Fiji rests his hand on his chin, smirking that her discovery sounds exceptionally enticing. Fiji grins widely with sharp razor teeth, finding the situation thoroughly entertaining. Cut back to the forest. where the purple ribbon girl explains the forbidden mark true nature to the elf woman. She looks back in alarm, asking for a simple explanation. The purple ribbon girl explains that the forehead mark is a soul transfer spell designed to prepare a host body to receive another spirit without rejection. A diagram illustrates a soul transferring from one vessel into another, as text explains that the spell forcibly alters the recipient body and soul. The elf woman looks shocked, realizing that Dongchan's physical transformation was the result of a failed soul transfer attempt. The purple ribbon girl confirms that Asura Bakan himself cast the forbidden soul transfer spell on Dongchan. She absorbs the dark truth behind Dongchan's origin. A dark phantom silhouette of Asura Bakan appears, identified as the supreme leader of Suradan. A wide view shows her meditating atop a wooden platform in the forest. She meditates cross-legged, internally realizing that Bakan was the true culprit who killed her older brother 2 years ago. A memory panel shows Nyark's young face, with her realizing Nyark was likely attacked alongside her brother. Her glowing yellow eyes open in deep resolve. She sits atop the platform under the sky, resolving that confronting Bakan directly is her true path. Cut back to Ulrint sitting in bandages across from Dongchan, explaining that Forka needed absolute certainty. Ulrint explains that they needed to verify whether Dongchan was truly himself or Bakan's spirit occupying his body. Eli sits nearby, explaining that if the soul transfer had succeeded, Bakan would currently be occupying Dongchan's body. Eli looks serious, stating that Forka's survival depended on verifying Dongchan's identity beyond any doubt. Ulrint explains that driving Dongchan to the brink of death was necessary to force Bakan's spirit to reveal itself if it was inside him. Ulrint holds his bandaged chest, admitting that testing Dongchan was selfish and that absorbing his injuries cannot undo the trauma. Ulrint looks down remorsefully as he stammers an apology. Dongchan sits on his bed looking down, stating that he realized his own physical weakness during their fight. Eli and the horned warrior watch Dongchan as he speaks. Dongchan looks up firmly, stating he does not care about forbidden spells, Bakan, or the near-death test. Dongchan determined eyes focus as he confesses that he refuses to ever be too weak to protect his loved ones again. A memory vision shows Dongchan Asura form lying defeated, with Dongchan resolving never to rely on others to save his grandmother. Dongchan looks directly at Ulrint, demanding that Ulrint train him so that he becomes strong enough to rescue his grandmother himself.